The others were a little too far to see just what was genuinely happening. They stood just outside the booth and were watching from both sides. One side with Quinn's group on the left and the other side with Zach's group. Each of their teams stood behind their teammates, which meant Quinn had his back facing against Vex. So even with his excellent eyesight, he didn't know what was going on and was unable to see that the influence skill was currently active. Quinn had never even thought about using the influence skill to get rid of this whole matter. Zach being a level 6 ability user usually meant one would have a strong mind and willpower. This wasn't always the case, but more so than not. In the past, something like this would have never worked. However, there were two things that had changed since the last time. The first being that Quinn had increased his charm points quite a bit. The second was due to the pressure and frightening things that had happened so far. Zach's mind was very unstable. He didn't quite know what was going on, and because of this, the influence skill had a great effect. "You're going to leave that crystal behind and leave this place," Quinn ordered. At that moment, Zach obediently followed, pulling the intermediate crystal from his pouch and placing it on the floor. Soon after, he already left, and the others followed. "Well, that went a lot smoother than I thought it would," Vex said. After picking up the crystal and placing it in his pocket, his mood had calmed down, and his eye color had returned to normal. "Well, that was fun, wasn't it?" he said, facing the others. Seeing this, Vorden felt like Quinn was acting a little bipolar. Just moments ago, his voice sounded like he would snap Zach's head apart, but now he seemed to be over the moon. However, Vorden didn't say anything as he really wasn't the one to talk about a person having mood swings. Just then, the admin man had entered the room. The other student had left to join the others when he saw Zach and them going. "What happened?" the man said with his hands held above his head. The top part of the machine was smashed to bits. It was beyond repair. A whole new machine would need to be ordered. "We should have told those guys to stay behind," said Vex. "Now we're going to get the blame and have to pay for this." The man was about to tear them a new one, telling the kids how they should respect the property that wasn't owned by them, but when seeing the large number in the room indicating which booth this was, he quickly realized it was the same one from the video. "Did you do this?" the man asked, looking at Quinn. The video that was shown was from the top right. In the video, one was unable to see the face but could see all the actions performed. The only thing that could be seen was the black curly hair. "Yes, it was me," Quinn replied. "No, you idiot. Why do you have to be so honest? Just say it was the others who ran away," Vex said. "They have the incident on video anyway," Sam said. "On the video, there will be no proof that the others did anything and would just show Quinn kicking the top part. So it's best not to lie." The students stood there worried for Quinn. The man was quite large, and they were afraid of the consequences they might have to face. "If you need to, I can pay for the machine," Vorden offered. "I can chip in as well," Vex added. "Me too," Sam replied, feeling a little awkward if he didn't offer as well after everyone else had done. But he wasn't rich like the others and really didn't want them to take him up on his offer. The man looked at Quinn. If he was the one in the video, it was expected that something like this might have happened. "You have good friends. Accidents like this can happen. Don't worry about it, and don't let it happen again," the man said. They were shocked at the response but decided to try to leave as soon as possible and not argue back with the results. There was a good chance that the man might change his mind, so they quickly decided to leave the place. "Make sure I don't see you here again," the man shouted at them with a smile. The four boys were back out at the platform, and the night sky was now fully out. The stairs could be seen above them, and it looked beautiful. Most of the students who were on the platform before had already headed back to their hotel to get some sleep. Although there was no curfew, students were expected to watch the matches that started early in the morning. The group continued to walk in a circle on the platform and reached Sam's hotel. Before parting ways, Sam wanted to get as much information out of Quinn as possible. "You were really skillful back there. I can't believe what you did. You know, I feel slightly embarrassed now that I offered to help you when you didn't really need it," Sam said, laughing. "Don't worry about it," Quinn replied. "You offered to help even though you didn't know us. In this world, there aren't many who would do that. If you don't mind me asking, How did you do that with the machine earlier? How can you move so fast? Is it something to do with your ability? Sam asked. Quinn thought a bit about what to say before answering, but he knew he couldn't take too long, otherwise Sam would get suspicious. Still, he didn't see Sam as a bad person but still couldn't tell him the truth. I don't have an ability, that's why it shows I'm a level 1. Because of this, my parents trained me on how to fight since I was young. I focused just on using martial arts. I thought if I got good enough and got some decent beast gear, then maybe I can still make it in this world. Quinn explained. He's getting better at lying. I don't know if that's really a good thing, though. Borden thought. With that, the group continued to talk for a bit before parting ways. Sam headed back to his hotel room, while the others continued to walk to their own hotel. Saying one has no ability is a good way to hide your actual ability. It's a shame you won't be participating in this tournament, Quinn. It would have been able to see you up against Nate. Sam thought. Although he couldn't confirm Quinn was the blood evolver, he didn't really need to. The main thing was, Sam felt like he had got on well with Quinn. If he were actually the blood evolver, it would only make things more interesting. There was no rush on his end. There was still a week left to try to find out the truth. Back at the gaming area, the admin who had let Quinn and his group go was a go in the camera room. He had finished cleaning up the bits and pieces and had closed off the booth to be used by the public. Inside the room, he watched Quinn's video fighting against the level 4 machine again. Every time he watched, he got excited. He also further watched what had happened after the events, seeing that Quinn had saved his fellow teammate and kicked the machine out of harm's way. I was right to not blame them for what happened, he thought. Still, there was another reason why the man had let them go without paying for anything. The video had been cut down, only showing Quinn's actions during the level 4 game. Then, once the video file was downloaded, the man went on to one of the students' internal video sharing platforms and clicked upload. A bar started to fill on the screen, and the number eventually reached 100%. This video doesn't deserve only to be seen by me, the man said. Soon, all the students in the military base would see Quinn's amazing feat. Arriving at the arena, Silver felt better than she had done in a while. It had been a long month and a bit spent at the Academy military base. She wished to return home but would never do so until she had completed her task. Now that it felt like she was drawing close, her mood was starting to change. As she left the hotel room to head outside, she passed many of the students she had taught. I hope you have a good day, miss. Stay safe. I wish I look as pretty as her when I grow up. The students couldn't help but praise Miss Silver. Although she had been strict in class, her lessons were quite knowledgeable. Her lessons were also enjoyable as it seemed like when Silver taught, she had no filter. When speaking, she would never sugarcoat her words like the other teachers. In the middle of the class, the boys would often compliment her or ask her about certain subjects. When replying, she would do so bluntly, embarrassing them and speaking what was on her mind. As days went on, the students started to learn what Silver was like and realized she meant no harm from her words. At first, she found the compliments annoying, but over time she grew to enjoy the words. When I go back, will Father praise me for doing a good job? She thought. Everything she had done so far was for the family and she would continue to do so. Yet not even once had her father, the family leader, praised her. Unlike here where she heard kind words every day. Before she knew it, she had already left the arena and was just outside on the ground floor. It was a habit for her to want to be alone whenever she got upset. Usually, a few moments later and her idiot of a brother Fex would come and cheer her up. After she had calmed down, her plan was to head back into the arena and search around on the top floor to see if she could find any information or maybe even spot Fex. The quicker she brought him home, the less time she would have to spend here. However, a strange sweet smell had reached her nose. One she was familiar with but hadn't smelt in a long time. The smell of blood. Wondering why she would smell the scent of human blood outside, she quickly rushed over to the scene. Eventually, the trail of blood led her to a bald-headed man, with a sword by his side. When she saw that no one was hurt, she slowed down her stride and started to walk. The smell was still coming from the direction of the man, and that's when her eyes were glued onto a particular object he held in his hand. It was a metallic flask, but not just any flask. A flask that bore the symbol of the Sanguinis family. Knowing that Fex was at one of the academies, her mind instantly thought the flask belonged to him. The question was, why was this man holding on to Fex's flask that was filled with blood? From his scent alone, she could tell he wasn't a vampire. "Where did you get that flask?" Silver asked. Leo tried to see if he could recognize the voice, but it was not one he knew off. He was quite new to the military, so he still hadn't memorized all of the other generals and sergeants' aura or voices either. But if one was able to get into this facility, he had to assume they were a member of staff. Yet, the first question she asked when meeting him was about the flask. Judging by the tone of her voice, she had to be either someone of equal rank or someone above. No student would dare talk to a sergeant like this. "Who are you?" Leo asked. "State your name and rank?" Although Leo had spoken, the words didn't really process through Silver's mind. She was too concerned with her own question. Fex would have never let something so precious fall into the hands of another unless something serious had happened. Did the humans find out about him and kill him? Regardless, the flask was an important piece of equipment that could possibly link the humans to them. She needed to get rid of it. Flicking out one of her fingers, a small piece of string shot out straight, aiming for the flask in Leo's hand. Not wanting to cause a scene, she would take the flask and try to find out more later. The piece of string was so thin, and it was dark outside, making it practically invisible. But before the string could even reach the flask, a slicing sound was heard, and then a short click followed after. The piece of string then fell onto the floor. When looking at Leo, she could see the flask had now been put away into his side pouch, while his hand was on the hilt of his sword. "You cut the string, but how did you see it?" she asked, shocked by what had just happened. But Silver wasn't the only one shocked. He was surprised that the girl was also able to see him move his sword so fast. "I didn't," Leo replied as he pointed to his eyes with his other hand. "Can't you tell? I'm blind." Leo expected at least a chuckle from Silver. Usually, these types of words would at least give him a response. Instead, Silver stood there still like a statue. Not even her expression had changed. When checking out her aura, there wasn't even a little flicker, and still, her aura seemed to be masked. "If you're blind, then I don't have to worry about you seeing my face," she said as she dashed forward. Withdrawing his sword from his sheath, a large pressurized air slice came out from the sword. Sensing the strong power that was just unleashed, Silver knew she needed to do something about it. One moment she was directly in front of Leo, the next she was behind him. Silver struck towards his chest, thinking the whole thing would be over, but as if Leo had eyes on the back of his head, he was able to dodge by ducking down. He then pivoted his foot, spinning his body around while throwing out his blade towards the middle of her body. This time, the attack was too fast for her to move. Instead, at just the right time, she opened up her palms and slapped at the sword from the bottom and the top. Using all her strength, she was able to stop the sword just in time. The sword was held in her hands, just a few inches away from her body. From the outside, it looked like neither one of them was moving an inch. But the truth was, they were both using their full strength, but their power was equal, not allowing the other one to budge. Is this her natural strength? Leo thought. I've even activated the beast armor underneath my clothing, and still, I can't overpower her. From Leo's ability, he was able to tell if his opponent had high-level beast gear that was currently activated to enhance the user's strength. There was a possibility that the opponent he was fighting against was able to mask their equipment as well, but it was unlikely. The stalemate continued for a while, but both knew this was useless. Your voice sounds pretty. If it sounded as good as you looked, I might let you win this one, Leo said, hoping to break her concentration for just a second. However, it didn't seem to work. Instead, her eyebrows and face started to scrunch up. She started to concentrate even more, and the top of her forehead started to sweat a little. Silver hadn't run out of options. She still had her many vampire abilities. The problem was quite a few of them required her to look into her opponent's eyes, and that didn't quite work well against Leo. Other than that, the blood abilities would be a dead giveaway and would leave behind a trace. Instead, she chose to push her body even further, ever so slightly. With one of her hands, She carefully positioned her fingers so now it was held both on top and under the blade. Then slowly with her other, she let go. Now, Silver was holding back Leo with a single hand, but she knew she couldn't do this for long. With her other hand free, quickly she started to twirl her fingers, and multiple strings started to shout out. The target wasn't Leo himself, but instead, they were heading for his pouch. The first set of strings lifted it open, while the next grabbed on to the flask. After slightly moving her finger, like a web, she was able to draw it into her hand. "Don't make me come back to kill you," she said, as she quickly fled the scene at an amazing speed. Leo prepared himself to perform another quick set of slashes. If he threw out multiple strikes now, there was a chance one of them could hit her and slow her down. Midway through his attack, though, he stopped himself. She couldn't have come all this way just for that. It seems whoever owned that item is quite important. From the location of where the flask was found and the story of the other students, he could tell that the flask most likely belonged to one of them. He had planned to return it at one point, but not until he fully found out the flask's use. He never did in the end. But now he felt like he had a more interesting tale to follow. While running back to her room, Silver looked at her hand and could see a cut. "That human hurt me." The first day had passed, which meant it was finally time. It was time for the first day of events. The schedule was like so: each day, the first round for every category of events would happen. Several smaller events would take place at the same time. In comparison, the 3 main events would be shown one by one. On the top platform where all the students were, there were several screens spread throughout the arena with a number on its side. Each student was handed over a pamphlet at their hotel, which indicated the schedule of events which would be showing on which screens. The top platforms would also be available for the public during this time. This meant that those that had arrived from other planets and factions were also able to watch closely at the events taking place. When the main events were to be shown in the afternoon, all the screens would change to focus on them, and the public would have to watch the events directly in the arena. Underneath the arena, most of the participants had woken up early. The first events didn't start until closer to midday, but still, the nerves and excitement got the better of them, and nearly everyone had woken up early. The sleeping quarters for the events were just as nice as the hotel but were set out differently. There was only one floor and each of the rooms was next to each other, but they had the basics for everyone. A computer, a bed, toilet, and shower. The computer was there so the students could still enjoy their free time and research on whatever doubts they had, while also updating themselves about the ongoing news. It would also allow them to communicate with other students. The separation was to allow them to focus and to sort out the formalities with all the students taking part in the events. There was a large number of people, and with several military bases taking part, it was easier to communicate and organize things this way. When the event was over or when a student was knocked out, they would be free to head to the hotel where their military base had its accommodation. Peter, of course, had restricted access compared to the others. There was no computer in his room, and a guard was stationed outside his door during the whole night. When Layla had left her room in the morning, she went out and started to head to the target practice area. While walking, her legs were a little wobbly, and she had quite the bags under her eyes. Her body felt weak, and the energy was drained from her. One wouldn't expect this type of reaction from some of the participants, as they really cared for an event like this. But for Layla, this was not the case. She had no reason to care for the tournament. Win or lose, it didn't matter. Her life was already predetermined. She wasn't going to get good grades and join the military or a faction after this. She couldn't even become a solo traveler if she wanted to. This became more apparent to her last night, and this was the real reason why she felt like this. Last night she had hardly gotten any sleep. When entering her room, she had prepared to have a nice rest. She had made a warm bath and placed the right amount of bath salts and solutions into the tub. She had never experienced pampering like this and just wanted to enjoy it for once. However, fate was quite cruel to her. The sound of a message being received was heard on her computer. "That's strange. I didn't sign into anything right. I don't think I even touched the computer. Maybe the person before forgot to log out," she said as she started to walk over. However, even the thought of someone forgetting to log out was strange. Technology had come quite a way, and the computer was able to tell who was actually at the computer at the time through the camera. If it wasn't the correct person or the user wasn't seen, it would generally disconnect from whatever it was connected to. Still, this just made Layla even more curious. When she looked at the screen, her heart felt like it skipped a beat. The towel she had covering herself had fallen out of her hands, and she didn't even bother to cover up her bare naked body. On the computer screen was an envelope with a crest attached in red. It imitated the letters from the old times when wax used to be used to seal essential letters. In this case, the seal being used was an angel with its wings having been removed falling to the side. It was a letter from Pure. They had their ways of getting information to their members. Pure, in reality, was a much bigger and more influential group than the government would have liked the public to know. Layla's hand was shaking as she went to select the letter. What could they want now? Do they want me to do something, maybe even attempt to assassinate someone? Thoughts were running through her head. There were many different tasks an agent needed to do, and she felt quite lucky when they told her to just gather information about the academy as she saw fit. The letter could very well be her first real mission. Eventually, she plucked up the courage and clicked on the letter. The digital screen imitated the seal being open and the contents of the letter were shown. Agent 100, you have been ordered to lose and drop out of the tournament as soon as possible. The contents of the letter were short, and it didn't expand on instructions or even explained why. It was merely telling her to purposely lose her next match. Her bath time was ruined, and her whole night for that matter. The task was an easy one, and she was thankful for that. She wasn't really going to try in the event anyway. Still, she couldn't help but wonder why it was so important for her to drop out of the event. The only thing it would allow her to do was a return to the other side. Are they planning an attack? This dreaded thought had now chilled her mind. If they weren't planning an attack, they were planning something big. Every year this event took place, and so far they had never targeted it. It was expected at some point they would, and this might very well be the year. Having arrived at the target practice area, Layla started to notice something strange. The other students seemed to be huddled up in groups and were talking about something. She was able to catch a few words here or there, and she had also expected them to be talking about their upcoming events. Hey, did you see that video? Yeah. It went viral pretty quickly. Do you think you could do that? Are you crazy? It must be fake, right? But it happened here. It was one of the students from the bases. Look at the date and timestamp, and even in the description they mentioned what had happened. That's what I don't understand, though. Clearly, this person was a skilled fighter. But if this happened yesterday at the arcades up top, then that means he isn't a participant in any of the events. Even if he had a weak ability, there is even a martial arts event. Heck, there's an event based on this very game. So why didn't he join? Without any context to what the students were talking about, Layla was perplexed and was quite curious as well. That's when she heard her name being called out from behind. Hey, Layla, Logan shouted. Do you have a second? As soon as Logan had left his room, he had been looking around to try to find Layla, trying to see if she had heard or seen the video herself. Standing upright, trying to make herself look energized, Layla turned around. What's up? Judging by you not saying anything, I guess you haven't seen. Logan then placed out his hand, and the little spiders from his suit started to detach themselves until eventually, they formed a small screen and tablet. The video was a recording of one of the gaming booths from the top left corner. The student was angled, and the camera was positioned slightly behind so one could see the machine as well as the student's fast hand movements. What was shown was a student being able to clear a level 4 game, while the machine itself looked like it hadn't moved an inch. Layla had tried one of these machines before and could see how impressive it was. In the video, the figurehead had been altered and blurred thanks to the uploader wanting to keep the person's identity a secret. It's cool and all. No wonder everyone is talking about it. But why did you want to show it to me so badly? Layla asked. Logan then gave a command to his little spiders to alter the video. The blur from the person's head was removed, and now curly hair with a pale skin could be seen. It was still hard to see the student, but for those who were around him a lot, she could tell who it was. It was Quinn. What the hell is he doing? She asked. The video had already spread around, and it looked like many in the room were already talking about it. The feat itself wasn't so impressive, but the fact that a student of their age was able to do such a thing was. In the game, no abilities could be used, and some were even beginning to think the person in the video must have had some type of speed ability. However, gaming systems usually had some countermeasure against abilities being used in this type of place, and this was no exception. Due to the event not allowing the use of abilities, trackers and such were invented to see when MC cells were activated in a specific area. It was the same type of technology that was used in the watches. Although the game couldn't stop the use of abilities, it could detect if someone was using it or not. The video had clearly come from someone who had full control of the video system that day. It would be silly for them to upload a fake video, but not impossible. Right now, Layla wanted to confront Quinn and have a go at him, trying to think about just what was going through his head at the time, but it was impossible. "Don't worry about it so much," Logan said. "I just wanted to make you aware. I plan to lose my matches as soon as possible and try to help out Quinn when I am above." The video blurs out his face, but anyone interested enough would be able to do what I did. Not that I think they could tell it was him, but I think we should be prepared just in case. Layla nodded in response, and the two of them parted ways as Logan went off to the training area in his section. What Logan had said had reminded Layla of her own task that had been given. She too was meant to lose the match as quickly as possible. With a lot on her mind, she took out her beast bow and placed an arrow in from her quiver that was attached down the side of her leg. There were multiple targets all different distances away. They would continually pop up and pop down at random intervals, making it hard for one to get the pattern. Letting go of the arrow, it flew out quite fast. Just as the arrow was about to hit one of the targets, she held it in place with her ability. When the target popped back up again, she allowed it to go forward and hit. The event Layla wasn't allowed her to use her abilities. She didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing considering how weak her abilities were. If it were an event like this one where the goal was just to hit the targets, then she would do pretty well. Or at least not horribly. The students were told what they needed and what they were allowed to bring, but the finer details would only be revealed once the event started. This way, none of the students were able to prepare an unfair advantage beforehand. Layla continued to hit targets in this fashion. She didn't do anything fancy and just hit them slowly one by one. She just wanted to do a repetitive task to focus and clear her mind right now. One of the arrows had left and was floating about. She held the arrow still in place once again, waiting for the target to pop up and hit it. But when the target popped up again, another object went flying past her arrow, hitting the target before she could even do anything. "Sorry, I didn't realize you were after that one," a girl said. As she turned her head, she saw a long-legged straight blonde-haired girl standing by her side. She too had a bow in her hand, although it looked a lot more impressive than hers. Perhaps at the advanced tier. Next to her were two more students. A boy and a girl who looked like a pair of brother and sister. They both had the same short hair parted off to the side. If it weren't for the fact that one of them had big melons in a particular area, she would have found it impossible to tell apart. The girl had what looked like a giant version of a slingshot on her back. In contrast, the boy had several small tomahawks. Layla decided to ignore what had just happened and continued doing what she was doing. Once again she fired her arrow, hitting some targets. Then when she needed to hold the arrow in place to wait for the target again, the same thing had happened. Another object pierced the target she was about to hit. This time, laughter from her side could be heard, and it was from the same group of people again. This annoyed Layla, but she knew it was best to be the bigger person and moved over a little to a different part of the targeting section. When she fired her arrow again, before it could even reach the target, something came out from the side, knocking her arrow and snapping it in half. Still, she knew she was the bigger. "What the hell are you guys doing?" she snapped at them. "I'm sorry," the girl at front said. "It's just your arrows were moving so slowly, we thought they were targets to hit as well." Annoyed by her words, Layla readied her bow and this time placed 3 arrows inside, shooting them at 3 different targets at the same time. The female quickly followed with the same and shot 3 arrows after Layla's. The speed of the arrows was far greater than hers and knew they would soon catch up. She was expecting this after seeing the weapon being used was better than hers. She decided to use her ability to throw the arrows off course. Serves you right, cocky bye. But just as she was about to finish her thought, the arrows from behind also moved direction, changing the path and had hit them, causing them to fall to the ground. The women started to walk over to Layla. It makes me sick to think someone has the same ability as me, yet is at such a low level and has come to participate in the same event as me. The girl said, if people were to see your poor skills with the bow, they'll start to think my ability is useless, making it harder for me in the future. Let me give you a piece of advice. Just drop out of the event, don't fire a single arrow and give up. Even if you tried, you would come in last place anyway. Layla wanted to say something back, but the girl had already started walking away, and for some reason, the sick feeling in Layla's stomach was felt once again. It felt like recently everyone was telling her to give up on the event. Is it because everyone thinks I'll lose even before trying? She thought. Layla wasn't as weak as she thought. Although her ability was level 2, her fighting sense was at a high level. In some cases, she would fare well facing against level 3 or 4 students as long as they didn't have high-level beast gear on. But as she started hanging around with the others, she began to feel useless. And even now, others who had never met her before assumed her as useless baggage, and even the organization she was in. Instead of informing her of the plan they had, or giving her a critical mission, they were literally telling her to hide and run away. Prove them wrong, a deep voice said from behind. When she turned around, she could see a reasonably bulky square-headed man. It was someone she had never met before and wasn't in her event, so she was wondering just what he was doing here. The best way to shove it in people's faces like them is to prove them wrong. And when you see their faces after, treasure that moment because that's the best feeling. The student said with a sadistic smile on his face. It looked like he had the experience of doing this himself at some point. The important thing was though that Leia thought what the student was saying was right. Screw them all, she thought. So what if everyone thought she was going to fail in the tournament? The only thing she could do now was to prove them wrong. All she wanted to do now was at least pass the first round of events. She would show them and everyone watching from wherever they were hiding. Thanks for cheering me up, Air, she said, trying to guess the student's name. She had the urge to call the boy Blocky, based on his appearance, but felt it was a bit rude after he had been so nice to her. The name's Nate, he said, helping her before she crushed his feelings. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me. You don't know a student by the name of Larry Steele, do you? He asked. It looks like she had no clue who Larry Steele was after all, Nate said as he continued to look around the room. Nate was hoping that perhaps someone as skilled as the Blood Evolver would be well known, to the point where if he went around asking others from the same military school, they would have instantly recognized the name. This was why he continued to go about asking students from other military factions if they knew of the person named Larry. So far there was no success. Out of all the students who were preparing for their events, the students taking part in the fighting tournament were the most cautious. Everyone there was trying their best to hide their abilities and instead was doing some other form of training. This was because, if one knew the other person's ability before fighting them, it would be a big advantage. With nothing else to do, all Nate could do was wait for the first round of the tournament. There no one would be able to hide their abilities anymore. Hey, Larry, how are you doing, bro? A student's voice from behind was heard. Instantly, Nate turned around hearing the name Larry. A medium-sized male student stood behind him, and looking at his uniform he could tell he was a first-year student. This has to be him, Nate thought. Inching his way closer, Nate started to perform some lunges near the area. He did this so he wouldn't look so suspicious when coming towards the group of people, and it also made sense since he was in the fighting tournament. The two students, Larry and his friend, were busy talking away when from the corner of their eyes, they could see what looked like to them an idiot performing lunges. It was clear that, for whatever reason, the person was trying to get closer to them. Can I help you? Larry asked, not being able to take the awkwardness anymore. He felt embarrassed for the student. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just warming up for the fighting tournament, Nate replied, after switching legs and lunging his way closer to them again. Ignoring the strange man, the group started to move away. It looked like his plan had failed. Seeing that his brilliant idea didn't work, he decided to just continue practicing while looking at the two students. The two of them started to practice together, sparring, performing kicks and punches. It didn't look bad, but it didn't look impressive either. "So you're hiding your skills, huh?" said Nate. "Don't worry, when you go up against me, you can use your full strength." "No, I'll make you use your full strength." Nate then started laughing to himself loudly as he thought of the upcoming fight. A rematch between him and the Blood Evolver. It was morning and Quinn had trouble sleeping through the night. Every hour or so, he would be woken up by the dreaded pain as his health continued to go down. 21/95 HP. It was important to keep this going for now as he needed to curb the addiction away. Sooner was better than later, and then he would be able to get stronger once again using the different types of blood. The event was the perfect time to do this, as there were far too many people all over the place for him to do anything in secret anyway. Before leaving the room, Quinn had placed his newly obtained armor into his dimensional space. After he decided to test out everything was working as it should have done and used his skill shadow equip. The boots, the chest piece and his gauntlets all appeared at once. Status: Level 18. 10, 750/25, 600 EXP, 21/95 HP, Strength 23, +7, Agility 26, +5, Stamina 19, +1, Charm 24, +1, Defense 27. As the item description said, the chest piece added a stat point to each one of his different stats and also increased his defense. It was a shame that none of the equipment he had also came with an active skill like the boots. However, he knew this was rare and hard to come by. There was still a lot of EXP to be obtained before reaching level 20, the next step for Quinn in his vampire evolution. It would be difficult now since there were no more planned expeditions for the year to other portal planets. This was the easy way for Quinn to gain experience by defeating beasts for the first time. If he was to fight some strong opponents in the tournament, though, perhaps it would have helped him. But he knew that was near impossible. Quinn was still registered as the substitute, but it felt like something in name only. It was unlikely Peter would be able to escape from whatever they had planned. He also looked at his inventory where the intermediate crystal could be seen. It was just the item he needed to create a short sword from the shop. When he got back, he planned to craft the gear and hand it over to Vorden. It was a good weapon but wasn't quite compatible with him using his blood skills, such as hammer strike or blood spray. He also thought it would be good for Vorden to have a weapon for himself, just in case he didn't have a good ability on hand to use. To the left of his bed, on top of the drawer, was a little pamphlet. It continued the schedule of events for the day and what was being shown where. There was around an hour left before the first set of events had started and Quinn was wondering which one he should go to. After looking at the long list, apart from the 3 main events, none of them seemed too interesting for him. While scrolling through the list, he managed to spot one called Block. He seemed to remember that the game he had participated in yesterday was called the same thing. Is it an event to do with the game yesterday? He recalled playing and seemed to have quite some fun with the machine. Perhaps it was something he could enjoy watching before the main events. Knock knock. "Hey Quinn, move your arse, let's go," Vex shouted through the door. Putting his equipment back into the dimensional space, he took the pamphlet with him and answered the door. "Hey, where's Vorden?" Quinn asked. "I don't know, I came to get you first," Vex replied. When looking down the hallway, they spotted Vorden coming towards them. "Sorry about that. I had some things to deal with," he said, smiling. "Any ideas on what you want to go see?" Vex asked. "I was thinking about this." Quinn pointed to the block event and the others were fine with it. Just like him, they were not really interested in anything apart from the main events anyway. When the 3 boys left the hotel, the outside area was vastly different from before. It was a nice sunny day and the sky was blue with hardly any colors inside. It was the perfect day to have an event like this on. Seeing the sun, though, gave Quinn the chills. The ring protected him now from the sunlight's effects, but it was as if his mind naturally started to react to the fact the sun was so bright. Maybe a placebo effect that the sun still affected him in some way. On the top platform, it was filled with both students and members of the public, unlike yesterday. Nearly all the stalls were busy and people looked to be having a good time playing games and eating food and such. I almost forgot that it wasn't just the military watching this event. When Feck said these words, he realized something. This might also be the perfect time for them to send someone after him. He knew how good their information gathering was, and they should have known where he was by now. In a way, being at the military base where no one knew where they were was a good hideout for Fex. But a place like this where it was open to the public, it was only a matter of time before he would be taken back. He looked at Quinn and Vorden walked off into the crowd of people, heading towards the events. "I might have to say goodbye to you soon," he mumbled as he quickly followed after the two. Walking around on top of the arena was a bit harder compared to the other day. It was now fully filled and bustling like a city center with a sale on the weekend. "A big event that attracts people from all over," Vorden said. Luckily the platform was quite large and wide, allowing plenty of space for the vast amounts of people to move around. At the moment, most of the people were gathered around the screens that were stationed ever so often along the circular path. They were now turned on and were displaying the starter events for the day. The block event that the group wanted to go to was stationed on screen 7. While walking by, they managed to catch a few events on the other screens. On one of the screens, there was a soccer match going on that allowed the use of specific abilities. There were complicated rules for which abilities were allowed and not allowed for this event. It seemed quite hectic and was hard to follow along, but after the introduction of ability soccer, normal soccer just seemed boring to watch. The next screen they passed there were giant pillars as tall as a house. The students were told to use their abilities and craft the most beautiful object they knew of, and there were even more going on. It was such a joyous day, and the atmosphere around them was great. Usually, on a day-to-day basis, Quinn would have someone throw an insult or a slur towards him, but everyone was far too focused even to notice him or the others there. He felt guilty that he wouldn't be able to enjoy the events that were going on, for he had Peter on the back of his mind. Even if he knew why they decided to do this to Peter, he still didn't know what they would do after, nor could he do anything. He wasn't able to get strong enough in time and hoped that after using Peter as bait like Logan thought, they would allow Peter to live at school a bit longer before moving him on to trial. In that time frame, Quinn would try to get as strong as possible and save him. Eventually, they had finally reached screen 7, and there was already a large crowd in this section. In fact, it was the largest crowd compared to all the other screens. At first, it was mostly filled with just students, but later on, Adults and others from different factions came to take a look since they too were wondering why the event was so popular. "I didn't know Block was such a popular game," Quinn said. "It isn't," Vorden replied. "I never expected there to be this many people." The group walked through some of the people who were at the back, not paying attention until they eventually found some seats around the middle area. There were seats for those who wanted to stay and watch the event permanently in front of every screen. There were then standing areas towards the back and sides, for those who might want to continue to walk around and see the other events. Most people preferred to stand. That way they could go to the stands or watch the other events and come back to the ones they enjoyed first. But because Quinn and the others didn't want to watch anything else, they were happy just to sit down. "Sorry," Quinn said as they passed a man that they didn't have any military uniform on and sat in the 3 seats next to him. The man was sitting at the very end of the row. After sitting down and watching the event for a while, they realized how boring a game it was to watch rather than play. The game was currently at level 3, and they needed to witness multiple students to do the same thing again and again, clearing the same level. It wasn't an exciting atmosphere like last night, and there were even a few in the crowd starting to yawn. "I think we might have made the wrong decision to trust you to pick the event," Feck said, yawning himself and stretching his arms. "I'll go get us some drinks and snacks. You guys can wait here," Vorden said as he left his seat. "Don't worry," the man sitting next to them said as he brushed his long hair that went down to his collarbone away and placed them behind his ears. "Although the beginning is a bore, this type of game gets better in the later rounds," he said with a smile. When looking at the man, He had beautiful clear skin and didn't look a lot older than 20. Both Fex and Quinn didn't know what to say, so they just smiled back at the man and carried on watching the event. What he said was true, Quinn thought. The later rounds would be far more exciting, and he would love to see others perform at a level beyond 5. As the levels went up, more students started to get knocked out. It didn't seem like it was because they couldn't do it, but instead was due to the event's nerves and pressure. They had made silly mistakes at crucial times. The atmosphere was still tame. However, that all seemed to change when they had announced they would start to move on to level 4. The audience members seemed to perk up and started chatting heavily among themselves. Is there something big that happens when it reaches level 4? Fex asked. Not that I can remember when we played yesterday. It was the same right even up till level 5. It just got faster, and the attack patterns changed slightly. Quinn replied. The man sitting next to them had overheard their conversation. Oh, so you managed to bet the game at level 5. I might say that's quite impressive. What's your top level? The man asked. I don't know, Quinn replied. We stopped playing after level 5. We were only playing because of a bet anyway. Vorden soon returned with the drinks and snacks, and by now, a few students had already passed and were knocked out by the level 4 machine. Then when the next participant started, he did something that seemed odd. Instead of blocking the attacks, it looked like he was trying to hit the machine as soon as it moved. The students had gone wild after seeing this. Is it him? So he was at the event after all. A student shouted. But soon after, he had made a mistake and had hit the machine before it even moved. Fake! Another shouted. I guess he couldn't be in the tournament, especially if he were in the video. It happened here on the top floor. Remember? Another said. Quinn and Fex, with their hearing, were able to overhear the students talking. When hearing what they were saying, they looked at each other, unsure about what was happening. They didn't say a word but had a dreadful feeling in the back of their minds. The game continued with several other students attempting to do the same thing. They were hitting the machine as soon as it moved to make it look as if it was standing still. In the end, not a single student was able to achieve it, and even the favorite to win the competition was knocked out. The man who was sitting by their side was finding the whole thing strange. He had watched the event multiple times in the past years but had never seen anything like this happen. Nor the level of excitement coming from the other students nor the strategy the participants were using. Can I ask? The man said to the student sitting in front of him. Why are they all attempting to attack the machine like that? Why not just play the game like normal? You mean you haven't seen the video? The student replied back. My guess is the contestants saw the same thing we all did. There's a video of someone playing the game at level 4, who was able to attack the machine before it even moved. He managed to clear the level perfectly, not making a single mistake while doing this. The sound of something hitting the floor and then ice spilling all over the place was heard. When the man turned around, he noticed that the student sitting by his side had dropped his drink. What the hell? How do they know about the video? Quinn thought. The level 4 event had ended, and since there were now very few participants, the events team needed to do something to fill the time. They decided that they would interview the favorites to win the event. It was quite a shock since most of the participants had been knocked out earlier than planned. On screen, one of the students was being interviewed who went by the name of Kyle. He was the favorite to win the event but had attempted to do the strange actions and was knocked out in the process. Kyle, we just wanted to ask, what made you change tactics like that? We saw many here today attempt the same thing you did today, but it seemed like a risky move that didn't pay off. The female interview asked. This game has become too easy in the past. I knew that if I played usually, I would have had a high chance of winning. But what's the point when most likely the best person in this game isn't even participating? After seeing someone do what seemed like an impossible task, I decided I would try to challenge him in my own way. The plan was to emulate what this person had done in a video I saw today. If I achieved that at level 4, I would try to do the same at level 5 and send out a challenge to him. It turns out, after attempting and failing at a level 4, I respect this student even more. The screen then went back to the interview, who had a few more words to say. For those of you unaware, the video Kyle was talking about was uploaded last night. It had become an overnight sensation due to the timing of things and how it was filmed and done only a day before this very event and at this exact place. The video will be played on the screen now for you all to see. The screen changed once again, and now full on the big screen in front of everyone, the video of Quinn in the gaming booth was then shown. His face was blurred out, but the others, even though it was their first time seeing it, they could clearly tell it was Quinn. The three boys continued to watch the video, which was being played on the huge screen in disbelief. For some reason, that 1-minute video felt like a 3-hour-long movie. All Quinn wanted to do now was run up there and shut it off and erase everyone's memory. "Hey, Quinn, isn't that?" Fex immediately had his hand grabbed over by Vorden and Quinn, who were standing by his side. The two boys then quickly dragged Fex out of the seats as they disappeared out of the crowd. "Fex, are you crazy?" Vorden shouted in a soft but angry voice, knowing that there could still be others around. The video had now finally stopped playing, and the interviews carried on with other participants who had attempted the same method. "No one knows it's Quinn, and you were just about to reveal to everyone it was him." The video blurred out Quinn's head, making him unrecognizable. The only thing that could be seen was a blurred person wearing the school uniform. However, Vorden was concerned about whether someone could deblur the video. Would they be able to see the face or not? Unfortunately, Vorden wasn't the right person for things like this, and he wished he could speak to Logan right now and dim his curiosity. Annoyed that he was suddenly dragged away, Fex stepped back a bit and brushed away some of the crumbs of food that had fallen all over him in a rush. "What did you say? No one knows it was him, right?" "Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that one, because there were 5 other people with us at the time who do know it was him," Fex said. "I don't think that's a problem," Quinn replied. "This video seemed to have already spread, right? If they wanted to, they could have already told everyone. In a normal case, someone would be happy for this to happen. Perhaps there are already people coming forward, even claiming that they were the ones in the video. Zach probably thinks I will do the same, and when I do try to discredit it and ruin my big moment. Still, just to be safe, I think we should go looking for them and try to clear their memories a bit," Fex suggested. "Let's split and search for them. We should have done this yesterday, but I didn't think such a small thing like this would become a big deal. Damn it, all we did was play a freaking game." The boys agreed it was always better to be safe than sorry, and even if Quinn was right about his thoughts, there was a chance one could change their mind later on and the small mistake may bring up huge trouble for them. "It's best if we split up. We can cover more ground then and find them faster. Use the watch to send a message as soon as you see them," Vorden said. The 3 boys quickly split and headed off into different sections as they searched for Zach and the others. While this was all happening, the strange man that was seated next to them couldn't help but find all of their actions odd. Everything changed as soon as the video started to play. He noticed. Was one of them in the video? The man thought. Otherwise, it didn't make sense based on the actions and what they were currently doing now. What an interesting bunch of kids, he thought as he chuckled to himself. Just then, another older-looking man approached him from the side. He wore regular plain clothing that didn't make him stand out much. When gaining access to the area, the public, including the students who weren't participating in any events, were told to hand over all of their beast equipment or leave them behind. "Sir, the main events will start soon. They instructed me to bring you and the others to an appropriate place as soon as possible," the old man said, bowing down. "Just when I thought I found something more fun to do," the man said as the 2 of them walked off. Vorden was running about pretty recklessly. Unlike yesterday, there were far too many people to check to see if they could find them. Other than Zach, many of them had pretty unmemorable faces as well. The first area Vorden decided to check were each of the screens nearby. At least then, he would be able to get someplace high and see from the top if he could spot anyone. Looking around, Vorden was trying to see if there was anywhere high he could get a clear view from. "Need any help?" a voice called over. "Sam," Vorden replied as he turned around. The 2 boys quickly started exchanging information, and Vorden explained what was going on and the reason for the worried look on his face. "Actually, I already saw the video as well," Sam replied. "And you're in luck. You don't have to worry about those guys. Let me explain. Early in the day, Sam had decided to pay a visit to the gaming center and wanted to talk to the admin man who had uploaded the video. There was no one else who had access to that footage, or at least not that part on that particular day. When he had arrived, Zach and his group were already there trying to get the original video file from the man. After listening in for a while, it turned out after the video was a big hit, the group tried to get video proof of what the person looked like or their name. It turns out they had already attempted to reveal to the people who the blurred figure was, but with no name and only the description of curly hair, it was hard for them to believe. In the video, one couldn't even see if the person had curly hair. It went a step further when they mentioned the student had a level 1 ability level on his wristwatch. They thought this would have been a standout feature. Instead, to others, it just became a big lie that was unbelievable. In the end, people completely ignored them. After that incident, they were embarrassed to tell others who they thought it was, so instead, they wanted to get the original video file. However, the man in charge was determined not to give access to the video to anyone, and even claimed the file had already been deleted and rewritten over. Now it was impossible to recover. The man only wanted to share the incredible feat, but didn't want the pressure to be put on the student. If Quinn himself were to come here and ask for the original video, he would have given it to him on the spot. With nothing else to do, the group eventually left the place in disappointment. That's when Sam noticed the main culprit from yesterday wasn't there, Zach. The students were coming towards Sam, so he decided to hide himself and pretend he was doing something else and tried to listen to their conversation. I can't believe Zach wouldn't come with us, that wimp. I thought he was better than that. I'm telling you, man, after yesterday, he just said he doesn't want any business with that fellow. It's like he was traumatized or something, the students said as they walked past him. After learning about this incident, Vorden's heart started to calm down a little. It was too much sometimes to keep this many secrets in this small group. His own was enough. Knowing that everything was okay, Vorden decided to send a message to both Quinn and Fex to explain the situation. At the same time, Quinn had received the ping he had just found Zach. Using his hearing and a keen sense of smell, he was eventually able to locate him from yesterday. When there were large crowds of people, all he needed to do was repeatedly use his inspect skill until he found the right person. As soon as Zach's eyes met up with Quinn's, he gulped, remembering that strange feeling when he couldn't control his body. He didn't move or run away and just followed Quinn off to the side. When the two of them reached the edge of the arena, Zach constantly looked over at the railing. Thoughts ran through his head of the possibilities this crazy person might have done. He even assumed that his ability might have been mind control. If he could control his body and tell him to stand still, maybe he could also make his death look like a suicide. I promise I haven't told anyone, and I won't. I don't even know your name or what military school you're from. From others, I heard no one believed them either, and even they know nothing about you, Zach said quickly. Quinn hadn't even asked anything or used his influence skill and had already gotten all the information he needed. Why couldn't everything be this easy? He thought. Standing in the middle of the pathway was Fex. He was unmoving, and his watch was continually blinking, informing he had a message that Vorden had just sent. Multiple people walked past and around him, but his eyes were staring dead ahead, and he didn't even blink for a second. A few meters away, another figure stood there still. I finally found you, brother. Out on the busy platform, things were starting to settle down a bit. The public who had been invited to watch the starter events were being moved out to their seats in the arena. This was because the first main event for the day was about to start soon. With fewer people on the top platform, it was now easier to move and find people. Quinn had quickly met up with Vorden and was surprised to see Sam there with him. They both started to explain the details of what had happened over at the VR gaming center in the morning. After hearing everything was okay, he felt like he could finally relax. Hey, where's Fex? Did you send out a message to him too? Quinn asked. I did, Vorden replied. I sent one out the same time as I sent one to you, telling him our location and everything. I wonder why he isn't here yet. The first main event will start in around 15 minutes. A speaker sounded informing all of the students as well as the public to get ready for the first main event. We'll head back to the screen near our hotel. Just send him another message to meet us there, Quinn said. Wait, Aren't you worried about him? Sam asked. What if another group like yesterday approaches him? Sam was a little concerned after what had happened yesterday. He wasn't ignorant of the behavior and actions treated towards low levels. He seemed to remember yesterday that not only Quinn but Fex was a level 1 user as well. If another group of people were to approach him, it could be bad news again without his friends around. Don't worry about him. I can't imagine anyone scaring away that guy, Quinn replied. The group, including Sam, had decided to watch the main event together. Although Sam's hotel was quite far away from theirs, he didn't mind the walk back in the evening. If he were to go back and watch it near his hotel screen, he wouldn't have anyone to watch it with anyway. At least not until Nate was knocked out of the competition, and he couldn't imagine that happening on the first day. When arriving at the screen, things looked a little different to when the events were played earlier on in the day. The screen had moved outward and looked like they were all hovering in the air above the arena. It allowed students to look over the edge and either watch the event from up high in the actual area or see sufficient detail on the screen. Several drones were flying about in the arena, each with a camera attached. It would be used to record as much detail of the events as possible. Most students would decide to watch it via the screen, but it was still nice to see what the real thing looked like from above. The boys decided that they would peek over to see what the first stage of the main event was like. Everything that was out before had been cleared, and right now there were a total of 140 small little raised platforms out. On the platform was a workbench of some sort with several other items and even a hot furnace behind them. While the others had their eyes glued on the stage, Quinn and both Vorden noticed something else. Inside the arena, there was one section of seats that had been cleared out, and in its place was a very large, luxurious booth. There was see-through glass allowing all the others to see what was inside. Inside the booth were 5 relatively large grand chairs inside. There were also already several soldiers standing at each side of the room, still like a statue. All of them wore the same beast gear that looked to be of very high quality. It was a standout because not many people in the arena had such beast gear on, as they weren't allowed due to safety precautions. It was natural for not only Quinn, but for those around to pay attention to the booth, and he had a pretty good feeling he knew who those seats were reserved for. Then it looked like the first person had arrived in the special booth. The soldiers in the room didn't bow down like they usually would when greeting a guest of high honor. Instead, they immediately went down on one knee and placed their fist on the ground. As soon as Quinn saw the person, there was no need for an introduction. There probably wasn't a single person who didn't know of this man. He continued to walk past the others, his heavy boots hitting the ground. He looked through the clear glass and adjusted his red-tinted sunglasses. Finally, as he sat down in the middle seat of the 5, his whole face could be seen. On his chin was a little patch of facial hair, and on the top of his head was a full mop of hair that had streaks of gray going through. It was hard to tell if it was dyed due to the pattern or whether it was just their old age. Once the man was comfortably sat in his seat, the other soldiers stood up in the room and saluted. "We welcome the Supreme Commander." The man sitting in the seat was the Supreme Commander Oscar White, one of the men hailed as a hero during the time of the Great War. When the war had started against the Dalki race, the enemy had done something unexpected. When the Dalki first arrived, it was clear they were under attack by a form of higher intelligence. They had better equipment and technology than humans. However, when the humans first saw the appearance of the Dalki, they looked strange and more like that of a wild animal mixed with a human. This caused the leaders at the time to be hesitant, thinking about whether or not these were the real enemy or not. In their naivety, they never expected the Dalki to pull off what they had done. While the main forces were in battle, at the start of the war the Dalki had chosen to assassinate each of the top countries' leaders around the world. This was to cause chaos and confusion amongst the humans, and for a short time, their plan had really worked. That was until the head of the Allied Earth forces at the time had decided to take charge. The person's name was Oscar White. Later on, after the war, he had given himself the title of Supreme Commander and then appointed the 7 head generals of the other bases. Of course, not everyone agreed to this, and there was the disturbance of ability users running wild. It was later on that the big 3 families would be established and further along the line True Dream would be added to make it the big 4. In the rose-like building that was seen whilst on the train, There was something called the leader's table inside. Whenever a big decision was to be made, the supreme commander, the 7 head generals, and the big 4 would be called together. Seeing the first person to enter was the supreme commander, it looked like Quinn's guess of who the other 4 seats were for was spot on. "Will the others be arriving?" Oscar asked his personal aide on his right that stood by his side. It was a female who wore a fairly short skirt and round glasses with a ponytail. Rather than looking like she worked for the army, she looked like a security for a big tech company instead. "They should be here any second, sir." As she said that, the doors from behind opened wide and the 4 others entered after. The first person to enter was a large man who looked to be in his 50s, with a huge apple-like belly. His hair was a scruffy mess that went up into a triangle shape, and his nose was large and round as well. He went on to sit in one of the empty seats, and as he sat down, he gave a loud belching burp. As the air left his mouth, a stream of fire came out with it before quickly disappearing into the air. Bernie Sunshield, leader of one of the big 4 families with the ability of fire, Sam said. The next to follow after him was a female who seemed to be mostly dressed in black head to toe, and on the top of her head was a pointy hat. The hat was covering most of her facial features as there was also a veil attached. The only thing that could be seen through was her large smile and her purple dark hair. Not a word was spoken as she sat down in her seat as well. Mona Bree, the only female to be part of the Big 4 and head of the Bree family. Their ability, Beast Tamers, Sam explained once again. Just behind her was someone who didn't need any introduction at all. Vorden and Quinn both saw the man's face. The blood around their body started to pump harder. "Jack Truedream," Quinn said before Sam could introduce this man. "The ability to steal others' abilities." The last person in the room surprised all 3 of them. "Huh? Wait, this isn't the leader of the Greylash family," Sam said confused as he saw the last person enter. Although Sam seemed to not recognize the man, Vorden and Quinn did, for it was the same person who sat by the side of them while watching the block event. If he wasn't one of the Big 4, then why was he there? All 5 of the seats were currently filled, but Sam was deeply confused, and it seemed like he wasn't the only one, as the others in the remaining seats also looked over at the remaining person sitting down. Whoever it was not one they were expecting. "What's wrong?" Quinn asked, still a little amazed that there was a good chance an important figure was sitting next to them for a while without them realizing it. "Well, as you can see, the 5 seats are for the Big 4 family members as well as the Supreme Commander. However, the leader that should be sitting in the last seat is from the Greylash family. The current leader is an older patient, respected man. This person looks like he just graduated from the military academy." It was true, even before when Quinn had seen him, he felt the man was in his early 20s. That's why the idea that he held a high position never crossed his mind. "Your information is a little outdated," Vorden said. "I heard that the old man was sick for a long amount of time. There were even rumors that he had already passed away. But for fear of not having a new master, they decided to hide this information from the outside. If my guess is right, they can no longer hide it. The person you're looking at is the new master." What Vorden had said was very plausible in Sam's mind. The question was, Sam, who prided himself in being exceptionally knowledgeable in current world politics, had heard the same rumors. But it seemed Vorden was equally familiar, if not a little more. This strange group of people started to interest him more, and perhaps Quinn wasn't the only person to look out for. Inside the special booth, the room was quiet, and the others continued to look in the direction of the young man. They were waiting for him to say something, but he continued to play with his long hair, twirling it around his finger with his right hand. The others remained patient, hoping he would say something, but one person's head was furiously starting to shake, as he hated to be ignored, and it looked like hot steam was blowing out from his large nostrils. "Rude! Are you not going to say something?" Bernie shouted. "You can tell we are all waiting for you. Unless no one told you how to show respect." Oscar stood up in an attempt to try to defuse the situation. In a way, the military was the bridge between the 4 big families. It was hard because each power was considered an equal, and the same could even be said for them. "I'm assuming the elder passed away then, and you are here as a step-in?" Oscar asked. The young man finally turned his head, acknowledging the others in the room. He looked at each one carefully with his narrow, piercing eyes. It wasn't an everyday look one would give when looking at someone, and the others felt this as well. It was as if he was analyzing every one of them there. The others, sensing this, felt a little threatened, as if they were about to be attacked at any moment. "And why would you assume I was only a step in and not the actual new head?" he asked. The large man started to chuckle. If the Greylashes were stupid enough to appoint such an arrogant young fool like you, then they must have really fallen. In a few years, the Greylashes might no longer be a part of the leader's table." The calm look on the man changed ever so slightly after hearing those words. He was no longer playing with his hair and instead pulled his fingers apart between his thumb and index finger. In between these two fingers, a faint blue light could be seen, and if one was to look even closer, little sparks were starting to go off. "Those are fighting words. If you really want to test my abilities as the new head, we can put on a special exhibition show for everyone to see right here, right now," the young man said. Bernie, in response, stomped his foot in anger. As it hit the ground floor, flames shot up from his feet. It looked like small wings had appeared before quickly vanishing away into clouds of smoke. "I'll burn you to a crisp right at this instant." The soldiers standing by watching were all frightened of what was to happen. Right now, it looked as if two of the strongest people on Earth were about to do battle. If they were to try to stop them, they couldn't do a thing. It was also a big reminder to everyone. These people in the room were not friends. If it wasn't for the fact that each of these people had a common enemy, the Dalki, there would still be a civil war between all five of them. "Please," Oscar said. "Today is an event for the future generation, for the kids to display their skills, not you two. If you wish to fight, then do it after we get rid of the Dalki." Oscar then walked over to the young man. In all honesty, he too didn't like how the young man was acting. Usually, he had a good read of people's strength, but it was nearly impossible to tell, which truly frightened him. "I'm sorry for assuming you were only a stand-in. It was my mistake to say so. I will be the first to welcome the new leader of the Greylash family." "Please name," Oscar asked. "Owen Greylash, the new head of the family, the youngest and most powerful head to ever serve." When saying the last line, he looked past Oscar and directly at Bernie. "Well, he's a confident leader. I'll give him that," Mona said. "It's a good trait to have," Jack agreed. With everything having calmed down a little, they each sat adequately in their seats, and it was time for them to enjoy the event now. The speakers were turned on, and now all of the screens displayed what was happening in the center of the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a wonderful day so far. There were many spectacular events, but as usual, we have saved the best till last. The first round of the 3 main events will now begin, and to start it all off, we have the wonderful crafting event." The camera then went on to show the materials of what was on each separate section. As you can see, each participant has been given the same materials. The only thing that is missing is the beast crystal. Once all participants are ready, they must try to figure out with their eyes alone what the best use for the beast crystal would be. Then our wonderful judges will decide which equipment is best. Each of the participants started to appear from underneath the arena and were now entering the ground floor. The participants had a number displayed on their watches, indicating which platform they needed to head off to. "Hey, there's Logan," Quinn said, still looking over the edge. "Number 33. Oh, you have a friend in this event then. I guess I'll keep an eye on him." Just then, Sam tried to squint over the edge where Quinn was looking, but they were too far up to be able to see anything. It just looked like a bunch of ants were down below. Without looking at the screen, there was no way he would be able to see what number any of the participants were wearing. "You have some good eyesight," Sam said. "Oh, thanks," Quinn replied nervously, to which Vorden gently stepped on his foot. It was a reminder to be careful since they were no longer alone. That's when he realized Fex still hadn't arrived and decided to send another message just in case. "Now, let the tournament begin," the announcer said. Immediately, the students started to work away. The first step was to inspect the crystal. Crystals were quite versatile and could create several different weapons and armor, but certain patterns and shapes seen within the crystal could help decide what one would be best to be turned into. An example, a crystal from a turtle-like beast would usually best be used to make defensive equipment, perhaps even a shield. It could be turned into a weapon but wouldn't be very useful. If one didn't know what beast it had come from, they would only be able to tell by inspecting the crystal. Once this step was complete, the crystal would need to be melted down to the appropriate temperature, depending on what was to be made. The next step after was deciding the mold and finally mixing the melted beast core with the required metals. Cheap or expensive metals could be used but would affect the quality of the end result. The rest was down to the forger. Depending on the forger's level, the quality and strength of the weapon or armor would be decided. Most of the students had already finished inspecting the crystal and had moved on to the melting process. The camera continued to pan around to the many students working away hard. However, the camera eventually reached one student. A short little one who seemed to be just standing there with his eyes closed. It looked as if he was sleeping in the middle of the tournament. "What is Logan doing?" Quinn thought. "Looks like he's asleep if you ask me," a voice said from behind. As the boys turned their heads, they could see Fex standing there. "What took you so long?" Quinn replied back. Quite some time had passed since Vorden had sent out his first message. No matter where Fex was, it shouldn't have taken him as long as it did for him to arrive. It wasn't as if the boys were joined by the hip, and they couldn't do anything themselves. But it was more like there was nothing else to do. The event was the only thing happening right now. Other than Quinn and them, Fex didn't get along with anyone else being a level 1. So he had no one else to watch the show with either. "Hey, come on. Did you miss me that much?" Fex said, looking at Vorden, who had a strange look on his face. He was still wondering about what could have taken him so long. "Look, don't worry, I just had something that really upset my stomach yesterday and was in the toilet. Trust me, you don't want to go into the boys' toilet by screen 4. I think you can still smell it." Vorden looked at him even stranger now, and even Quinn was starting to feel slightly awkward, and it wasn't the bad jokes. Did vampires even get stomach aches? Vorden thought. By bad meal is he talking about blood? "So I heard that you guys dealt with the Zack problem all okay, huh? Why don't you tell me about that? What happened with that?" Fex's words when spoken were quick and to the point. He wasn't even giving enough time for the others to reply to what he had already said. Fex was acting really strange. He usually joked about a lot and often, but it felt as if he was trying to force himself this time. Quinn noticed this and a few other strange things straight away. As soon as Fex arrived, he was sweating. Vampires often didn't even sweat from strenuous activity as they had high amounts of stamina. This was different. This type of sweat was from something else, as if he was scared. The other thing that made Quinn think this was his heartbeat. The stronger a vampire was usually, the less their bodily organs needed to be used. Their heartbeats were able to be slowed, and the amount of blood and oxygen that needed to be carried around their body was lessened. So the fact that Quinn could hear that Fex had a fast heartbeat, he knew something was up. He wasn't in control of his emotions right now. "Damn it, they know. Calm down, will you?" Fex said to himself in anger, seeing that the others weren't buying his act. "Hey, you said your friend's number 33, right?" Sam called over. "Well, it looks like he isn't doing too well." Their attention was focused on Fex this whole time that they had forgotten about the competition. When looking at the screen, the camera was once again focused on Logan, and still, he hadn't touched anything. "Well, it looks like he doesn't care about the event then," said Vorden. "You're probably right," Quinn replied. Hearing this, Sam was quite shocked. How could someone waste an opportunity like this on such a grand stage? Not only were the Big Four watching, but so were many factions from all over. A forger was highly sorted after, so even if the one displayed a little bit of skill, they could quickly join a faction and live the rest of their lives peacefully. The two decided to question Fex later. Acting strange wasn't a call of emergency. It couldn't have been something urgent. Otherwise, Fex would have informed them immediately. They both trusted him now after the many times he had helped them out before. The timer continued to go down for the event until, eventually, the buzzer had sounded, signaling the end of the competition. Using his advanced eyesight, Quinn quickly looked down at all the items that had been made and used his inspect skill. It allowed him to see each item's stats clearly displayed out, as a screen hovered above each one. At first Quinn was doing this individually looking at an item, but then suddenly, a familiar sound was heard. Inspect skill has risen to level 3. The number of times he had used the skill while looking for Zack and now during the contest had helped greatly, and finally, it had risen to level 3. No, when looking at the items, all of them immediately had a screen displaying their stats. There was no longer any need to use the inspect skill on each item individually. Seeing this, he could see the level of equipment made significantly varied. It seemed like they were only given a basic crystal to make an item. Some had chosen to make ranged weapons out of the crystal, some chose regular melee weapons, and a few decided on armor. It just went on to prove how difficult a forger's job was. The fact that not everyone had made the same item meant it wasn't easy to decide what the crystal would be best used for. However, when Quinn looked using his inspect skill, he could quite clearly see. The ranged weapons and armor had an extra description, saying whatever stat the current weapon was at would be halved. Some of the poorer-made equipment only allowed an increase of 1 strength. With the 50% stat decrease, it practically meant the weapon was only a little better than using one's own fist. The melee weapon was the right choice, giving the user an extra 2 strength when being used. The perfect melee weapon that could be made from the item was a long sword. Whoever had made a long sword out of the items, it would give an additional 3 strength. There were very few long swords that had been made with the crystal. Then finally, there was a difference in the quality and skill of the forger. The ones that had made a long sword, each one of them looked quite different from another. Some just had a basic +3 in strength, and there was one with a +4. But in Quinn's eyes, there was a clear winner out of them all. For one of the students managed to make a sword with a +3 to the strength stat, but also it had an added weapon skill. The judges have made their decisions. First of all, students who made armor or ranged weapons. You have been knocked out of the competition. After this was said, about half of the contestants had left the stage while the rest had passed. The weapons were then further inspected by the judges, but nothing was said as they had all passed anyway. Before the next event was to start, organizers interviewed 2 students. The first student was the one that had created the long sword with the added weapon skill. The audience members were a little confused about why he was chosen to be interviewed, as they weren't informed about who had made the best weapon. But Quinn knew why. Maybe if I don't become a traveler in the future, my skill could be used to become an inspector of beast weapons. Quinn thought. With just a single glance, he was able to tell a lot of information about a weapon. The next student who was to be interviewed was Logan, which came as a surprise to many. Logan, we just wanted to ask you a question. You were the only student to not make anything out of the materials presented today. Is there any reason for that? The female asked as she shoved a microphone directly to his face. I am not a forger but an inventor. I find making weapons quite tedious and boring, to be honest with you. I felt because I don't respect the art of forging like others, this was not my stage. Logan replied. From the side, a few of the forgers started to chuckle. Yeah, right, what a good excuse. More like he doesn't know how to forge a weapon. He would just have been embarrassed with whatever he had made. The student had said this quite loudly on purpose, trying to embarrass Logan. Logan then grabbed the mic closer to himself and faced the student. I assure you, creating something that would best the weapon in your hand would only take a few minutes. The interview had a huge smile on her face. She loved drama and entertainment, and it was moments like this the crowd loved as well. Very well, would you like to redeem yourself, Logan? Why don't we allow you to create a weapon now and a judge can come over and decide? Usually, Logan wouldn't have done something that placed him in the limelight so much. However, he hated it when others said that he couldn't do something when he could. It was as if they were calling him a liar. Very well. Logan walked back up to his section in the arena. All of the equipment was still untouched from before. The event organizers allowed this as usually there was quite a bit of setup time before events and they would delay it with useless speeches or question and answer segments. This was far better than any of those. They had planned to give Logan the same amount of time as the other contestants, 30 minutes. However, Logan didn't need it. The forgers were allowed to use their abilities. Many of them had abilities that would help in the forging process, and Logan was no exception. The little spiders that covered his costume in a small suit started to break down and reform. They gathered on his back and then started to sprout out 3 individual arms on each side. When they finally finished forming, it looked like Logan himself was a giant spider. "That's kind of cool. I'm not going to lie," Borden said. The arms went to work, and now with 8 of them he was able to do multiple things at once. After 5 minutes had passed, he had finished creating a longsword. The crafting speed alone was enough to have the other impressed. They didn't even really care about the quality of the weapon. Still, the judges standing by the side could already tell while watching Logan make the weapon that it was one of decent quality. It wasn't the best weapon to be made today, but for the amount of time it had taken it was better than they had expected. The interview grabbed the long sword created by Logan, and the one made by the heckler forger from the crowd. She lifted both in the air, and then struck them both against each other as hard as she could. "We have a clear winner," she said. As she lifted the sword made by the heckler, the camera zoomed closely on the sword. And there was a reasonably large chip that went in around halfway into the side of the sword. When they turned to look at the one Logan had made, there was but only a small scratch. The crowd cheered in excitement as they saw this. They loved someone who could back up his word. They were far too used to braggers who could never achieve what they said, and it seems like Logan was not one of them. "Your friend is a strange one," Sam said. "If he could do that all along, then why didn't he?" Quinn started to laugh as he looked around at the other two, and then Logan down below. "We're all a little strange," he replied with a smile. As the crafting event had ended and the judges were discussing what to do with Logan, they had wished for him to continue in the contest, hoping to see his skills once more. However, rules were rules and they were not able to make an exception. Logan was disqualified and could now return to the others above. Deep underground, it was time for the next set of contestants to prepare themselves. Layla took in a deep breath, for now it was time for the ranged event. Shortly after hers, it was then Peter's turn as well. Fex, can you hear me? Hello? Quinn said, waving his hand in front of Fex's eyes. Snapping out of his daze, Fex soon realized where he was. "Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about how amazing Logan was," he replied. Quinn had called out Fex's several times, and the others had even left the area where they were watching the main event from. They soon realized that Fex's eyes were still glued to the arena floor. They were about to grab some snacks, yet for some reason he hadn't followed. "Hey, seriously, if something's on your mind, you can tell us." "You know that, right?" Quinn said. "I still remember what you said when we were underground on that planet. We're now blood brothers, right?" Hearing this from Quinn was meant to cheer him up, but instead, it seemed like it had only made him sadder. Before Fex had arrived and joined the others, he had a very uncomfortable confrontation with the last person he wanted to see. It was his sister, Silver. He knew that his family would send someone after him, perhaps even multiple people, but he had never expected them to send over Silver. His sister was known for upholding the vampire laws no matter what. She was strict and always completed the tasks given to her. The complete opposite of Fex. If it was anyone else, Fex felt like he could have probably convinced them to let him stay, or even run away, but not from Silver. She was far too powerful and would have never let him stay. On the platform where the two had seen each other, she slowly walked towards him, and he was frozen in place. Suddenly, thoughts of the others he had met during his time came into his mind, especially Quinn. If he was going to leave, he wanted the chance to at least say goodbye. When she finally reached where Fex was, she handed him the small silver flask. "This is yours, right?" Silver said. "I found it with a bald-headed teacher. The person seemed quite strong. I thought you might have been dead." Fex looked at the flask, and knowing that the other one he had was still with Quinn, he knew this had to be his. "Oh, it is mine. I thought I had lost it." "You fool," Silver snapped. "You know how important items like this are. If the family were to find out, then who knows what they would do to you. You've already broken so many rules. Don't go around breaking more, making your punishment worse. Fex didn't know what to say. It was hard to argue back, and he just stood there looking defeated. When Silver saw the sad look in his eyes, a slight pain was felt in her chest. It was true, Silver did care for the vampire rules above everything else. She always completed her mission and was strict on everyone around her. However, Fex didn't realize that she had a soft spot for one person in particular, and that was her little brother. "I'm here to take you back," she said. He looked up at her, now with even more sadness in his eyes. He had spent only a couple of months on Earth, his dream place, and had only spent it at a school. The event was the first time he felt like he was actually doing something different, playing games and joking around with the others. "I know, let's just go," he said. Plodding his feet along as if they weighed 100 kilos, he walked slowly towards her. "I still have some unfinished business here, and I can't just take you or leave in the middle of my duty as a teacher. If I was to leave now without telling them I was resigning, they would find it suspicious. I shall inform them after the event is over. You may stay until then. Also during that time you must clear the memory of those you have gotten close to. We shall alter your files and deal with your disappearance on our end," she explained. The expression started to change on Fex's face once again. He still had a few more days with the others, and now he at least had the chance to say goodbye. "However, we shall meet daily. You will update me on what you are doing and where you are. I can't have you going off and disappearing again," she said. With everything said that she needed to, she started to walk off. "Thank you, big sis," Fex shouted. "You're the best." Although many couldn't see it, it would have been a rare sight for many. A slight smile appeared on her face. Still, even though Fex could stay for a few days, he now had a lot on his mind. When he thought about it, maybe he was selfish, wanting to say goodbye. The quicker he had left with his sister, the less chance she had of finding out about Quinn. This was now a big worry on his mind. No matter what, he didn't want his sister to find out about him. Fex still didn't know the truth behind Quinn but decided to leave it for now. If she were to find out, she would quite possibly insist that Quinn head back with the two of them. Then if they were to find out he had made Peter an illegal, unregistered vampire, it would be hard to stop any punishment he might receive. When Fex had returned to his friends, all these thoughts were filled in his mind. There was also a good chance that now Silver knew about him, that she would be closely watching him, so he didn't run away. Should I warn Quinn about my sister? Or will it only make matters worse? As long as his sister didn't find out about Quinn, there was no need to worry about them. However, there was one thing he couldn't stop, and that was Peter taking part in the tournament. The second he started to fight or she got close to him, she would be able to smell him. No matter what, she would find out about him, and Fex needed a plan. There was one chance he had, and that was when he would meet up with his sister every day. The four boys had finished getting their snacks and drinks and were just waiting for the next main event to start. This time, rather than watching the match from over the edge, they had decided to find some seats near the big screen. When looking around, they managed to spot someone who had a small crowd around them. "Look, please, I just want to enjoy watching the next events. If you have anything else to ask, please just send me a message later." As soon as Logan spoke these words, he quickly handed over a contact card that contained his email and contact details. He was never really good at interacting with people, and the attention he was getting wasn't enjoyable at all. After a few adverse reactions, people started to understand and break away from him. "You can finally join us then?" Vorden said. The boys introduced Logan to Sam before deciding to have a sit-down together. They quickly discussed the video, and Logan confirmed to Vorden that even if they unblurred the video, it was hard to tell the one in the video was Quinn. With this whole matter settled, it felt like a weight was lifted from their shoulders. All apart from Fex, of course. "So, how do you think Layla will do? Did she look okay?" Quinn asked, concerned for his teammate. "She seemed to be distracted with something else," Logan replied. "When I informed her about your video, her mind was, let's say, busy. To be honest, I'm pretty sure she doesn't care for this tournament like us." Logan didn't need to explain why and couldn't due to Sam being there with them, but the boys knew what he meant. Due to her already being a member of Pure, There was no need for her to try hard. The event was about to start, and the screen displayed the field where it would take part. Compared to before, it looked like the arena was completely transformed. On the screen now, there was what looked like a little makeshift town. The town looked to be partly destroyed and looked more like ruins. But there were several areas that would allow students to use them as vantage points. Vorden was the first one to release. The place had been built in a particular way made for ranged weapons users to take advantage of. I wonder how they managed to make something so fast? Quinn asked. Oh, that's simple, Logan replied. They just had a few Earth users come on stage and make it real quick. I saw them getting ready as I was heading out. The participants of the event entered the stage once more. All the ranged users entered with their beast weapons by their side, while also wearing a strange red-colored chest piece that seemed to cover their entire upper body. When looking at all the participants closely, not a single one of them wore any beast armor or boots. The only different thing was the weapons themselves. It seemed like each participant was also given different types of material to be used. For bow users, they were given all the same arrows, and the same for the other weapons as well. The ranged ammunition given to participants was designed to explode on impact and produce a paint-like splatter. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants are now ready for the ranged event, so I will quickly explain the rules. Each person has been given a set amount of ammunition to be used for their ranged weapons. There is a safety period of 1 minute where participants will not be allowed to attack each other and must enter the small makeshift town. If a participant does not follow this rule and chooses to attack, they will be disqualified. The aim is to hit others while not being hit yourselves. If any bit of paint touches the red marking on the participant's chest, a sound will indicate, showing they have been eliminated from the round. Students must quickly exit the field and the red-colored chess piece will turn black, showing they are no longer active. After the first 40 students have been eliminated, the round will end. Scattered around and inside the building are several ammunition spots where the players may refill. Now that the rules have been fully explained, let's get this show on the road. The students were randomly split into 4 groups for this event. Each of them was to enter the small makeshift town from the north, south, east, and west entrances. The layout of the town was like a plus sign. There were several buildings and small alleyways, but larger pathways crossed each other in the center. Layla was at the north entrance, and by luck, it seemed like there were a few others that she recognized with her as well. The annoying blonde-hair girl along with the brother and sister pair. Just my luck to be put in the same group with them. She took in several deep breaths. For some reason, the nerves were getting the better of her. Usually, she was quite good at calming herself down in these types of situations. Her mother would always tell her that one would only get nervous if they actually cared about what they were about to do. Does that mean I actually care about this lame event? In truth, she already knew the answer. I just have to get through the first round. If I can do that, it will prove I could actually do something on my own and I'm not just some burden on everyone. Layla said to herself, just don't get eliminated. Just don't get eliminated. You can do it, Layla. She carried on repeating these words to herself as if it was some chant. The more she said, the less likely it seemed to become a reality. Although she was going against Pierce's wishes, they hadn't even bothered to explain to her what they had planned to do, which had irritated Layla quite a bit. Going against their orders, she would at least have liked to pass the first round to prove to herself she could do it, and then she would immediately eliminate herself from the second round with no problem. One more day in the event couldn't hamper their plans too much, and wasn't even like they cared if she didn't. All right, and let the event begin. The buzzer had sounded signaling the start of the event, and students from all 4 entrances had entered the small town. Above the arena, a holographic display of the countdown had begun. Some students had split off immediately from the group and went on to look for their hiding spots, while others already had a few targets in their minds. And Layla had a sneaking suspicion she had become one of those targets. Right on her back, out of the corner of her eye, she could see the blonde girl and brother and sister pair. Although this was a singles tournament, it looked like they knew each other beforehand and had decided to team up. While looking around, Layla noticed that this was a tactic that had already been implemented by many. A lot of people were running together in groups rather than singles. Did they decide this beforehand or just now? It was too risky for Layla, and she knew no one else in the competition. All her friends were on the outside, and if she teamed up with people now, how would she know if she could trust them? Hoping her suspicions were not right, Layla decided to stop going along the straight path and bolted in between two buildings down an alleyway. However, just like she had expected, the other three had followed her. Why did you have to target me? What did I do? Is it 'cause I look weak?" she said in anger as she gripped her bow. There were now only 15 seconds left on the timer before participants were allowed to hit each other and eliminate them. "That's not fair," Quinn shouted at the screen, seeing that Layla had 3 people on her tail. "Why are they grouping up on her? Quinn, you should know better than anyone that this world isn't fair. Not the way it is right now anyway. It's not against the rules, so let's hope she doesn't take this loss hard." Vorden replied. "Loss, you can't count her out just yet," Fex said positively. "She can still turn this around." Still, both Quinn and Vorden knew the reality. It was 3 against 1, and they were all also higher ability users. The only chance she had was to try to run into another group of people and hope the 2 of them fought it out, allowing one group to eliminate the other. But Layla wasn't even thinking about this tactic. She never thought of trying to use another group to get rid of the one on her trail. She was too focused on trying to figure out how to get rid of them all by herself. If she didn't, she would have felt even more useless. She finally decided to enter a small building and headed straight for the stairs. At least this way, she could face them down the stairway one by one, as it was quite narrow. When she reached the top, she turned around the corner and waited. Beep. The sound of the buzzer had gone off, indicating once again that the students were now allowed to attack. "Come on, I need to survive the first round at least, and even if I don't, I'm taking one of you with me." She gently peeked around the corner, but there was no sound. Not even footsteps could be heard or shuffling of any kind. "Have they given up?" she thought. Just to make sure, she fired an arrow and twisted it around the corner with her ability, hoping to hit anyone on the other end of the staircase. Ding. A little bell sound was heard, indicating that a player had been hit. A broad smile appeared on her face. When attempting to move, she looked down at herself and noticed that her red chest piece had turned black. She was the one who had been hit. "Hello," a high-pitched voice from the right side said, sounding a little distant. When she looked outside, it seemed like the voice was coming from a glassless window on the other side of the room. She was on the 2nd floor, and if one were to climb up from the side, they would have either made plenty of noise or exposed themselves to the many other students. Yet she had heard nothing. Popping her head outside of the window, she could see the blonde-haired girl being lifted by her other 2 colleagues with wings on their back. They were flapping backwards and forth, allowing them to pick up the girl to reach the window. As much as she wanted to shout out in anger at the girl, she couldn't. Layla had lost fair, and she hadn't even put up much of a fight. "I'm sorry," Sam said, seeing that one of their friends had been eliminated. Not only that, but she was the very first student to be eliminated as well. "Come on," Quinn said. "There's no need to watch this anymore. Let's head back to the hotel, and we can try to cheer her up." He had hoped that Layla truly didn't care about the event. However, he felt like even if one didn't care, it would be pretty embarrassing to be the first one to be eliminated. In the past, she had helped him many times before, and without her, Quinn didn't know what his current situation would have been like. He wanted to be there for her right now. Being eliminated from the event, Layla left the field and was allowed to head back to her hotel rather than the underground slot. She had made sure to sign out and return the equipment given to her and proceeded to write her name down on a digital tablet. When she grabbed the pen, she was able to see that she was the first one to have written down her name, confirming she had returned the equipment. Quickly, a digital signature was placed and she walked off heavy-footed. She took the elevator that went directly to the top of the arena. It was a little walk from where she was, since the underground facility looped around and had Several placed along the way. The elevator from the arena floor allowed one to go straight into the hotel lobby, as they expected some students to want to rest straight away or cool down before doing anything else. The ride up the elevator felt like it was taking forever to reach the top. When she had lost, She didn't know what emotion to feel. She had tried so hard, and the only thing she wanted to do was get past the first round. When finding out she was the first participant to be eliminated, it hit her even harder. "I am useless," she said as tears started to roll down her cheeks. "Everyone was right, Vorden, Pure, my mother, that girl. They all told me several times that there was no reason for me to be here. Aaron, where are you?" she cried, as the elevator made a ding, indicating it had reached the top floor. She made sure to quickly wipe her tears away with her sleeve for fear that there might be someone in the hotel lobby that would have spotted her. When the elevator doors opened, Layla took a step forward and was surprised to see a single student standing in the hotel lobby, not too far away from the elevator entrance. The purple hair covering her single eye and her face could be seen when she turned around. "CIA?" Layla called out. "I've been waiting for you, Agent 100, CIA replied. When her eyes met with CIA's for a brief second, Layla was quite pleased to see someone was waiting for her. When Aaron had disappeared and left them, felt like she had no one to lean on, no one to confide in. Aaron had been the strong figure that Layla wished she could be, and yet it was something she would never be able to achieve. However, when she disappeared, Layla was a little lost. She had Quinn, but after finding out she was with Pure, their bond was a little broken. There was also the fact that Vorden would constantly get in between the two and kept trying to fraction that relationship. In the middle of all these events that surrounded her, there was a little ray of hope, and that was CIA. After the last portal expedition, she had seen a scared little side to CIA during that time. She seemed afraid of Quinn and the others and was confiding in her due to that. Layla, when seeing this, was seeing a version of herself when she looked at Aaron. In a way, it made her believe she needed to become a stronger figure to know that someone was relying on her instead of the other way round. This time, she would be a pillar of support for CIA. That was until the words spoken out of her mouth were like 1,000 knives had been stabbed right in her back. There was a straight look on the young woman's face. Her tone was serious. "I've been waiting for you, Agent 100, CIA greeted. There was now not a doubt in her mind. There were only two groups of people that knew her identity, Pure and Quinn's group. However, what Quinn's group didn't know was her agent number, and her ranking had recently just dropped as well. The fact that CIA knew this confirmed that she was part of Pure herself. "I know you might be shocked, but it was all because of Agent 5, CIA explained. Agent 5, this meant CIA being close to her was all of her mother's doing. Suddenly a realization was coming into her head. From the very beginning, since she had entered the academy, CIA had been her roommate. They had specifically told Layla that she was the only agent that was sent to Military Base 2. Was everything a lie? Now she didn't know what to believe. Was he new friendship CIA fake? Was her acting scared was nothing but an act? What was worse was how much did she already know and how much were they reporting back to Pure? Her own mother hadn't trusted her to even complete a mission like this, that they had to send backup to look after her. When there was a bond of trust, it went two ways, but her whole life it had always been one-sided. She trusted her mother with the purest true intentions even though she had so many questions. She trusted her mother when going through her hellish training that she felt like was torture. She trusted her mother when she had told her life would be better in the future. Yet she didn't trust Layla. After everything that had happened so far, something had snapped inside of Layla. Layla walked right past CIA, ignoring her. "Wait. What are you doing, Agent 100? CIA asked, a little shocked by Layla's actions. "Don't call me that, I'm not a number," she shouted back. "I have a name and I have a pretty good one." At that moment, the automatic doors to the hotel lobby opened and in walked in Quinn and the other boys. They immediately could see her bloodshot red eyes, but had mistaken them for sadness instead of anger. "Are you okay, Layla? What's wrong?" Quinn said as he rushed over, placing his hand on her forehead, checking if she was all okay. "Idiot. Why didn't you come sooner?" she said. "And your hand's cold." At this moment, the full waterworks had come out, as tears of waterfall started to fall and her head was now laying deep into Quinn's chest. "Hug her, dude," Fex whispered in his ear, while the other two boys pretend to look away and whistle. Not knowing what to do in this type of situation, He listened to Fex's advice and gave a strong and firm hug to Layla as he tried to calm her down. "Quinn," she cried. "I don't want to be useless anymore." "I don't." "Layla, when have I ever said you were useless?" Quinn replied. At this point, Vorden had decided to step away, knowing full well he had said that a few times. "You have done nothing but helped me from day one," he replied back. Seeing the scene, CIA didn't know what to do. She had still not even finished explaining the details of the upcoming plan. Agent 5 had assigned her the task to look over Agent 100. No matter what was to happen, this was her only mission. But right now, she couldn't interrupt this scene. "Layla," she tried calling out. "Go away! Go away!" she screamed. At this point, the others noticed that CIA was standing behind her. And seeing this strange reaction, Vorden started to wonder. He found it strange that Layla had broken down like this over the event. Sure, she would be upset, but was it really such a big deal? "Hey, she clearly doesn't like you being here, so just scram," Vorden said. "I can do what the hell I want," CIA snapped back. "You're not my boss, and you're not a teacher," she said as she continued to walk forward. "Just remember, I know about your secret, and yours," she said as she pointed at both Fex and Quinn. Sam, who was currently a bystander at this point, didn't have a clue what was happening and was finding it hard to follow along. "It's like I've been transported in the middle of a soap opera while still in the middle of the season," he thought. CIA continued to walk forward, not caring about anything. However, after a few steps, she suddenly could no longer move. Something seemed to be restricting her movements completely. Then a breath was felt behind her neck. "I would like to see you just try to tell anyone about that," Vorden said, in a sinister voice. It was the first time she had heard him speak like that. When trying to look down, she could see his hand pressed against her throat, with nothing but a chopstick pointed at it. Perhaps others would have laughed. But the deadly aura coming off from his words, she knew it was no laughing matter. Then, when looking ahead, she could see another person, who had his hand held out steady, with all his fingers pointed. "Now, why would you choose to threaten us?" Fex said, when hearing the words she spoke. He felt like this was the worst time for anything to be revealed. If the humans had found out what he had transported into, not even his sister, Silver, would be able to save him. That's why the instant she had moved forward and made the threat, he had activated his strings to hold her in place. At the same time, he immediately saw Vorden in the move, and carefully made sure to allow the strings to not restrict any of his movements. However, Fex soon realized he didn't need to do much, as it seemed like Vorden was able to see and move away from the strings via his own accord. He's a skillful one. At this point, Layla had nearly stopped crying. Quinn still had her held in her hands. She pushed away slightly from his chest and looked up into his eyes. "Quinn, please, I don't want to go back to them," Layla said. "I want you to turn me. I want to stay with you. I want to be stronger." To Sam, it looked like Layla had just made some type of confession. Although it sounded weird based on everything that happened, it was the only thing he could think of. But Quinn very well knew what she meant. She wanted him to turn her like he did with Peter. He was very hesitant, especially after what had taken place with Peter so far. But what happened with him didn't mean the same would happen with everyone. After all, his own life had changed quite a bit, and Layla was in a troubling situation. He had already figured when she had said she didn't want to go back to them, that being with them was preferable than to Pure. Changing her meant she would be leaving Pure and going to his side. Leaving a big organization like that wasn't simple. One would need the power to fight back, and Layla didn't have that. "Very well," Quinn replied. Quinn placed both of his hands on top of Layla's shoulders and moved her off slightly to the side. Hearing Quinn agree to turn had made her overjoyed, and the sad emotion that filled her was starting to disappear. Perhaps this was the big change she needed in her life. "Thank you," she said as she sniffled a little bit and rubbed away the last few tears. Of course, right now wasn't the time to change Layla and go through the blood ritual. Even she knew that. They were in the middle of the event, and there was always the chance the same thing that happened to Peter could happen to her. It was best to wait until they were back at school where Logan could access the black market in case she did turn into a ghoul. "Ladies and gentlemen, the fighting event will soon begin," the speakers announced. The sound of the crowd outside beginning to move was heard. The crowd cheered louder than before, and it could even be heard from the back of the hotel lobby where the group were at. This announcement and reaction made it clear it was the most anticipated event even out of the main three. "Nate," Sam said in a rush. "Sorry guys, I really gotta go watch my friend. It looks like you guys got things handled here anyway." Although many things were happening in front of him, he hardly knew this group of people and was just helping them out for the time being. What he wanted to do now more than ever was go and support his true friend, Nate. "I'll come with you," Logan said, as he was equally concerned at what might happen to Peter, and one of them from Quinn's group needed to inform them of what was happening. The others didn't have to worry about too much with Sam. It just looked like some type of strange invitation, and nothing was ever mentioned about Quinn being a vampire or any sort. All that was revealed was Quinn and Fex had some type of secret. Seeing the level 1 on their wristwatch and how confident they were, he probably guessed it was something to do with the fact that they hid their abilities, yet were in the school on the basis of being weak. Of course, this was something he could report to the school if he wanted to, but he saw no reason to. Not being in the same military school, he would have no benefit from doing such a thing whatsoever, not that he would have even bothered in the first place. The two boys quickly left together and went ahead to the Screen 2 area, while the other three were left behind. However, after hearing the announcement, Fex was equally worried and wanted to leave as soon as possible. There was a good chance his sister would be watching the fight. Depending on how close she was to the arena, she would smell out Peter. Or there was even the chance of Peter revealing some of his powers, giving him away. The problem was he was the one holding CIA right now. "You two can go as well," Quinn said. "I can deal with her on my own." Both Vorden and Fex looked at each other from the other sides. It was the first time Quinn was requesting something like this. He would often ask for their advice in situations like this, so they found it a little strange. Did he already have a plan? "Are you sure?" Vorden asked, still keeping the chopstick he had in his hand close to CIA's throat. "I'm sure," Quinn said. "Honestly, I haven't given up on Peter yet. I need you two to see if there's any way of saving him, any gaps in their routine if we can ship him off. I know it's unlikely, and even if we can't, at least find out what they plan to do to him, so we can get revenge later on." It was the first time they had heard Quinn declare that he had planned to go against the military in the open like this. Saving one's friend from them was different. He was now clearly saying if he couldn't save them at one point, he would punish those that did this. "I like it," Vorden said with a smile. "I agree," Fex said as he let the strings loosen and returned to him. Vorden quickly ran over, and the other two had left the hotel lobby as well. Quinn quickly looked at Layla and just gave a slight nod, indicating her to go off and follow the boys. Before leaving, she whispered something into Quinn's ear. CIA started to look around the room to see if there was any way out. The hotel lobby was quite large, and the area they were in was near the elevators around the corner from the reception. It was a good 20 meters before they could be in sight of anyone. She then looked up at the top right-hand corner where a camera was present, but she also knew that was useless as well. There was a specific reason why CIA had chosen to meet Layla here. The camera here has been disabled already. In the security room it would just show a loop, and also it was far enough from the reception area where no one could hear or see them. With no choice and the others gone, she felt she could only do one thing. A spirit spear formed in her hand, and she quickly threw it out towards Quinn. Straight after, she tried bolting it towards him, as she wished to run past him and head for the exit or at least the reception area. Moving to the side, avoiding the first spear, Quinn then went ahead to CIA. Another spear was thrown, and this one had hit him directly in the stomach. "Yes," she said, knowing full well that Quinn would have been slowed down, but it was useless. Quinn wasn't even using his full speed. Half a second later, he was already directly in front of her, and he quickly threw out his hand, grasping his fingers tightly around her neck. Even with the debuff, he now had far surpassed any regular human speed. As she looked into Quinn's eyes, she could see for some reason there was great anger. When the other two had left, she thought the most troublesome ones had gone. Instead, it looked like the worst one was left behind. He knew from the conversation earlier that she was pure, and before Layla had left, she had told him not to worry about the cameras. "What is Pure planning to do?" Quinn asked. "As if I will tell you," she croaked out again. Why was it that she seemed to be getting strangled all the time by these psychos? She thought. However, what she was also surprised at was the fact that Quinn knew about Pure. Did Layla tell them everything? How much do they know? When she asked for him to turn her, what did she mean by that? To stay with Quinn, does this mean she's chosen to betray us? I must inform Agent 5 immediately. She started to stretch out her fingers to reach into her back pocket. Inside was a communication device. Maybe she wouldn't be able to talk out in the open, but if she were just able to turn it on, they would know something was up. No reply was a sign that an agent would be in trouble. Quinn's eyes started to glow even redder now, as he had activated the influence skill. You better hope this works this time. Otherwise, I have no choice but to get rid of you. CIA looked into Quinn's deep red eyes, and her body was frozen in place. She didn't know why. Please work, Quinn said. I don't want to kill again. Again. CIA heard now, fearing for her life. The four others had just arrived at screen 2. They went ahead and sat down in the seats ready to watch the fighting event. It seemed like there was quite a bit of preparation work to be done. So thankfully, the fights hadn't started yet, and they were busy explaining the rules to the audience. Now, when looking out on the field, 10 slightly raised circular cylinders went up from the floor to as high as the first row of audience members, keeping them eye level who were watching from their seats. This allowed for nearly the perfect view for those sitting there. The flat top surface of the cylinder would be the fighting platform for the participants. There were a few ways to lose in the fighting tournament. Your opponent would be knocked off the cylinder platform. One was to be knocked out, or the referee, who would also be on the cylinder with them, declared one of the students a winner. When looking out on all the cylinders, Fex could see his dear sister on one of the platforms. Of course, she had to be a referee, he said. Underneath the arena, the contestants were all busy getting ready for the fighting event. The weapons and armor they had hidden until now were all out on full display. Even if one was to see what their opponent was wearing, there was too little time to try to come up with a countermeasure. On top of this, the participants themselves did not know who they were going to go up against. Students for this event were also able to use whatever equipment they owned. It didn't matter whether one person had higher gear than the other. It was all about individual strength rather than skill. The focus was to show how they would compete out in the real world. Above, there were 10 platforms, allowing for there to be 10 fights happening simultaneously at the same time. The fighting event was one of the most important and most significant events, so they needed not to have too much going on at the same time. Their goal was to allow the students to display their powers, and if all the students were to fight at the same time, it would be impossible to keep track of them all. Many factions and important members were watching this event, looking for their next recruits. Before going onto the stage, each of their stage names would be announced, allowing them to know who they were watching and something to remember the students by. All of the students who were in the fighting event were split into groups of 10. This meant on the first day, half of them would be eliminated. Nate continued to look around and eventually spotted Larry. Looks like we won't be facing each other in the first round. That's good. Let me see how much you have improved before I fight you myself, he said. It wasn't set in stone, but Nate was pretty sure that the groups had indicated who would be going out together, and those in the same group would be facing each other. When he looked over to the group to his right, he could see not only Larry but also the student who had the 2 guards who had never left his side once, standing at the back. I guess it's worth keeping an eye out on you as well, Nate said, still curious why they never left his side. We have something important to tell you, the guard whispered into Peter's ear. Don't even think about surrendering or giving up the fight. If you do, you will be paying a visit straight back to the dungeon, and trust me, I can guarantee you don't want to go back there this time. Even with the man's threats, it didn't bother Peter too much. What he was far more concerned about was what they were planning to do. Were they really going to just let him have a fair fight with one of the students here? It was clear now after spending a whole day with the guards. With Quinn and the other's strength, there was no way for them to save him. He wasn't stupid. Whatever they plan to do, I won't let them have it go their way, Peter thought, trying to make it as hard as possible. All right, everyone, Group A, please start to make your way to the platform, a soldier ordered, and the first group, which had both Peter and Larry, started to make their way up to the stage. Nate started to rub his hands together in excitement. He couldn't wait to see what would happen. Inside the underground arena, they also had several screens which allowed them to see what was going on above. He would have to observe from there. The anticipation of finally meeting the blood evolver was killing him. They had all entered the field as the crowd heavily cheered for them. The noise was so loud it felt like the whole arena was vibrating slightly. Not everyone was here for recruitment, and it was clear some were here just to enjoy the show that would be put on. It looks like Peter will be in the first batch, Logan said, watching from the top platform in his seat. I wonder what they're thinking? Vorden asked. Rather than worry about what they are thinking, I'm far more concerned with what Peter is thinking. He is a little unpredictable when it comes to situations like these, Logan replied back. However, Fex was now sweating heavily. He crossed his arms and nervously tapped his foot away, staring at the screen. He was far more concerned about a bigger problem. Not being able to take it anymore, he had left his seat and walked over to the edge to look down at the arena. Seeing Peter on the screen had made him worry even more. Oh no, Fex thought. The second he looked at his sister, he could tell from the expression on her face. She had discovered Peter. As soon as Peter had entered the arena and started to walk over to the platforms, in an instant, she could smell that there was someone different among them. Then when they further split up, she finally had spotted who and where the smell was coming from. I was meant to be the only one stationed at a military base. There were meant to be no others, not only that, it's a subclass. Don't tell me. A worrying thought started to go through her head. It was clear that the subclass vampire was illegal. She would have been informed before coming otherwise. There were no doubts about it. The problem was who had created it. Was it her brother? If so, there might no longer be any way for her to save him anymore. After breaking so many rules, he would not get off with a light punishment. Unable to do anything in the middle of the tournament, for now all she could do was keep an eye on the illegal, while continuing to judge her own fight, since it looked like she wouldn't be judging the battle with the illegal. Underneath the large, stone cylinders, 2 students stood either side. The pillars were spread evenly throughout the arena, allowing the audience to see a fight no matter where they were. But they also had screens that would display the other matches in case they were interested, and if some fights ended quicker than others. In the crowd, every so often, there were soldiers stationed, and this included General Duke. The audience didn't think it was so strange since it was the fighting tournament, but the reason for the high level of security was something else. Is everyone ready? During the fight with the student known as Peter, everyone is to keep an eye. They could come out at any second. Duke ordered into his communicator. The soldiers were there in case of an attack from Pure. In fact, there were even more soldiers than the audience knew of. For several members of the crowd were also disguised. Not knowing the importance of the member they had in question, they were also unclear how much effort they would make to rescue him. There was also the possibility that they weren't even going to rescue him at all. The 4 leaders and Supreme Commander were here. Any rescue attempt would require their full power, and in all the years before, there had never been an attack on the event. However, there was one thing they were sure about, and that was the fact that they would be watching. Jack, sitting in his booth, was excited. He didn't really expect anyone from Pure to come. That's why he wanted to put Peter up for the fight in the first place, so they could brutally see one of their own being beaten to death. By each of the pillars, there was an additional soldier down below. Their job was to catch anyone who would fall off the stage. As the first stage names were announced, the soldier below stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a smaller pillar raised the student onto the fighting platform. This was readily done as each of the students' names was being called. A cheer followed with each name until, eventually, they had reached the last platform, Platform 10. The soldier stomped his foot, raising Larry Steele to the stage. And on stage 10, introducing Octopuncture. Looking at the screen from underground, Nate was slightly confused by the name choice. So you're not going to reveal your blood evolver in front of everyone? Huh. But what kind of lame name is that? The man then stomped his foot again, and a pillar rose from underneath Peter, allowing him to step onto the platform. And next, we have his opponent, Zombie P. When this name was called, there wasn't much of a reaction from the crowd in the arena. However, the students above and below underground were stunned, and Nate couldn't keep his jaw closed. As Peter's name was revealed to the audience, there seemed to be a strange reaction between a few people, and others started to notice this shift. The VR game that Peter played, Power Fighters, was very popular, and the user Zombie P had become a hot topic amongst players. However, there were a few important things to note. Not everyone who played the game visited the forums. Only those that truly enjoyed the game like Nate and Sam were a part of this group. Second of all, the servers that Peter played on were the military servers, meaning the only people who knew about Peter were the military students themselves. Still, the strange reaction caused by the students above started to spread like fire. When one or two would start to talk and murmur, others beside them would ask what was so interesting. Is he really Zombie P? A student asked. Maybe he's just a fan? Can someone explain to me who Zombie P is? Ah, you don't know. He's quite well known in the VR game Power Fighters. The students were busy sharing information and videos of Zombie P's performance in the game, and soon nearly every student now knew about Zombie P. However, those who were in Dell's class were confused as the video clearly showed the person in the video had a regenerative ability, while the Peter they knew was an Earth user. Those that knew Peter couldn't believe the connection. It just didn't make any sense. Although Peter's information was being spread between the students, the same couldn't be said for the people in the arena. They had come from outside of the military, and even though the game was popular on the outside, they didn't have access to the military servers and knew nothing of the name. This was the same for Jack and the others in the booth as well. While they all had their eyes spread, watching all the participants fighting, Jack was mainly focused and excited for the beatdown that Peter was about to receive. Wait, you're friends with Zombie P? Sam asked, shocked by what he had just found out. The others had told him they were mainly watching the fighting tournament because of Peter but didn't explain much else. Unknown to them that this type of reaction was going to happen. The fact that everyone was talking about Peter came as a surprise even to them. Wait, can somebody please explain to me, what is the big deal about Peter being called Zombie P? Layla asked. I guess I should explain this one since it's partly my fault, Logan said. One day, when I was busy doing my usual tinkering away at my workbench, Peter had decided to play the game. Unbeknownst to me, he was causing quite a stir in the online world and had become infamous because of his powerful regenerative abilities. Logan was unable to go into further detail due to Sam being there, but there was quite a difference between Peter's ability in the game and the one out there. The game had managed to copy Peter's unique body structure. Rather than ability, it determined his body was what was causing the extraordinary healing. This was why it allowed him to use his abilities in the game the same way Quinn could use his as well. But just how Quinn was able to use his blood abilities with no drawback, Peter could use his regenerative abilities as well, making him nearly invincible in the game. In real life, this wasn't the case. Peter did have extraordinary healing abilities, but if he was pushed to the edge, he would no longer heal until he was fed. Let's just hope True Dream isn't planning something stupid. Nate nearly exploded into excitement after hearing the user's name. Now he thought he understood why they were heavily guarding him. Noticing his watch's level showing a 1, there must have been something different about this person. Perhaps they didn't want the secret to being revealed. Either way, Nate was beyond excited. He was going to watch a match between two infamous people from the game The Blood Evolver versus Zombie P. Ladies and gentlemen, the match will now begin. The buzzer had sounded, and the fight had now started on the 10 platforms. There was quite a mix to the sound of the buzzers going off. Some students charged in immediately, causing fireworks and sparks to fly as they battle, while others patiently circled the ring, waiting for the right chance to attack. Most of the attention was focused on the flashier matches and didn't pay attention to much else. Silver, who was one of the referees of another match, had her mind focused somewhere else. I need to get this match over and done with as soon as possible. The two students she was watching were both female, and the two of them continued to circle each other, waiting for one of them to attack. Come on, Silver thought. At last, one of the female students swirled her hands around and blasted a hydro pump full of water. A strong stream of water came out from the palm of her hand and was heading straight for the other student. The distance was great between the two, and the other contestant was not worried about an attack like this. She would easily be able to avoid. But then, she noticed Silver walking around the edge of the ring. This was fine. As a ref, one needed to reposition themselves to stop the fight at any moment, just like a boxing match. For a second, though, the two of their eyes met. The stress was now heading towards her. What's this? I can't move. The student was shocked. She screamed at her body to jump out of the way, but it just wasn't listening to her for some reason. Am I that nervous? She thought, but it was now too late. The powerful stream of water had hit her right in the chest, causing her to be lifted off her feet and sent her flying through the air. She was now off the platform and was falling down below, but soon she felt her back hit against a solid ground. I'm alive, she said, feeling her heart beating rapidly. When she stood up, she noticed she was on a makeshift pillar that was slowly descending back into the ground. The Earth soldier below had raised a new platform as soon as he saw her fall off the platform. We have our first winner, the announcer said. The female student was upset and was still confused about what had happened, but she was only a first-year student and put it down to the fact she must have been more nervous than she thought. Finally, now I can focus, Silver said. During the fight, when the student's eyes had met with hers, she had activated her daze power, freezing her for a moment. Her goal was to end the fight as quickly as possible, and it seemed to work. Now she could freely watch the illegals battle. That was a little strange, Owen said, sitting inside the booth still playing with his long hair. Did you notice something? Oscar, the Supreme Commander, asked. You didn't? It must have been my imagination then, he replied. It's quite hard to focus on one fight in particular when so many are going on, Mona Bree said. Many of them had already chosen to form the initial inspection, which they wanted to watch. From a glance at equipment, it was usually easy to tell which students were stronger. Good equipment indicated they were strong enough to slay that beast in the first place. However, this wasn't always the case, as some received more support from their family members than others. On the other hand, Owen was only interested in one person, and that was Silver, and this was the reason he had paid attention to their fight. While Jack had his pure attention focused on one fight, and it looked like something interesting was going on that particular platform. When the fight had started, Larry immediately had gotten into a fighting stance. He had his gauntlets and full beast gear on. Everything seemed to be at the intermediate level, and looking at him reminded him a little bit of Quinn. Although as soon as he got in a wide fighting stance that changed, as Quinn usually fought more freely, adapting as he went along. Larry waited and waited for Peter to do something until eventually, Peter raised his hand in the air. I forfeit from the match, he said. Peter didn't care about this match, and fighting meant there was a chance revealing himself and Quinn. Originally, he wanted to fight but thought this was for the best, even if he was to die. The words had been spoken loud and clear, and Peter even raised his hand to signal this to the ref. Even so, the ref stood there in silence. It was as if he had never even heard the words in the first place. I said I forfeit, Peter shouted. There were no mics on the students, and the platforms, along with the noise from the crowd, was far too loud and far for anybody to hear. Seeing this, Jack started to giggle inwardly to himself. You think you can just give up? No matter what you do, you can't run away from this fight. The whole audience and that disgusting organization of yours are going to see you be beaten till you can no longer move in front of everyone. The other matches seemed to be ending faster than expected as the participants continued to be announced as winners. This was half-expected from the first group, as they were all composed of first-year students. The event was set up this way, so the stronger first-year students would proceed and have a better chance of fighting against the second-year students in the later rounds. Between the first-year students, there was quite an immense power and skill gap. This gap would mostly be the case on the first day as the weaker students were thinned out. This way, the fights that were to be shown later on through the week wouldn't be so quick to end. The fighting event seemed to be drawing to a close, as there were only 3 platforms with fights still going on, with one of these being Peter's. So this is your grand plan? A setup? Peter thought. The tournament had to be rigged from the beginning. The judge not replying was an indicator he was working for Jack, and his job was to make it so Peter was unable to surrender or forfeit no matter what. Is the student working for Jack as well? It was now hard for Peter to tell who was working for Jack and who wasn't. If he was able to set it up so all of these things fell in place. There was a good chance the student, the ref and the solder below who was meant to catch him, were in on the whole plan as well. There is another way? Peter said as he looked at the edge of the arena. But if his suspicions were correct and the man below also worked for Jack, there was no way the man would try to catch him. From this height, his legs would shatter and would have to be regenerated on the spot, revealing his powers. If his powers were going to be revealed one way or another, he would have rather done it fighting instead. Larry was tired of waiting and finally decided to charge in. As he rushed forward, he made a loud war cry and banged his 2 gauntlets fists together. If he could, Peter would have liked to win this fight without showing his regeneration abilities. He needed to be careful and figure out just what his opponent's ability was, especially since he was a level 6 ability user. Making sure not to stay too close to the edge, Peter decided to also come forward. Larry had beast gear on that was also enhancing his speed, while Peter wore nothing. Still, he managed to match his speed, and the 2 of them met dead straight in the center. A fist was thrown, and Peter moved his head out of the way, avoiding it by a few inches as the strike went past his face. The attack was powerful, and the air around it had caused his hair to move. From Larry's other hand a wide swing was thrown. This time Peter responded by duking underneath it. "Your friend's good at dodging at least," Sam said. From his experience, although those blows looked wild, they still came out at a good speed and with full commitment. It was clear with the first few punches that Larry was not the blood evolver. There was no finesse in the punches, just raw power. Still, if the blows connected, it was also clear they would do quite a bit of damage. Vex continued to watch the fight nervously. If he was right in guessing that Peter was actually created by Quinn and Peter was a white, it meant Peter in terms of stats was just as good as Quinn. The longer the fight went on, the more chances of Silver finding out, if she didn't know already. After dodging a few more punches, Peter was still wondering just when Larry was going to use his ability. He didn't want to make the first move until he had uncovered this secret. Another 2 swings from the side came one after another, but then suddenly Peter felt something grab him around the waist, and then something else held him tightly around the legs. When looking down, he could see what had latched onto him. A set of arms had grabbed him by the legs, and another set by his biceps, while the other 2 were where they should have been in the usual place. Right now, all the other fights had finished as it took a while before Peter's officially got going, which meant all screens were on him and everyone could see him being lifted in the air by 4 arms. "Haha! This is perfect," Jack said. "What perfect timing for everyone to see what is about to happen." The others in the room thought Jack was a little too happy watching the students fight. Apart from Oscar, the others never really got on well with Jack in the first place. Looking down at the arms, Peter remained calm as usual. He no longer feared death, maybe this was because he was already dead. He then started to look at the arms closely and started to count. 1, 2, 3.4, 5, 6. Suddenly Peter began to chuckle to himself. "What's so funny?" Larry said, annoyed, and also a little concerned when he felt like he had his opponent trapped. Most of the beast gear that he had on had a unique trait to enhance one's strength. This was perfect for Larry. With his ability to grow extra limbs, it meant he had more power than an average person in each of his arms. "I never knew I was fighting with an idiot. Was your name Octopuncher? Shouldn't you have 8 arms and not 6? Peter asked. For a moment, Larry stood there still, and soon he began to realize his mistake. His cheeks started to turn bright red, and his face felt hot. He didn't have a stage name before coming today, and when they had asked him, he thought of the best thing he could come up with at the time. "Arg!" he screamed. "I'll kill you. continuing to hold Peter in place with his other arms. He pulled back both his fist and punched Peter directly in the ribs. A cracking sound was heard, and the bones moving and fracturing could be felt in Larry's knuckles. Peter's body reacted to the attack, and the expression on his face changed as the air was punched out of him. But no screams were heard, as no pain was felt. However, Larry was too angry to even realize this and continued to punch Peter repeatedly. After breaking his ribs, he went on to move his body around and hit his forearms and lifted him up to beat his legs. The whole audience was able to see the one-sided match on the screen. "This is not the bloody Volver," Nate said, disappointed as he clicked his tongue and looked away from the screen. The man he was watching was nothing more than a wild beast. The others continued to watch and were wondering why the referee hadn't stopped the match yet. They could see him standing there clearly watching such a one-sided fight, but did nothing to interfere. Some of the other referees had decided to stop fights before it had even gotten to this stage. In the end, it was up to the ref in the ring to determine when to stop the fight. They had information the others didn't know, such as student abilities, just in case it was all part of the plan. "Don't you think the match should be stopped soon?" Layla asked. "If you were to ask me, I think that ref is a little dirty," Vorden replied. Finally, the punching rampage had stopped, and he allowed Peter to fall to the ground, retracting his arms back into his body. When Peter fell, the bones in his shins were now shattered. There was no attempt to lift himself, as he couldn't even stand up. He just laid there, having fallen to the ground. At this point, Larry was already walking away. "This match is over," Larry said to the ref. Although many in the arena thought the match was over, including the ones in the booth, the opinions of many of the students were different, including Sam. "Well, if he's the real zombie P, then the match has only just begun," said Sam. It had only been a short time. Less than a minute had passed, and Peter's legs had already healed. He stood up from the floor slowly as his arms and ribs were still under repair. His body was twisting and turning in positions impossible if one's bones weren't broken. And everything slowly started coming back into place. Finally, Peter was once again back to his usual self. "Well, it turns out one person didn't disappoint me," said Nate. "You really are the real zombie P." Peter moved his neck side to side, making sure everything worked as normal. "Well, now my ability was revealed to everyone anyway," Peter said. If Peter was to allow himself to take another beating like that, then after regenerating once more, there was a high chance he would need to eat human flesh again. Although they knew this secret of his, they didn't know the whole part, and the eating flesh was a bigger problem than the first one. Now his secret was out, he had no choice. He needed to fight back to not give out any other information up to them. "I like it better this way," he said with a smile. Everyone in the arena now thought they understood why the ref hadn't stepped in. It must have been due to the knowledge he had known beforehand. The ref must have known that the student had a powerful regeneration ability. But the truth of the matter was that the ref was just as shocked as everyone else. He had been informed beforehand that the student had a transformation ability. The audience members were too far away, and the screen never focused long enough for them to tell what level Peter's wristwatch had shown. They all just knew he must have had a powerful regeneration ability, and now it made sense why they had allowed him to fight in the tournament. However, the participants knew differently, having seen not only his level but the number of guards that were always around him. "Is he some type of mutant?" they thought. Now as for Jack, who was sitting in the booth, he wasn't upset by this sudden change and surprise. Instead, he was excited but at the same time concerned, for he was thinking along the same lines as the students. He had gotten so excited, he stood up from his seat. "This has to be the doing of Pure," he thought. Duke had already confirmed he had a transformation ability, and before that there had been reports of him having an Earth ability. Have Pure finally managed to create a monster? For years organizations and different research institutes had dabbled in the possibility of allowing a student to have more than one ability. Due to the human cell structure, it seemed impossible, but they progressed onward. To Jack, it seemed like Pure must have been able to finally succeed in creating a body that was able to have more than one ability. "He might be even more important to them than I first thought," Knowing this new piece of information, Jack was determined to continue his plan of luring out Pure. He was unsure whether or not they had made more people like Peter, but even if they hadn't, they would hate the idea of the military getting their hands on something they themselves had yet to discover. "You hypocritical bastards," he thought as he sat back down in his seat. The crowd continued to cheer away, and now the students were keeping a closer eye on the match than before. "Did I miss much?" a voice from behind Layla said. "Quinn," she replied. It looked like Quinn had returned and was in one piece, which meant he must have dealt with the problem. Layla gulped when she thought of the possibilities of getting rid of that problem. "So what happened? Is CIA?" She couldn't finish her sentence for fear of the answer she would hear back. "She's alive, but it's complicated," he replied. Pulling off Layla to one side, he decided it was best to explain the full details of what had happened as soon as possible, especially since this involved her. Back at the hotel lobby place, around the corner where the elevators were located, Quinn was alone with CIA. When Quinn had activated his influence skill, her eyes had hollowed out and it looked like his skill had worked. Before it looked like it had nearly worked, and now with his charm points increased, it seemed to just be enough to push her over the edge. Not wanting to waste this golden opportunity, Quinn decided it would be best to ask her some simple questions. He had tried asking her what Pure were planning to do at the event. However, he quickly realized that for some reason, any question that was about Pure would be answered with nothing. It was almost scary even to him. Every time he would ask them a question, she would try and search her pocket as if by automatic response. Usually, when one was under influence, they would be unable to control anything. There were two things that Quinn could think of as to how this was possible. Either his influence skill was barely working on her and she was still fighting back, or there was some even stronger type of mind control going on at Pure behind the scenes. Seeing that she repeatedly tried to reach into her pockets, Quinn decided to reach in and grab whatever she was trying to get. Inside one of the pockets, he had discovered a white pill. What its use was for he did not know. Inside the back pocket, there seemed to be a small little white remote. Afraid it might have been a recorder or something else, Quinn had crushed it to pieces on the spot. It would have been nice to give it to Logan, but he couldn't take any chances, and Layla had also informed him of CIA having something like this beforehand. If he was to find such a thing, he was told to destroy it on the spot. Since Quinn was unable to answer any questions, he feared that perhaps the next part wouldn't have worked either. This was the tricky part. How much did CIA know? Being an agent of Pure, she always had kept an eye on Layla and had been with her from the beginning. If he was only to remove the events from today and the Orange Portal expedition, there was a chance that Pure would be able to fit multiple pieces of the puzzle together. He couldn't risk it. There was only one thing he could do. Erase everything. He only said 2 words, unsure of what it might have done. He had asked the system beforehand, and he said she would be able to live and talk, so it should be okay. But whether or not she could live a normal life again, he did not know. Removing this much information was considered dangerous. After giving the command, her eyes whitened even further, and then the reflection of red was seen. This was the sign that his command had worked. Not wanting to be there when she came to, Quinn decided to quickly head back out to the others. He turned to look back at her one time, before deciding to head off again. A short time had passed, and CIA, who was on the floor, had come to. She lifted herself off the floor with a banging pain in her head. She placed her hand, making sure she wasn't injured, and started looking around at her surroundings. "What is this place?" she asked. Then something had hit her even worse. "Who am I? What's my name?" CIA couldn't remember anything. Not her birth date, not how old she was, or even the fact she was attending military school. The only thing she could remember was how to speak, and her normal bodily functions. Realizing this, a natural reaction had occurred, as she broke down in tears and screamed out. After hearing everything Quinn had to say, for some reason she felt bad for CIA. She hated Pure, but not CIA herself. Still, she knew it had to be done. Getting rid of her memories would be better than death. At least that's what she thought. "So do you know what this pill is?" Quinn asked as he handed it over. "All agents carry one with them. It's poison," Layla explained. If we were ever caught and in a situation where we think we might be exposed, we're meant to take it instantly. That's kind of messed up. Quinn let slip, forgetting for a second that Layla was a part of this messed up organization. Anyway, do you know what they're planning or what will happen now? Layla shook her head in response. I have no clue. My rank in the organization was never high enough, and it seems like they opted to tell me nothing now. My guess is as good as yours. With everything explained, Layla and Quinn decided to return to the rest of the group. They quickly updated Quinn on the events of the fight so far, and he only had one thing he could say in response. It looks like there's nothing we can do right now apart from one thing. Quinn walked up to the ledge and looked down at the fighting platforms below. He lifted both his hands by his mouth and made a cone shape. Taking in a large deep breath as loud as he could, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Kick his arse until he can no longer walk. It was a long distance, and even though his voice was projected very loud, the audience were unable to hear him. But that wasn't important. Quinn only needed one person to hear his words. Walking towards Larry slowly, Peter raised his hand and gave a thumbs up in the direction of Quinn. Now I even have permission. After watching the fast-paced regeneration of the student, Silver pretty much confirmed her suspicions. The student that was known as Peter was a white. There weren't many things out there with such a fast healing speed. The only other thing that had a similar healing speed was Wendigos, but it was clear that Peter had kept most of his human appearance, so it ruled that possibility out. Now that there weren't as many fights going on, she could also concentrate and found that there was no heartbeat. All these things led to the conclusion that he was a white. This could be a little troublesome or fairly easy to deal with. If the white was created by Fex, then it would be impossible for her or him to kill it, and she would have to find some other way to get rid of it. There was no way she could leave now knowing what was out and about. Without a ladder they could quickly go out of control. If it wasn't created by Fex, then that could be even worse. If possible, she would have liked Fex to deal with the situation, as he was able to move about more freely within the students than she could. But if it was created by someone else and the vampire turned out to be quite powerful, it might be too much for him to handle, and she would in the end personally have to deal with it. Whatever the case was, she would keep a close eye observing the white's strength. There was no longer any need for Peter to hold back. The military already thought he was strange after finding out he had several abilities. The worst thing that could happen was he would need to feed again, and that was the worst outcome. Knowing this and having the element of surprise, Peter continued to walk forward slowly. For some reason, Larry didn't know why, but he felt an immense amount of pressure. It wasn't the fact that Peter was giving out such a feeling. It was because someone who he was sure he had already defeated was now walking perfectly fine. This type of situation messed with one's head, and it didn't quite make sense to Larry. I beat you up once. I can just do it again, Larry shouted as he tried to psyche himself up to go in for the attack. Shouting out a war cry once again. This time, the four hands had come out of his back before charging in. The boots on his feet slightly went a bronze color as he activated the equipment, allowing him to move slightly faster. Then, planning to do the same thing as last time, the gauntlets were activated as well. I'm not taking any chance. I'm taking you down in one blow. Surprisingly, Larry was moving a lot faster than Peter had suspected, but it still wasn't fast enough. Knowing full well he needed to avoid the attacks, at the right time as Larry went for the grab, Peter jumped back, allowing himself to be just out of reach from the grab. With a dash, Peter tried to go around the side, but Larry wasn't going to let him get behind him. One hand retracted from his left side and popped out of the right side, swinging his fist out at the same time. Peter seeing this threw a fist of his own, but he wasn't holding back. You idiot, maybe you can heal, but you can't match my power, Larry thought. The two fists collided, and to his surprise, their strength was currently equal. One fist didn't push back the other, but the power was so strong that the bones in both of their fists were completely shattered. Ah! Larry winced in pain and slightly flinched, while Peter hadn't stopped moving. The pain had no effect, and by the time he was around the back of Larry, his fist had already finished healing. He's so fast. Are you sure he doesn't have the ability of speed as well? How can someone move that quick? Sam thought, watching from above. Fex looked over at Quinn and thought back to when he had fought against the king-tier beast. That's his speed, and with the boots, Quinn was even faster than that. If people saw Quinn fight in this event, just what would the reaction be to him? This boy is good, Owen said. Ignoring the things he's displaying for now, he knows how to use his unique traits to his advantage. At this point, Jack was grinding his teeth backwards and forwards. He never expected Peter to be this skillful. He was happy at first finding out he had the regenerative ability as well as the transformation ability, but this was unexpected. The aim was for him to lose the fight. Larry spun his body around, hoping to slam his gauntlet fist right into Peter's head. With the added strength of the gauntlets, his power should have overpowered Peter's. Seeing this, Peter didn't care to dodge but instead lifted his left arm right up to his head, while throwing out a punch of his own. In a fight, the best time to throw a punch is when your opponent is throwing a punch of their own. A counterpunch, Nate said, looking at the screen already knowing the outcome of the fight. Larry's fist had hit Peter's arm and had shattered his forearm, but the blow was blocked. In contrast, Peter's strike had all his power behind it, as well as the momentum of Larry coming spinning and coming towards him. As Peter's fist dug into his face, it had twice the power of what a punch-form Peter would usually have. Parts of teeth went flying out from his mouth, and blood started to gush from his nose. As his head was flung back, the white in his eyes could be seen, and the loud sound of the heavy body hitting the floor was heard. The ref rushed to the body on the floor and soon raised his hand. The winner, Zombie P. The single punch from Peter was all it took. Larry had been defeated. Slamming his fist down on his chair, Jack stood up from his seat and stormed off out of the room. What's wrong with him? Did he have a bet on the other kid to win? Mona asked. Don't be silly, Oscar replied. You know we don't allow those types of things. I believe he had been paying close attention to Larry for a while now and was planning to invite him into his family. This might have been quite a shock to him. Just leave him be. Outside of the booth, Jack continued to walk down the hallway. He was doing his best to try to calm down. Pure hadn't come out, and he had spent a lot of time preparing everything, and it seemed to be all a waste. Sure, he could still get his revenge just by reporting Peter or killing him in secret, but that wasn't good enough for Jack. He still remembered the embarrassment he received last time when they had taken both the students right in front of his very eyes. You think you can make a fool out of me, he shouted. We'll see that the fighting event isn't over yet. You think your little experiment is strong, huh? Well then, let's see how well it does against a real opponent. Jack started to laugh hysterically down the long corridor when his voice could be heard back at the booth. Some people in this world shouldn't have the power they have, Owen said out loud and clear, making sure everyone had heard what he said in the booth. Does that include you? Bernie asked. Owen shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? The event had come to a finish for the day, and there were several surprises for more than one. The audience was excited to return to see everything tomorrow, and the students who hadn't taken part in anything were restless. When they all returned to the competitors' room, they were eager to go out on the platform for the evening to expend all the energy they had pent up. Quinn and his group had decided to meet up at one of the coffee stalls. It was a bit late for coffee, but they wanted to discuss the possibilities that might happen to Peter, as well as update everyone about what had happened so far with CIA. They hadn't invited Sam this time, so they could talk freely, but did however plan to meet him tomorrow to watch the rest of the events. Quinn was the last one to arrive at the coffee shop, and sitting outside was Logan, Layla, and Vorden. As he walked up and took a seat, he noticed one was empty. Where's Fex? He said he wasn't feeling well tonight and would join us a little later, Vorden replied. The truth was, Fex had a prior appointment tonight. On the very top of Hotel 4, if one was to look closely, they still wouldn't be able to see anything, but perhaps if one had a pair of binoculars they would be able to see two figures. It was windy up at the top, but it was away from the eyes of any type of camera and was in a place that would have been hard to reach for many. Let me ask you something, dear brother, Silver said in a sarcastic tone. Did you know about the illegal? After the fighting event matches had ended, the participants had been taken to the medical office to have their wounds taken care of. Even those who hadn't received anything major injuries still needed to have a quick checkup done to them. For once, Haley was pleased that she wasn't one of the only doctors in the whole place, and it seemed like the rest had everything handled. She felt like it was one of the most leisurely days in her life, but perhaps she had said that too soon. In the middle of checking up all the students, she had been called over to check up on one of the students from their own military base. However, it wasn't one of the students who had taken part in the fighting tournament as she had first thought. When she entered the hospital-like room and turned around the corner, she was surprised to see a short-haired purple female student. "We don't know what's wrong with her," one of the nurses said as they took Haley around the corner. "It seems like she can't remember anything, her name, where she's from, what day it is. She's in a major shock, and we don't really know what to do. That's why we decided to call you over." After being updated about the situation from the nurse, Haley knew this wasn't going to be an easy one. For some reason, it seems stranger events than usual were happening this year. The female nurse had left the room to leave Haley alone with the student while she carried on to perform her other duties. As she left the room, she bumped into a man wearing the same type of scrubs as her. It was a male nurse. "Is everything okay there?" the man asked. The female nurse then looked around to see if there was anyone else down the hallway before spilling the student's details. The man looked concerned after hearing the information and wished her a speedy recovery. The man continued to walk down the hallway and placed his hand by his ear. "This is Agent 66. I have an update on the situation." Inside the pure metallic base, Agent 5 was busy sitting at her desk in quite a small spaced room. She continued to twiddle her fingers on the table as she thought about what to do. She finally stood up from her seat and opened up a digital display with all sorts of photos and numbers on the screen. As she moved her hand slightly above the pictures and words, they would move with it. Agent 100 is no longer answering her communicator. According to Agent 66, she did as asked and dropped out of the first round tournament, but due to the events surrounding Agent 72, we no longer know if the information was received or not. The question is, why is Agent 100 no longer answering her communicator? She then shifted her hand and brought up Agent 72's information. Beside it, there was a photo of CIA. With her memories being completely wiped, Agent 72 is as good as dead to us. We have no clue whether they were able to get anything out of her or not. Perhaps it might not be the best idea to go ahead with the attack after all. It was a tough decision, and it all was up to Agent 5 to make. She closed down the holographic display and went back into her seat. "I've decided, this operation is too risky. We will no longer plan to attack the event." A decision had been made. On the rooftop of Hotel 4, the two figures were the only thing standing there. The wind continued to blow up an intense high in the sky. "Illegal? Who's done something illegal?" "This is the first time I've heard of such a thing," Fex replied nervously. He couldn't even look directly at his sister, and continued to peer out of the corner of his eye to see what type of face she was making. When finally their two eyes met, he regretted it instantly as it was one that looked like a demon. "No more games, Fex. This has become a serious matter now," Silver replied. This was it. He couldn't hide this from his sister, and he had already expected a result such as this one to happen. Knowing fully well what was going to happen, he had already decided what he would do. He was never going to give up his blood brother Quinn. He saved his life, and in return he would save his. "Did you create that thing?" she asked. "No," Fex replied in a composed voice this time, to show this was no laughing matter. "When I arrived, he had discovered the illegal. At first I thought one of the 13 families had created it, but after realizing it was a white, I realized its master must have been close. I kept a close eye on who that could be and finally found out. This piece of information needed to be revealed to her. The important part of Fex's plan was he needed Silver to stop looking. Sooner or later, she would have gone looking and found Quinn by his smell. "Oh, since when did Fex become a little detective?" Sliver replied. "The law states we can kill illegals on the spot. If we know the creator is in the school, then let's finish off the illegal and return with the vampire." An expected response. His sister was quite predictable because she always followed the rules and tried to deal with things the quickest way without getting others involved. This little piece of insider information was the only thing he could rely on. Suddenly Fex went down on one knee and placed one of his hands towards the ground. He made sure to keep his head facing the floor to show the appropriate respect. This was something that Vampire only did to leaders, or lower ranks did to higher ranks. Although Silver was technically a higher rank than Fex, due to their positions within the family, he had never done this to her before, and it all came as a surprise. "Please, Silver, let me deal with the illegal, and I promise I will bring the vampire back to you tonight. You know I wanted to stay on Earth as long as possible. The truth was I knew the family would send someone after me sooner or later. After I found an illegal here, I have been making notes and tracking the vampire and them down. I thought when they would take me back if I also handed them in, there was a chance my punishment could be made lighter. I could use it as an excuse as to why I stayed here so long. Please give me till the end of tomorrow, and I will bring them both to you." A part of what Fex had said was the truth. He really had planned this. He just never thought his sister would be the one to get him. If he returned with the shadow vampire user, then his punishment would have been light. Silver thought about this for a while. Fex had broken a severe rule but not enough to be put into internal slumber. But there was a chance he could be put into temporary sleep for hundreds of years. She would hate to be apart from her brother for so long. If Fex caught these criminals, then there was a chance the punishment could be lightened. "All right, I agree with your request, but two things," she said. "One, not tomorrow, you need to do everything tonight." "Tonight? But that's too soon. There are guards and everything protecting the—" Fex said worriedly. "If you can't do it tonight, then I will do it myself tomorrow. This will be a test for you, and the second thing. The vampire must be brought to me, but the white must be eliminated." He knew this was the best he was going to get, and in a way it was a better result than he had expected. "Fine, I shall bring the vampire to you, and kill the white," Fex answered. The two of them quickly vanished, and now there was no longer anything on the roof. It was as if nothing was ever there. Walking along the top platform slowly was Fex. His usual neatly swept-back black hair was now a complete mess. The stress of everything was getting to him, and he felt like pulling his hair out. More than felt like it. There were times while walking where he had literally pulled out small parts of his hair from his head. Nothing noticeable, but he didn't even realize he had been doing it. He needed everything to go perfectly and still felt relieved that his sister had actually agreed into letting him do everything on his own. The only problem was he had a time limit. He needed to finish everything by tonight. To pull everything off that he had planned, he needed some help. He couldn't do this alone. Eventually, Fex had arrived at the small little coffee shop where the others were sitting outside. It was an hour later than they had planned, but it was still only 7 p.m., plenty of time for the rest of the evening. Sunrise was the time limit. "Hey, is everything okay with you?" Quinn asked, seeing the mess that Fex's hair was in. He had been acting strange all day, and now his appearance on top of this. Something must have been wrong, and now with the event over he could ask. With an awkward smile, Fex approached Quinn and started to whisper in his ear. "Do you mind if just me and you can talk in private for a second? I have something important I want to talk to you about," Fex whispered. Hearing this, Quinn's heart started to beat, and slight butterflies were felt in his stomach. If it was something that Fex only wanted him to hear about, then it had to be something to do with vampire business. The two boys left the group at the table and walked off slightly to the side. There was no one around them to listen in on their conversation, and they could now talk freely. "So, what is it?" Quinn asked. "Did something happen?" Fex went to fix his hair up and had a nervous look on his face. He never was a good liar, and today he had to put the performance of his life on. The only problem was he had to do it more than once. "Quinn, you're going to hate me for this." Fex placed his hand on top of Quinn's shoulder and looked to the floor before lifting his head and looking Quinn in the eye. "This is it. Have the vampires come to get Fex? Do the military know about me? What is it?" Quinn thought nervously. His palms were now sweating, and he just wanted Fex to blurt it out as the tension was killing him. "I'm in love with Layla." "What?" Quinn shouted out so loud that the others at the table could hear. It was something he had never expected out of all the possibilities. Layla, I mean, Quinn started to stutter his words. He was so surprised. I thought you had a thing for Erin? Quinn said. Erin. No, that was different. She was a skillful one like a diamond, but there were no feelings. He replied as he grasped his hands and pulled in towards his heart. He was trying to make it seem as if this was a painful conversation for him to have. With Layla, it's true love. I know you two are quite close and I didn't know whether you liked her either, but the thing is, I don't know how much longer I can stay here, and before I go I want her to at least know my feelings. Fex then turned around so Quinn couldn't see his face. He wanted to make this as dramatic as possible for him. There was always the chance that Quinn might have been able to see through this type of act. I know nothing can ever happen between her, you see, and me, but I want her to at least know, and I wanted you to know before I asked her, because you're my blood brother, right? Suddenly, everything was starting to make sense to Quinn. No wonder he had been acting so strangely for the whole day. A confession was always a big deal. With Layla, Quinn didn't really feel like he had any special feelings for her. He did feel protective of her, but didn't know whether or not it was beyond a friendship. Even if he did like her, Fex was so passionate right now. He could never deny him this chance. But what he did know was Fex was right. The two of them really were blood brothers. Go ahead, Quinn said. Make sure you tell her exactly how you feel. After hearing those words, Fex's eyes lit up as he turned back around. That's great, he said as he started to push Quinn in the direction of the hotel. Just head home, and I'll get the others to do the same. I plan to do it as soon as possible. You mean now? Yes, now, just go, he said as he gave another small shove. With that, Quinn walked back to the hotel room with a little smile on his face. It would be nice if two of his friends became an item, but it was a shame if Fex did have to go back. Good luck, brother, Quinn thought as he returned to his hotel room. Seeing Quinn walk off and away like that, the others who were at the coffee table were wondering just what was going on. The two of them seemed to be so dramatic about something and were a little worried that Quinn had disappeared off somewhere. Still, that quickly changed when they saw Fex walking towards them. He didn't have a face of joy or laughter like he did when talking to Quinn. This was the face of business. With his two hands, he swept back his hair and sat down in one of the seats that was placed around the table, and the aura that was coming off him was suffocating them. It quickly reminded them that Fex was not a human, nor was he a human that had been turned into a vampire, but he was a true vampire. Now that Quinn is gone, I have something important to say to you all. I usually joke around, but this time I'm serious. You may have many questions, but I urge you all to listen and hear me out to the end. Fex paused for a moment to see if any one of them wanted to say something there and then, but they all understood it was an important matter and knew to listen in carefully. Good, the vampires have discovered me, and they know about Peter. They don't know about Quinn yet, but it's only a matter of time. I want to first say this is my fault. They only came because of me, but after finding out about Peter, they can't let him live. To explain quickly, he is something called an illegal. Vampires do not have permission to create others without notifying their leader. Since Quinn created Peter without a leader's permission, Peter is considered an illegal. Usually, when we discover an illegal, they are executed on the spot. As for the one who created him, they are taken back to the Vampire Council to be judged for their crime. Now, I have no intention of turning Quinn into them. Ever since I got here, he has done so much for me. But they won't leave until I give them the vampire that turned Quinn. With that, I have a plan. Luckily, Peter knows the transformation skill. If we give him disguised as Quinn, that should be able to satisfy them. I will report back saying I have killed the illegal while also giving them a fake Quinn. Here is where I need your help. There are a few problems with this. Everything needs to be done today. I have told them I would deal with everything. I will be going to break out Peter, and for that, I think Logan, you will be the best to help me. The second thing might be an even bigger problem. I'm sure we all know if I told Quinn of this plan, he would never agree to sacrifice Peter for himself. Even when I spoke to him earlier, he still thinks there is a way to save Peter. The truth is, this might be the only way to save him. The humans will experiment on him to no end, but the vampires will at least give him a quick death. Giving Peter to them is not enough to fool them. We can smell our own kind, and Peter himself is not a vampire but a subclass of a vampire. If I handed Peter over, they would be able to tell he was a fake in an instant. Out from his pocket, Fex placed the flask on the table and put it in front of Vorden. During my time here, I have come to the conclusion that Vorden, you are the closest to Quinn. Whatever it takes, you must fill up that flask with his own blood. But it's important he does not find out about this. I have a suggestion which I think only you could do, and that's to knock Quinn and force the blood from him. He is a curious one. If you try to come up with an excuse, there is a good chance he will follow you, and it will ruin the whole plan. By the time Quinn wakes up, we will have already been gone. Fex had finished detailing out everything to the others, and they couldn't quite believe it. Both Logan and Vorden had suspected something like this would happen one day. They just didn't expect it to happen in the middle of an event like this. The other thing was they didn't even have time to prepare. They would have to act immediately. Vorden picked up the flask and placed it in his back pocket. We have no choice, we have to do this, Vorden said. But I have one question. Surely, sooner or later, they will find out that Peter is not the person they are looking for. What happens then? Will they come to look for Quinn again, and what will happen to you once they found out you tricked them? The serious face on Fex had changed to quite a sad-looking one after hearing this question. It was almost as if he had prepared himself for something. The vampires are careful ones. It will be a while before they send someone after Quinn. At least this will give him more time. Quinn is special, even though I know that he gets stronger by the day. As for your second question, that is not for you to worry about and for me to deal with. With everything said and done and with no time to waste, the group split up and proceeded with the plan. In the middle of Fex's explanation, after hearing and learning that the matter had something to do with Quinn, a particular person had found out that he could be in trouble. In the dark backroom of Vorden's mind, Syl had stood up and was interested in what they had to say. Most things seemed uninteresting to him, and with nothing happening so far that relied on Vorden using him, he had remained quiet. He listened carefully while standing by Vorden on his left side and Ratton was there on his right. The explanation had just finished as Fex asked Vorden to gather Quinn's blood. Well, of course, we're not going to agree to that, right? Ratton asked. Hey, I know I'm crazy, and I'll fight anything, but do you remember what happened last time? He turned into that bald-headed monster. Sorry, but I'm not fighting in this one. Ratton, didn't you just say you would fight anything? Vorden replied back, annoyed. Sorry, I refuse to fight anything that's that ugly with no plus side. At least when fighting a beast we get a crystal out of it. A human, well, that's just fun. But that. After hearing what Ratton had to say, Vorden was concerned and was hesitant whether or not to agree to the plan. Quinn was definitely strong. If it was the Quinn from a few months back, then maybe without Ratton's help and a strong ability, he would be able to knock Quinn out and gather some blood. Right now, he would need at least 2 strong abilities to increase his chances. It wasn't just a question of winning such a fight, but being strong enough to overpower Quinn to the point where he could win without having to badly hurt him. He could always try to find an excuse to ask about the blood, but he couldn't think of anything right now and needed a backup plan in case that didn't work. It looked like Fex's suggestion of beating and knocking him out was the best one. The question was whether he could do it without Ratton's help. Say, we'll do it, one half Syl said all of a sudden. This response came as a surprise to Vorden. The whole reason they had gotten close with Quinn in the first place was due to the way Syl saw Quinn. If we don't do this, the bad people will take Quinn away, right? Syl asked. It seemed like he had understood more than he thought. Vorden felt bad for underestimating Syl. Maybe he was slowly getting better, his mind returning to what it once was. Yes, you're right. If we do this, then the bad people won't take Quinn away. With Syl agreeing to help and fight Quinn just in case, they decided to take the job and get the flask. Vorden asked Layla to head back to her hotel room and prepare whatever she thought might help. In her room, there were still a few items she had from Pure that should be able to help block out the cameras around the place. The truth was, Vorden just wanted Layla to leave him alone while he made some preparations of his own. He didn't actually expect her to have some useful things. If there was the chance he was going to fight Quinn, then he needed the strongest powers he could find, and he knew just the place to get them. Inside her hotel room, Layla went under her bed and pulled out what looked like a small metal box. On the front was a keypad where she proceeded to input the code in her mind. Soon, the small metal box was opened, revealing the black ball that was usually in there. This time, though, the black ball looked a little different than before, as a blue flashing light was blinking on the front. This indicated that there had been a message left on it. Placing the blinking black ball on her bed, she chose to ignore it. No, I am no longer a part of Pure or that life. With her palm faced towards the ball, she started to concentrate. Slowly, components of the black ball were being pulled out piece by piece. They were gradually lifted away from the black ball and eventually, the ball stopped blinking. Inside the box, there were still a few more things inside. She quickly grabbed them and placed it in the pouch around her waist. They were special tools that she had been trained with her whole life, although she hadn't used them that much since it was her first mission and she hadn't really been given any tasks. She quickly went to leave the room to meet up with Vorden at their designated spot. But before doing so, she turned around one more time and took a look at the black ball. As she closed the door, she muttered, "Goodbye, Agent 100. Most of the students were still outside enjoying the atmosphere, checking out the stalls and playing all the games. It was busier than the first day because the public had also been invited to check out the place as well. It wasn't too late, and everyone was filled with excitement. However, Vorden was not one of these people. He continuously looked around the area to see if he could find the person he was looking for. Eventually, on his way to his destination, his search had led him back to the block game Quinn had played the other day. There were more people stationed outside, and there was even a large queue. It seemed like the video had made the game go viral. While looking at the line, he could only see students making up the majority of the queue. There were some with high levels on their wristwatch, but he couldn't tell what their abilities were just by looking at them. It was a shame that Berg, one of the Sunshield Fire users, was taking part in the fighting tournament. The strongest students currently in the school were all underneath the arena and were in that event. This meant Vorden only had one choice, but had no idea where to find them. However, it looked like luck hadn't given up on him yet, for the girly-looking man who sat by them today was also by the gaming area. Wasn't he one of the 4 leaders, the leader of the Greylash family? Owen. If I remember correctly, Vorden thought. Owen was wearing what looked like a fairly large traditional-looking gown. It covered him from his shoulders and went all the way down to his feet. It was white in color and suited him well, but only made his girly features stand out more. While Vorden was looking in his direction, the 2 pairs of eyes seemed to catch each other, and the man gave a wink. Owen had left the booth of the game he was watching and decided to walk over towards Vorden. Seeing this, Vorden strangely chose to walk away from the premises, up to the ledge where there were next to no people. Oh, he wants me to follow him, huh? Well, this should be interesting, Owen thought. Owen decided to play along with whatever games the student had, remembering that both he and the other one had reacted strongly after witnessing the video. He had returned to the gaming area tonight, expecting for the student to perhaps return, gaming for he was the one in the video. The other students thought of the same thing, but it looked like that wouldn't be happening. All the other students seemed dull and boring after witnessing the video. As soon as the man had come over, without saying a word, Vorden had gone in for a quick and unsuspected grab. All he needed to do was get in a single touch, and the powers would be copied. It was truly unexpected. Owen had expected that the student only wanted to talk, but his reactions were far quicker than the boys. Releasing that Vorden's intent was not to hurt him, he quickly thought that there must have been some other reason for this strange attack. There was no power behind this strike, and it was too sudden in front of too many people. Owen quickly opened up his gown, and from his waist, he pulled out a metallic fan. He quickly spread it open and blocked Vorden's fingers from touching him. However, Vorden was persistent and tried again with his other hand, but that too was knocked away. Not knowing Vorden's true intentions, Owen stepped back and initiated a small spark in his right hand. It was out of sight for others to see since his body was blocking most of it, plus he had purposely made it very small. It was a warning. If Vorden tried to strike again, he wouldn't hesitate to use his powers. I have no choice, Vorden thought. This is for Quinn. The look in Vorden's eyes suddenly changed, even being felt by Owen. He had never felt such a strong presence come from a student before. He thought that he was right to think those kids from before were interesting. Using the fan, he covered the bright smile on his face. Never before had a student made him feel this way. My name is Vorden Blade from the Blade family. Using my name, I request you to stand down. Answer my request and give me your hand. Upon hearing the words spoken from the student, he now knew it was no laughing matter. The smile he had before dropped in an instant, and as quick as the smile had dropped, so did Owen with his request and gave Vorden his hand. With his sizable white gown and hair covering his face, Owen wasn't very recognizable to the outside people. Unlike the other family leaders, no one knew what he looked like. Today was the first time the newly appointed head was revealed, and that was only found out to the people in the booth. Sure, there were some like Quinn and his group who had paid attention to who was sitting in those seats, but none that knew about the situation. When looking at someone so young, they would have never suspected them of being a leader. The people around outside weren't even paying attention to such a thing that was happening off to the side. They were far too involved in their own things or the gaming center that was close by. After learning about Vorden's true name, he had no choice and gave his hand. The excitement that was felt when following the student now turned into horror. Although his heart was beating rapidly and he was a little scared, there still was a little spark in the back of his mind. I wonder why he needs to borrow my power? His curiosity to find out new and exciting things had always been his downfall. He even felt that his current views were different from the head and those around him. Owen was always interested in the younger generation who was closer to his age. He wanted to know how they felt about the way things were currently run. However, if he was to try to get involved or intervene in a situation like this, it would have possibly been one of the most dangerous things to do. Thank you, Vorden said, letting go of Owen's hand. No matter how interested Owen was, now was not the time to get involved with such a dangerous individual. He took a few steps back and planned to get away, but seeing his actions, Vorden called out to him immediately. Wait, Vorden called out. I want you to take me to where the other leaders are. Hearing this came as a considerable shock to Owen. Was he planning to use their powers too? The big four leaders' powers were beyond a level 8 ability. It was to the point where it couldn't be measured. When looking at Vorden, it was clear he was a student, whoever he had trouble with or whoever he needed to deal with. Just his power alone should have been enough. Now the excitement was too much, and he had even forgotten to hide the grin on his face. Maybe the events won't be so boring after all. With no choice, Owen walked and Vorden followed behind. On the way, they quickly went to one of the stalls to purchase a change of clothing for Vorden. He too was now in a large white gown that was a little too big, as part of the back was dragging along the floor. Is this really necessary? He asked. Of course. Owen chuckled as the two of them continued to walk. Eventually, they had reached their destination. It was a hotel room that was slightly larger and fancier than the rest, Hotel Number 1. This was where all of the higher class members that were invited to the event were staying. The rest had to get a train out to other parts of the city and come in early in the morning. Before entering the building, the two of them stopped outside. Do you know how to use my powers? Owen asked. Not everything, but I should be able to do something. Vorden replied as he started to twirl his hand around. Particular elemental abilities were quite similar in use but reacted differently when being used. An example of this was when gathering water. To gather water and wind, one did the same thing, but water would be a bit harder to control due to the weight and shape of it. When twirling his hand in a circular motion, he tried to imagine the ability as a water one. Suddenly following the palm of his hand, a stream of electric would follow it. He continued to move his hands in a circular motion, and now a full circle of blue electrical light could be seen. Quick learner as expected, Owen said, impressed. The kids at our school would cry in horror if they found out you could produce something like that on your first try. Owen then opened up two of his fingers and created a connected spark, passing the blue lightning between his thumb to his finger. This should do. There is no need to perform what you did before. With the quick lesson over, the two of them walked up to the front of the hotel lobby where the guards were stationed. Owen was allowed to pass, but Vorden was stopped. That kid is with me. He is a member of the Greylash family, Owen said with a wink towards Vorden. He suddenly realized why now they had the quick lesson before. Opening up his thumb and his index finger, he had presented to the guards the same trick that Owen had shown moments before. There was no better proof that one was part of the Greylash family other than displaying it with their powers. Usually, this wouldn't have been enough, but with one of the Big Four, who was also considered one of the leaders of the current United Earth Alliance, they allowed him to pass. The elevator was taken to one of the top floors, and when they arrived, there were only a few rooms with large doors. These doors all had different decorations on the outside. In the center of the double door going over the parting point was the engraving of the family's crest. No guards, Vorden noticed. This was upon the request of the four themselves. They preferred it this way. Secrecy was a big part of their power, and Vorden knew that better than anyone. Right now, they were standing in front of what looked like a large shield with a flame on it. Owen knocked on the door and was quite pleased he would be interacting with Bernie once again. Those blasted soldiers. I told them not to disturb me. I'm gonna have to speak to Owen about this. This treatment is unacceptable. The ramblings of a deep-voiced man could be heard through the doors. It seemed like the man was trying to speak quietly, but he had one of those voices that would be carried and heard throughout no matter what. The doors flew open wide and fast, and in its place was a large round-bellied man, with messy red hair, the trait of the Sunshield family. The instant the doors opened, Bernie's ears started to produce steam at the sight of the man in front of him. You, he pointed at Owen. So it looks like you really wanted that fight after all. To come to my room in the middle of the night. He had completely ignored the person standing next to him and continued to focus only on Owen. In case things got ugly, Owen had placed his hand on his metallic fan. Vorden now realized if he was planning to use such a weapon against one of the Big Four, it couldn't have been a regular fan but a high-class beast weapon instead. As much as I would like to teach you to not judge a book by its cover, I have come for over reasons. Owen tried to explain, but it seemed like Bernie wasn't listening at all. Flames from both of his forearms were slowly starting to appear upward towards his elbow, and a red-hot tribal pattern was shown on his skin. This was something Vorden hadn't seen when he thought with Berg. Is it part of his soul weapon? Realizing this, there was a chance this fight could get serious fast. Owen quickly stepped to the side and presented both of his hands at Vorden. This man is part of the Blade family, and he has asked for our assistance. Hearing the name, Bunny's reaction had immediately changed just like Owen's. The flames had died down, and the tribal tattoos that went up his arm disappeared as well. Bernie gave the person next to him one look, and knew what he wanted instantly, and presented his hand while looking away, making sure not to make eye contact. If that's all you came for, get out of here. I was just about to take a nice hot bath, Bernie said, but now with a lot less anger in his voice, making sure to not offend the person in front of him. Now with two of the strongest powers in the world, Vorden was confident he could deal with Quinn. There was no need for him to get the Bree family power and inform more people that he was here. Her power was to control beasts, and there weren't any around here. Besides, even if there were, it would be too difficult to move and would cause a huge uproar. Then there was only Jack left, the newest addition to the big families. Unlike the other families, it had no history and was only recently created. The others had been going on for generations even before the war with the Dalki. If Vorden was to ask him for anything, he wasn't even sure he would comply. However, there was another reason. With this much power following through his body, if he was to meet Jack right now, there was a good chance he wouldn't hold back and burnt him to a crisp. It was quite possible it would ignite a war, and that wasn't his decision to make. He wasn't the leader of the Blade family, and if they found out he was abusing their name like this, even he could get into trouble. I don't have to tell you guys that I was never here, Vorden said. But before I go, I need one more thing. Is there a place or spot I can use where no one will know if I'm using these powers? Bernie huffed out a puff of hot air before answering. There is. I often use it to cool down once in a while. They created the room with me in mind, and of course there are no cameras. Even if they were, everything would have been burnt by now. It's an empty room with nothing inside, and the walls are soundproof. Whatever you're planning to do in there, nobody will be able to tell. It's a place only permitted to be used by us. It was something I had to fight hard for them to make. Perfect, Vorden replied. The two leaders had scary thoughts in their mind at what possibly could Vorden need the room for, and why did he need the two of their powers, but they didn't ask and only told Vorden where to go. Down the hotel lobby, the two boys Fex and Logan were heading towards Logan's room. After finding out about the plan, Logan was happy to hear that his time hadn't been wasted. He informed Fex that plenty of things in his room might have been of great use to them. During the walk to Logan's room, it was a quiet one, though. The two boys were hardly left alone with each other, and their first meeting was quite an eventful one. Fex didn't hold any hard feelings about Logan blasting him across the room, but thought that Logan might have felt wrong about it. However, Logan hadn't even thought about the situation even once before. The reason for his silence was just because he wasn't much of a talker when he wanted to be. When he had something to say, he would speak all out, explaining every little detail. But most of the time, he wouldn't be speaking, spending all his time thinking about things inside his head. Still, Fex couldn't think of a better person who would be able to help him with this task. He had seen how helpful he was during the True Dream plan, and he needed his smarts. The two of them entered Logan's room, and Fex's eyes opened wide at what he could see. Unlike the other places, Logan's seemed to be quite different from the rest. "Is all this stuff yours?" Fex asked, still looking around the room in amazement. "I know. It's a shame I couldn't bring more stuff with me, but at least I don't feel uncomfortable with all this around," Logan said as he proceeded to head to his desk. The room looked like it had been completely converted. Each student was given the same size room, and the layout of the rooms was the same. Yet Logan, somehow, in the short time here, had managed to transform the whole place into a miniature version of his own room back at the academy. The desk was now filled with a laptop that had multiple gadgets and wires attached to it. The room had several other gadgets and chests around and about in different room areas, and digital maps and other things were displayed on the wall. He then further realized that Logan had only just been knocked out of the tournament and spent very little time in the room. There were so many questions that Fex wanted to ask, but there wasn't enough time. "I'm not sure if you knew, but if you didn't pick me to help you break Peter out from the underground arena, then I was going to volunteer anyway," Logan said as he pulled up a 3D model of the floor directly underneath the arena. "I wasn't too bothered about the event, I'm sure you know, but I was concerned about Peter. In case Quinn or the others changed their mind, I tried to find a way to help Peter escape. When trying to find a way from the dungeon, it was impossible for me, as I had no clue what it looked like. But with the underground arena, I was able to explore and keep track of the guards and everyone's attention personally. I came up with a plan, but there was still a problem. Even if we could get Peter out, what do we do then? They would soon notice and prepare a search for him. We're in the middle of Military Base 1, and we know where nothing is. With nowhere for him to go, breaking him out would be useless and would only further get us into trouble. It seems like my research will be put into use after all. I'm assuming you, or whoever was planning to take you, already has a plan to leave this place." Logan then proceeded to show and explain to Fex all the small details. Logan had kept track of where each camera was positioned and its range of motion. He even had the guard schedule planned in his head, the ones standing by the events as well as the two that were always by Peter's side. The level of detail was incredible, and when looking around the room, he noticed there had been an immense amount of research that had been put into trying to get Peter out of the dungeon as well. "I guess he means a lot to you. A true friend." "Huh," Fex said. Logan thought about this for a while. "I guess," Logan replied. "After meeting Quinn, I have made a few companions, but Peter was more than a friend, he was an assistant, and it would be hard for me to find an assistant as good as him." Fex was slightly confused by Logan's words. He couldn't imagine Peter being a good assistant, but soon released based on Logan's personality. Peter was probably the best one for him. never asked any questions, remained silent most of the time, never went to sleep, and would do as asked. In a way, Peter was like a robot, and the only thing Logan was surrounded by most of the time were tech-like things. A robot would be the perfect assistant. With the plan and all the details ready, Logan left the room but not before erasing all the details off his computer. He then walked over to the corner of the room and pulled out a small metallic box. Once opening the package, inside were 6 different masks that covered the bottom part of one's face. He then walked over and presented the masks to Fex. "What's this?" Fex asked. "Do you remember Quinn's mask? While making his, we went through a few prototypes. It was a waste to throw them away, so I decided to keep them and made some enhancements. The masks can communicate with each other as well as be used as a voice changer. It will be used to keep our identity hidden." Looking down at the mask, he could see there were indeed plenty of designs, and that's when he noticed there was one that looked a little like a bull. It suited him well, especially since he had him still. "I'll take this one." The two placed the masks in their back pocket as they left the hotel room one more time and headed for the elevators. Once inside, they headed down to the first floor and were patiently waiting in the lobby for the next part of their plan. This was important as the timing had to be perfect. When the guards would change shift, this was their moment to get Peter out. The two went over to a table that had several sofas placed around it. It was starting to get late now, so fewer and fewer people were beginning to pass through the hotel lobby area. Once again, the two of them seemed to be sitting in silence, and it was starting to drive Fex a little crazy. They still had a good 20 minutes before they had to make their move, and he was wondering if he could last that long without saying anything. However, surprisingly, Logan was the first one to speak to Fex. "I assume you know a lot of V's, yes, originally being from there and all?" Logan asked. "V's," Fex replied, then soon releasing what it stood for. "Oh yes, Ari. Yes, I know a lot. Why? Do you know any that seem to have an interest in computer systems of the sort? Or advanced in technology, perhaps even obsessed?" Logan asked. After meeting both Fex and Quinn, he could tell there was a clear difference. When handing the mask over to Fex, Logan made sure to make contact, yet no message appeared like the one that had happened when touching Quinn. This meant that the system seemed to be unique to Quinn. Logan was looking for answers to his questions and possibly thought there was a chance he could find out who created the book Quinn had been given. Whoever had made such a system, it was way beyond anything they currently had. Honestly, the technology V's use is a little bit more advanced than what you have, but at the same time it feels old. It's kind of hard to explain. I guess V's are quite traditional in a sense, so some are against using technology to better their lives, but we have to rely on it in some cases. Because of this, I don't know anyone specifically who is interested in technology, apart from a few of the young ones like me. Fex replied. "Interesting. But then who created all your technological advancements if they are more advanced than what we currently have?" Logan asked. Fex started to laugh nervously as he had never really thought about these types of things before. He just took the stuff he had for granted without thinking much about it. "I'll be honest. I have no clue. But when you asked about obsessiveness, it does remind me about a story the others used to tell me. You see, just like your head generals of each military base, we also have leaders or council members. 13 to be Price, and number 10 was always known to be, well, a bit crazy. Although he wasn't obsessed with the technology, he was obsessed with magic. His powers were unique even for vampires, and I heard some of the vampires' advancements were due to him, but honestly, other than that, I don't know much at all. I'm still young for a vampire, and this was all past my time." It was a long shot, but it was the only thing Logan could go off. Perhaps if he ever obtained more information about vampires in the future, he could look into this 10th council member more. Just then, they heard a beep from their watches, indicating it was time for them to move. As soon as the timer had gone off, a few little spiders started falling down to the ground from underneath Logan's sleeve. The two boys continued their fake conversation with hand gestures and such. "So, what's your favorite sandwich?" Fex asked, trying to make the conversation look a tad bit more realistic by asking a real question. However, Logan looked as if he was really struggling to decide his answer. He placed his hand on his chin and looked up into a corner. I would probably have to say cheese and onion. But since my body doesn't deal with cheese that well, I guess if we were talking about favorites, then it would depend on my cravings at the time. Regarding how the question is phrased, the best sandwich differs. Do you mean the best tasting? Best one for your health? Or perhaps the best ingredients? I guess you can tell me all three then? Fex's tone had a nervous vibe to it, as he wasn't expecting a real answer back. The spiders had now fanned out, and once they had completed their tasks, they reported back to the server, namely Logan. In the middle of their intense conversation, Logan suddenly stopped and stood up. Let's go. The underground arena was accessible from any hotel room. It was designed this way so when contestants were eliminated, they could easily rejoin with their military base. This meant that each of the elevators were in some way linked. One would usually require a pass to go to the lower floors, but that wasn't a problem to worry about. Not for Logan anyway. They continued walking through the lobby and headed towards the elevator area. Fex glanced at the camera in the corner and could see a spider falling from it before rejoining back up with Logan. Once the doors opened, they both stepped in. The cameras within and outside the elevators weren't able to capture their figures. The cameras were set to loop footage for 2 minutes. Once the time was up, it would then begin showing the live feed. It was currently nighttime and there were no other contestants that would be making their way from the underground up to the lobby. Once they were past these cameras, there would be no more problems since there were no other cameras in the underground section. Logan could assume this was due to the same reason why there weren't any cameras at the school. Many students would be practicing their abilities. Their families simply wouldn't allow them to spy and gather information by looking at what the students were doing. While in the elevator, the two of them placed both their masks over their face. So far, everything's going well, Fex confidently commented. Now, Vorden, Layla, it's all up to you. Without the blood, everything they were doing was pointless. Vorden told Layla to meet him just outside of the number 1 military hotel building. He even informed her that he found a place and everything was ready. All she needed to do now was bring Quinn over to the destination. Since he already told her of his plan beforehand, there was no need for her to use her tools. There would be no cameras inside when Quinn entered the room with Vorden. Her job there was to be the lookout. Although only members from the Big Four could use the room, that didn't mean they themselves wouldn't. However, there was still the slight chance that Mona Bree or Jack would try to use it. Bernie had informed Vorden that this was extremely unlikely. In all the years the place had been built, it was never once used by them. In fact, he reckoned that he was the only one to have ever used the place. She stood outside Quinn's door and took a deep breath before raising her hand to knock. It felt like the work she was doing now was more like the double agent type stuff back when she was in Pure. These were the things that she had been trained to do. It seemed a little funny that she was still using it despite already leaving them. Okay, let's do this. Just as Layla was about to tap the door with her knuckles, it suddenly opened. Layla, what are you doing here this late? Quinn asked her. But, how? She started asking questions in her mind. How did he know someone was by the door? Oh, you don't need to worry. I could smell you were coming, Quinn responded. Smell? These words stung her a bit. She was tempted to lift her arms up to see if she really did smell that bad. Upon seeing that she felt somehow insulted, Quinn realized that what he said just now could have been easily misinterpreted. No, I didn't mean that you smell. I meant like you smell great, he said while blushing. You know, because of my sensitive nose and all. The both of them left the room and headed outside towards the military base. Once Layla said that she wanted to walk for a bit, and that she had something important to say. Quinn thought that he already knew what the subject would be. It had to be about Fex's confession. As the two of them were walking, they felt a little awkward because of their previous conversation at the door. Quinn didn't know what to say to make it up to her. While pondering over this matter, Quinn had fallen back a little and was walking just behind Layla. He noticed that he was staring at her from behind a lot more than usual. Due to this, he started to think back about what Fex said, about how he wanted to inform him beforehand since he assumed that there was something going on between the two of them. And now, Layla asked to have a private conversation with him as well. No, can't be. Does Layla like me? When she asked him to turn her, did she mean something else by it? His mind couldn't help but have these kinds of thoughts. If Layla likes me, and Fex likes her, then that means, oh no, I'm in a love triangle. If she's here to confess to me, then what do I say? I can't say yes to her. I can't do this to Fex. While his mind wandered about in this confused and crazy contemplation, the both of them eventually arrived outside a small building behind the hotel. Although it was very plain-looking, it was also large at the same time. This reminded Quinn of the storage room where he first found the shadow ability. He wondered why Layla chose this place to converse with him. He could only guess it was due to it being away from everyone else. Layla then turned around and faced him. It looked as if she wanted to say something, but was also struggling on how to say it. I know what you want to talk about. Quinn decided to initiate the discussion. He didn't want the situation to be more awkward than it already was. This is about Fex, isn't it? How does he know? She was surprised once again. Feeling a bit contemplated, she started to speak. Look, Quinn, you don't need to say anymore. However, Quinn suddenly interrupted her. Quinn, Vorden is waiting for you inside. She blurted out before things really got out of hand. Wait, Vorden? How is he involved in all of this? Quinn was now truly confused about what was going on. Look, I just felt bad about lying, saying that I needed to speak to you. The truth is, Vorden said that he wanted to talk to you. He's inside waiting. Layla then walked over to the metallic-looking doors and inputted the code that Vorden told her. It really was nearly the same storage room back on the Red Portal planet. At first, Quinn moved to the entrance, but he stopped just outside of it. Could he really trust Layla? Because he didn't know what was going on. Quinn was starting to think that this was possibly a trap set up by Pure. Perhaps Layla was planning to double-cross him and was still working with them. Is Vorden really inside here? Quinn turned around and asked while looking at her. At that moment, a hand suddenly pulled him from behind. Just get in here, you idiot. Vorden's voice suddenly piped up. He shuffled both him and Quinn inside as the doors shut closed. When the motion sensor lights automatically turned on, they could both see that they were in a large plain white room. There were no windows around. There was nothing except the door they just entered from. When Quinn turned around and saw Vorden, his worries settled down since it seemed like Layla was telling the truth. The look on Vorden's face was not one which greeted a friend, but instead, it was of concern. In just an instant, his expression changed. Vorden now had the friendliest smile that Quinn had ever seen. Vorden, are you okay? Quinn couldn't help but ask. Vorden. He responded while tilting his head to the side and placing his finger on his lips. No, I'm not Vorden. Did you forget my name? He responded with a question. This strange reaction made Vorden look almost like a handsome blonde-haired puppy. What's going on? Quinn thought. He was quite baffled. It seemed like all of his friends were acting strange recently. Aren't I meant to be the weird one in our group? Don't you remember? We met before. I'm Sil. There were two outcomes between the situation with Vorden and Quinn. In Vorden's head, the best outcome would be for him to ask Quinn to put his blood in the flask kindly. If Quinn were to question why, he would simply tell him to trust him, and he would inform him about the details tomorrow. However, knowing Quinn, he would try to get involved some way or another. On top of that, he would try following him. If the first part of the plan worked, then Vorden would hand the flask to Layla while keeping an eye on Quinn, making sure he didn't leave the room until everything was done. Hopefully, this would all lead to avoiding him fighting with Quinn. Then again, Vorden was someone who always needed to prepare himself for all of the possible scenarios. There was a good chance that when asking for his blood, Quinn wouldn't do so without saying why, leading him to forcefully take the blood. In both cases, these would lead to a fight. If this was to happen, Vorden wanted the fight to be over as quickly as possible, which meant he would need to utilize both of the abilities. The second Vorden had pushed Quinn into the room. He had made the switch with Sil, so if anything were to happen, they would be ready. Okay, so remember what we've planned? Vorden asked, standing right next to him. Sil was currently in the seat and Ratton was standing a little bit further away from them with a smile. If you think for a second that this will go the way you expect it to go, then you're crazy. Ratton said out loud with a little chuckle, waiting for disaster to strike. Repeat after me. I need you to trust me, Quinn, and I need you to do me a favor. I don't want you to ask why, but I need some of your blood, said Vorden. However, the words were simply ignored as Syl decided to do his own thing. But I'm not Vorden. Did you forget my name? I'm Syl, he said outward, looking at Quinn. Hearing Vorden speak, it seemed a little strange to Quinn. Although it sounded like him, at the same time it didn't. The emphasis on certain words, as well as the fluctuations in his voice, were just a tad off. Not just that, but the way he was currently standing. Everything just felt wrong. And now he was saying his name was Syl? What are you doing, Syl? Vorden could not help but shout. He can't find out about you. Syl turned his head and looked at Vorden behind him before responding. Shut up. I can do what I want. It's my body anyway. Vorden gulped as he took a step back. There was nothing he could do when Syl got like this, so he decided to just wait and see the outcome. It's been a while since we've last met. Syl giggled. Let me ask you something. Are we friends? There was a brief pause as Quinn was trying to figure out just what was going on. Of course we are, Vorden, Quinn replied. Syl shook his head rapidly back and forth as he stomped his feet in a peculiar manner. At the same time, flames from his feet rose into the air before dissipating. No, he yelled. Not Vorden. I already told you. I'm Syl. Seeing a fire ability appear all of a sudden made Quinn take a few steps back. He knew this power belonged to one of the big four, so he could not help but wonder why Vorden currently had it. Something strange was happening here. Syl. Why does Vorden keep referring to himself as Syl? While thinking of this, Quinn started to think about the possibilities. Did Pure get to him? Or has someone with a mind control ability taken over Vorden's body? Perhaps it might have even been a vampire. He didn't fully understand the capabilities of the vampires, so he thought this might have been their way to try and get rid of him once they found out. Whatever the case was, it was clear that the person in front of him right now wasn't the Vorden he knew. Why are you stepping back? Syl said as he reached out his hand. Don't be scared. Why are you scared? Suddenly, tears started to flow from his eyes. They ran down his cheek before trickling to the ground. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. He continued to mumble as he looked at Quinn. Please don't be scared, Kaser. I promise I will never hurt you again. Although the words spoken were quiet, with Quinn's hearing, he could hear every word. He heard him speak of a name which he did not know of. Please, Syl, Vorden yelled, trying one more time to reach out to him. He knew that if this went on, perhaps Quinn would be seriously hurt. The goal was only to get his blood and nothing more. Quinn is not Kaser, we need him. We are here to help him, right? You don't want him to go, so just ask for the blood. Making sure to not be too pushy. This was all that he could do while he silently prayed. The words had gotten through to him. As Syl saw the worried look on his face, he grabbed his hand and placed it towards his chest while wiping his tears away with the other. He's right. You are not Kaser. Looking up, he gave a smile. Please remember my name next time. Syl. Since we're friends, I need to ask you for a favor. Syl then went to his side and pulled out the metallic flask that had been given to him by Fex. I need you to fill this up with your blood. Looking at the flask, Quinn noticed it in an instant. That was because it was the same one that he had been gifted with by Fex. This was the deciding factor in his mind. The vampires must have gotten to Vorden. Somehow they had found out. It was probably the reason why Fex had been acting strangely before. He now felt stupid for believing such an obvious lie. Did he betray me? Quinn pondered. Perhaps, when he asked Quinn to leave that day, the vampires came and surrounded his friends. After that, they forced them to complete this task. He didn't know why they needed his blood, but he still had a lot to learn about vampires in the first place. Then again, there was the possibility that they couldn't kill him outright due to him actually being one of the leaders. Still, whatever the case was, Quinn wasn't going to go down without a fight. I'm sorry. I can't, Quinn replied. And Vorden, I don't know how, but I promise I'll save you. With nothing left to say, Quinn activated his shadow quip ability. Dark shadows quickly covered his arms and legs, as well his new chest piece in the center. He then quickly charged forward and left the clouds of shadows behind, but right now, his body was all of his equipment. I know how strong you are, Vorden. Hence the reason why I can't go easy on you. Activate Wind Walk. Skill Daze. Daze failed. Quick, Syl. Take him out now, Vorden shouted. Syl quickly curled up, bringing his arms and head towards his chest. He then gathered the power of the fire energy around the center. Soon, little flames could be seen on top of all his clothing. Slowly, they started to burn away even at the fire-resistant school uniform. The fire power was too strong. As Quinn started to get closer, he could sense something was up. Shadow control. Lifting up the shadow in front of him, he made sure to have it ready, prepared as a shield for whatever was to come. Once Vorden attacked, that's when Quinn would strike using his blood abilities. At the moment, he still hadn't used his blood bank, nor his own flask, so his HP was low. This was another reason for him wanting to finish off the fight fast. Enough time had passed, and Syl was ready. He suddenly extended his hands and head outward like a spring, causing a dome of fire to be released outward, heading in all directions. There was nothing Quinn could do but brace himself with his shadow. As the outer edge of the fire dome grew closer, it had finally hit his shadow. MC Cells 0. As soon as the fire had touched Quinn's shadow, it had disappeared in an instant, consuming all of his MC cells. This could have only meant one thing. The attack was just too powerful. Whose fire ability did he copy? Quinn thought. However, the shadow was able to cause a small crack in the dome, allowing him to pass through and come out of the attack unharmed. But now, with no more MC cells, he could no longer rely on his shadow ability, only leaving him with his blood abilities. It seems I have no choice. I have to use my blood bank. I'll just curb my addiction next time. But before he could even do that, a blue stream of light flashed before his eyes, and Syl, who was on the other side of the room, was now directly in front of him. Go to sleep, my dear Quinn, Syl said as he placed his hand on top of Quinn's head, and unleashed a fury of electricity through his body. His body shook rapidly back and forth as the electricity passed through. He gritted his teeth, trying to take the pain, but it was too much for him as his vision slowly faded to black. 195th HP. You have been knocked out. As Syl let go of Quinn's head, he allowed his body to drop to the floor, standing inside the small room looking at Peter directly in front of them. Vex couldn't believe it. They had successfully and quickly managed to make their way to Peter's room with no trouble at all. This type of thing could have only been done with extensive research, and Vex looked at Logan in even more amazement now. For Logan, his plan turned out better than he thought. Everything was easier than it would have been anywhere else, and the reason was that the military had kept to the same routine down to the last second. There were a few variables that Logan had planned out for but expected that he might not have needed them. When walking through certain hallways, and through the rooms, everything had turned out as he had expected. Still, he had kept his spiders out to watch just in case. If they had made any changes to their routine, the spiders would have been able to see and inform him beforehand. There was only one tricky part of the whole operation, and that was due to the room Peter was in. To keep an eye on Peter, he had been placed in a separate section compared to everyone else. A room made just for him that was void with contact to the outside. On top of this, 2 guards were to be stationed by the door. This was better for both Vex and Quinn. The military had expected an attack from the outside. The easiest time to attack would be during the event when the soldiers were busy and spread thin. If they caused a panic, they would be too busy with dealing with the public than dealing with the attack. They were confident in their measures and never expected someone from the inside to do anything. Their main concern was with others or the students seeing them, so this was better for them altogether. The 2 guards who were stationed at the front door were where Vex would come into play. The 2 of them stood just around the corner from Peter's room silently as they waited for the answer from above. As soon as Vorden had successfully knocked out Quinn, they would act. If not, they would turn around and abandon the whole thing. They needed to wait because the only thing they could do at this point was to knock out the two guards in front of them and take Peter away. Logan had timed everything, so the shift change had just happened. No one would find their beaten bodies for another hour, which meant they needed to take Peter to Silver within the time frame. Then a message had been received from above. "He did it, and a lot quicker than I thought," Logan said, surprised. From around the corner of the corridor, two spiders were released once again. They scaled up the wall and went above on the ceiling. They walked until they were just above the two soldiers' heads. "You ready?" Logan asked as he could see Fex was fiddling with a string in his hand. This string was different from the usual type he would use. When Fex used his abilities before, it would always be nearly invisible to the eye, but this string was dyed red like blood. The ability had been infused with his vampire blood abilities to make it several times stronger. The only problem was it took some preparation time to use. This was why he was unable to use it against the king-tier beast before. At the same time, he had already deemed it would be useless, for the king-tier beast was far too strong. Still, for situations like this, it was perfect. When Fex was finally ready, he gave the nod, and at the same time the spiders fell down, hovering above the neck of the guards. Both of them felt something ticklish on their neck. One soldier tired slapping it, while another turned around trying to fling whatever was on him. This small distraction was all that was needed for Fex to whip out his blood-red strings. Quickly they wrapped around their mouths like a spider web, before wrapping around their legs and pulling them to the ground. Then finally, their whole arms and legs had been covered. They tried to break free from the strings, but it was nearly impossible for them. The spiders continued to move along their body, as it scanned for any traces of equipment that could give them away. The only thing that was found was a tracker that had been placed along with an alert button. However, the alert hadn't been pressed, so it was best to leave everything as it was for now. The two of them entered the room, and they could see Peter standing there still. He had heard the commotion outside and was wondering just what was going on. But he had never expected to see these two. Peter had already given up hope on being saved. "I never expected you to save me," Peter said. "Don't thank us yet, until you hear what we have to say. And it's not good news," Fex replied. Back above ground, Vorden had now switched back with Syl. He had just sent a report to the others to proceed with what they were doing. He hadn't extracted the blood yet, as Fex had given him a warning, and they needed to wait for the timing. He knew that Quinn was currently going through getting rid of his addiction. Fex never knew about the connection Vorden had, and never expected him to be able to get powers so powerful. He had hoped with Quinn going through the addiction, he would be weak enough to the point where it was easier for him to be knocked out, and it seemed like it had worked. There were many times when Vorden had watched Quinn. He appeared to have been given 2 or 3 chances, as if he had more lives than one, but this time that hadn't happened. However, this also meant there was a chance that during the fight, Quinn would be close to turning into a bloodsucker. He had been informed that there should be a flask similar on Quinn's body. Vorden searched and found an exact replica. The next step was to wait patiently for the others to get back to him, or until there were signs that Quinn was starting to change. "We have successfully gotten Peter, we're coming up now," Logan said. Everything seemed to have fallen into place. Layla had entered the room and was now standing by Quinn's side, both of them looking at Quinn's body. "How do you think he will react when he wakes up?" Layla asked. "I think he'll be pissed, but he will understand. He will soon realize if he was in our shoes, he would have done the same thing," Vorden replied, as he pulled out a small little dagger and proceeded to cut Quinn on the arm. Blood started seeping from the wound and fell into the flask. "Do you think this is right? Aren't we just sacrificing one life for another?" Layla asked. "Don't forget, Peter had already been caught by the military. There was nothing we could do. This solves both our problems. They never find out about the vampires, and for a short while it will get the vampires off our back." 0/95 HP. Bloodlust is at its maximum. You are now transforming. The standard messages would appear, even though Quinn wasn't conscious. Suddenly, as the flask was filled, Quinn's body started to jolt up and down as it began to shake. Vorden knew what this was straight away. He quickly handed over the flask with Quinn's blood to Layla. He then grabbed the other flask that was on Quinn's body. He held his mouth open with one hand while pouring it all in with the other. A few moments later, and the shaking had stopped. The veins and muscles that were bulging had calmed down, and it looked like everything was safe for now. Multiple blood types has been consumed. Calculating stat increases. Here, take this as well, Vorden said, handing over the second flask. Fex said for Quinn to keep it, but I'm afraid it might only bring us more trouble in the future. Give it back to him. Don't worry about me and just go, Vorden shouted. Before leaving, she took one look at Quinn. There was a good chance that his current life now would be hers. Always running away, but still. At least Quinn isn't following anyone. He chose to do things his own way. With that, she ran off out of the building. Don't wake up Quinn, Vorden said. It's for your own good. Outside, the two boys had returned with Peter. They had given him one of the masks to wear for now in case the other students outside would see him. Although it was pretty late now, and nearly all of the students had already returned to their rooms. Layla came running out towards them. As they met on the platform a little away from Military Hotel 2, she could see the three boys in their masks, and she had to admit it looked a little intimidating. The masks had a scary look to them in their designs and made them all appear as demons. Do you have the blood? Fex asked. It's right here, Layla said, handing over the flask. She then quickly pulled out the second one and handed it to him as well. Vorden said he knows you mean well, but there is a chance others could come looking for it. Fex wanted to say no. He wanted Quinn to at least have something to remember him by when he left. This was a gift, but at the same time he would just be selfish otherwise if he insisted. It was true, if humans found the flask, there was a good chance he would be investigated. He took the two flasks and then grabbed Peter by the arm. Tell Quinn he doesn't have to worry about the vampires. There are no vampires stationed at Military Base 2. Nor are there any at the other military bases now. Once I leave with Peter, he will have nothing to worry about for a good while. I don't have the time to say goodbye to you all, and neither does Peter. I wish you all good luck in the future, Fex said, as he grabbed Peter and took off into the distance. A cloud of mist seemed to encase the two of them, and when the mist had settled, they no longer could be seen. Layla and Logan didn't even have the chance to even say their final words. You know, when Fex first came I kinda hated him, especially with everything he did to Aaron, Layla said. But he really was never a bad guy. I'm going to miss that idiot. It will certainly feel weird without him and my assistant. Good luck to you two as well, Logan said. Before they had left Peter's room, both Fex and Logan had updated Peter on the whole situation. They informed him of the plan and troubles that came with it. Without hesitation, after being told what needed to be done, Peter had agreed. After hearing this was all for Quinn's sake, he was happy he would actually be of some help to his creator and savior. However, the sudden response seemed strange, Fex thought. Sure, whites were loyal to their creators, but not like this. One would have to command an order and be forced to do so due to the bond of blood. But Peter seemed to have been so accepting over the whole thing. I can't guarantee what will happen to you when they find out, Fex said. You could be killed. The words spoken were trying to deter him. It's okay, Peter replied. Better than being left in the hands of the humans. Besides, if I stayed, there is a good chance they would find out about all of you, and I wouldn't want anything to happen. Hearing these words had put a smile on Logan's face. Peter, you really did change for the better. And I don't think it's just 'cause you're a white now, said Logan. When you first evolved, you seemed cruel and distant, but those words right there, they didn't come from the white version of you or the old Peter. Right now, I see a new man. Hearing Logan's words just confirmed Fex's strange thoughts further. Whites were relatively short-tempered and evil in nature. Sure, Peter had shown this a few times, but it wasn't to the degree of whites that he knew. Perhaps this was the influence of Quinn's will on the creator. It was a shame as it seemed to be progressing slowly. Peter started to change away from the standard white. Let's go, Fex said. After parting ways from the others, Peter was taken to a safe, secluded place out on the platform, away from the meeting point with Silver, as well as away from the others. The masks were now returned, and right now, Peter had transformed his face to look like Quinn. If anyone were to see the two of them, they would just think they were nothing more than two students having a laugh. There was no chance for someone else to spot Quinn either, as Vorden was keeping an eye on him in the special training room. "Do you hate me?" Fex asked. "No," Peter replied instantly but gave nothing more back. "I hate me," Fex said. "You know, I thought I might get attached to this place and hate to go back home. What I didn't expect was that I would get attached to the people rather than the place. I can't help but think that they all had to go through this just because of my selfish wants." "The vampires would have come for Quinn anyway," Peter replied. "What do you mean by that?" Fex asked. There was no reason to send any of the vampires to the military base. They had only come out to search for him. Peter hadn't replied because he didn't know why the vampires would come after Quinn. All he knew was before, Quinn would often say that it seemed like for some reason he was trying to get stronger as fast as possible, as if he was preparing for a threat ahead. "Oh, I think I know," Fex said, giving his own answer and coming to his own conclusion as usual. It had to be something to do with the shadow powers. There was a good chance that Quinn's master was part of the old Punishers, if they were still around. If the others knew about this, they certainly would send people after him. Even if Quinn's master wasn't a Punisher, the others would want to get their hands on Quinn's power for themselves and find out which family was in charge of Quinn. "I never did find out the truth behind him." Fex at first was very curious but soon felt bad about trying to find details of what he would now call a friend back. It just felt wrong and wasn't in his nature to do things like that. "Here, take this," Fex said as he handed the flask over to Peter. After opening the lid, Peter gulped down the whole drink in one go and suddenly had a strange feeling in his chest. Bump. Bump. It was something he hadn't felt in a while, and it was all a little alien to him. The sound. My heart. It's beating again. As the blood fell down his throat and reached his heart, strange energy was felt all around. The blood was now being pumped from the heart all over the body. He could feel it moving through his veins. It felt as if his insides were on fire. For anyone else, it would be a painful experience. But for Peter, it was a joy, for it was the first time he had felt pain in a while. "What is this?" Peter asked. "It's your master's blood. Usually, there would be no reason to do this to a white. Their strengths are the fact that they can't feel pain. If anything, this makes you seem more human. Anyway, don't be too happy. The effects are temporary," Fex explained. "Our powers come from our blood. And right now, Quinn's power is inside you. Right now, the feeling, the smell, and even the look. With all this, I wouldn't be able to tell who I was looking at. As in terms of powers, although your attacks and such will be healthy, you still can't produce any blood attacks like we are. Also, I would urge you not to fight or test out any of your powers. At most, I see this lasting a week. Day by day, the power will slowly start to fade, and sooner or later, they will find out. If you start using that extra strength of yours, it will only go away quicker." Fex then took a deep breath as he started to walk off to one of the military bases. "Leave all the talking to me." Once again, Silver was waiting patiently on top of the roof of Building 4. In her hand was a rectangular-looking device that looked identical to the one in Logan's room. It was a portable teleporter. She had trust that her brother would complete the task. Although he was a fool, he wasn't one to break promises. When he said he would finish it, she already knew he would get it done. "You're here," she said as two figures jumped up from the side. "Oh," Silver replied, seeing that the person she had brought with them was still fully conscious. "As you requested, this is the vampire who had made an illegal. I had been tailing him a while and explained everything that happened. When I told him that a vampire knight was here to catch him, he immediately turned himself in, knowing there was no need to fight. A vampire knight, a class that was designated just below the vampire leader. It was a unique role as each family was able to designate only 2 vampire knights in their family. They would mostly be in charge of running things or giving orders if the vampire leader wasn't present. Because of this reason, to be able to be elected into such a position, one would need a strong power to keep the others in line. Seeing the beautiful women in front of him, Peter felt nothing. Yet, for some reason, that seemed to worry him even more. When he had first encountered Fex, his wild energy could be felt throughout. One could tell he was strong. But with Silver, it was calm. It was as if she wasn't even there yet. Clearly, she stood right in front of him. "And what of the illegal?" she asked. "I have taken care of him and gotten rid of the body, but since he and this one are registered students, they will soon find out about them. I suggest we leave as soon as possible." Silver walked over to Fex slowly. The sound of her boots hitting the floor was heard. Everything had been prepared for this moment, and he had answered perfectly. Now he just needed her to believe him. However, he was too afraid and didn't want to look up for even a second. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his hair. Silver ruffled it up and gave it a little pat. "You have done well, little brother. I will tell the family of your good deeds here, and they shall lighten the punishment." The square portal device was placed on the ground, and a unique digital number was imputed. The contraption started to open itself up slowly piece by piece until it had finally connected. Fex quickly tied up Peter's hands behind his back with his string ability and pulled him along. "Goodbye, everyone," he said in his head as he stepped through the portal, with Peter following from behind. Soon after, Silver threw a small circular ball on the floor and stepped through herself. The small circular ball started to blink red and made a beeping sound. The blinking along with the sound started to get faster until bang. The ball had exploded, destroying everything in a 2-meter radius, including the portal. No one would be able to follow their traces to the vampire's home. Slowly it seemed like Quinn was coming to. A few grunts were heard here and there as he started to lift himself off the floor. He felt pain in the inside of his body, which was a strange feeling, but the outside of his body had mostly healed from the attack as well. When he had opened his eyes, he was greeted with several messages that had appeared while he was knocked out. 50/95 HP. Hunger has diminished. Transformation has been cancelled. Multiple blood types consumed. Stat points allocated. 4 free stat points remaining. Quinn quickly tried to get his head around what the messages had meant and tried to remember his last moments. Suddenly, he started to remember he was in the middle of a fight, and it was with Vorden. It hadn't lasted for long. The only thing he could guess was that he had been knocked. Transformation cancelled. I see, it's all starting to make sense now. I must have been knocked out in the middle of the fight. I was low on HP in the first place and started to transform. The stat increase and the HP regained must have been from the blood in the flask. When Quinn had found out he was getting addicted, he decided to stop consuming blood daily. However, he soon realized that it didn't mean he had to stop collecting blood from different students. After placing one of the students' blood in the flask, he later collected other students' blood and placed it into the container. When his HP was low enough, he would consume the flask with all the blood in it, giving him a boost in stats as well as helping him get rid of his addiction. Status. Stats. Strength, 26. Agility, 27. Stamina, 21. Charm, 28. He had also obtained 4 more free stat points to be used wherever he wished. I'll continue to place it into Charm for now, he thought. The reason for this was no student's blood type would directly increase the Charm stat like the others. On top of this, currently, he knew of and had found no equipment that did such a thing either, while all the other stats still had the benefit of higher-tier equipment. His plan had significantly worked. As long as he had the flask, he could continue to do this without addiction to blood. He reached around his side and went to grab the flask. Right now he felt so overjoyed that he wanted to grab it and kiss it. "Huh, where's the flask?" Quinn thought as he panicky started to grab around his waist, but could find nothing. "So you're finally awake," Vorden said, making sure that he was a few feet away. He didn't know how Quinn would react about the whole thing and made sure to keep his distance. Hearing the voice made Quinn spring up into his feet, and instantly he got into a fighting stance. Shadow Echo. Wait, it's me. I was the one that gave you the blood." Quinn calmed down. "What's your name?" Quinn asked. "I'm Vorden. It's me, Quinn. Remember, we went to the red portal planet together and you turned into that bloodsucker? If you want proof, I can even go into detail about how you ate. Stop. I believe you, Quinn said, not wanting Vorden to remind of what had happened back then. What happened to you, Vorden? Was it you that attacked me? Was it pure? What's going on? Quinn asked. Do you remember a while ago when I said if there were some things you found out about me, I would have to kill you? Vorden replied. At the time, it probably seemed like a joke, but I was quite serious. There are some secrets that even I have, Quinn, but that's not important right now. What do you mean it's not important right now? Quinn shouted back. You or Syl, or whoever it was just fried my arse. There's something you need to know. It's about Peter and Fex. I promise I'll explain everything. The trust between the two of them had been partially broken, and Vorden could see that. So he made sure to stay a few feet away from Quinn while explaining the details of what had happened and why. What Fex's part in all of this was and what his part of it was as well. Once he explained everything, there was silence between the two of them. Vorden had been prepared for a telling off, a scolding, or even sadness, but there was no reaction at all. After a few moments, Quinn started to walk towards him with his head down. Seeing this, Vorden gulped and moved to the side out of the way. However, Quinn continued to move forward until he had eventually reached the door. Quinn, aren't you going to say anything? Vorden asked. He just couldn't stand the silence anymore. I'm disappointed in not just you, Vorden, but everyone. Since when could you not trust me to make my own decisions? Even worse, when did you guys start making the decisions for me? Looking around at the door, Quinn lifted his hand and swung his fist into the door as hard as he could. Open the damn door, he shouted as he slammed his fist into the metal door again. It was sturdy as it was made out of glathrium, and even the strongest people could not do anything to the door. Quinn lifted his hand and proceeded to punch it again. This time the skin from his knuckles ripped, and there was a bloody fist mark left on the door. 49/95 HP. Seeing this, Vorden hurried over and inputted the code at the side, allowing the doors to open. As soon as they did, Quinn continued to storm off and away. Wait, Quinn, where are you going? You're not going to try to do anything, are you? They're already gone, Vorden said, afraid that he might go looking for them, which was pointless. I know, said Quinn. I can no longer feel Peter's presence. It's too far away. I just want to be alone for a bit. Sometimes one needed space and time to heal. Vorden knew this better than most and decided to let him go for now until he had calmed down. When outside, Quinn continued to walk around the large platform in a circle. As he went by, he looked and went past each of the military hotels. He was thinking about everything that had happened until he had eventually stopped and started to look over the ledge down into the arena floor. I can't blame them. They did what they thought was best for me, and Peter, who knows what would have happened to him. The only person I can blame for being in the situation I'm in is myself. I'm just too weak. Too weak to help Peter, too weak for Fex to even rely on me. And Fex, at first I didn't really trust him, but it seemed like he really did keep his word till the end. He didn't give me up to the vampires, and everything he did was to protect me. System. Do you know what will happen to Fex and Peter once they find out Peter's real identity? Quinn asked. Honestly, I'm not too sure. Seems like a lot of time has passed, and as the world changes, so do the rules. Although vampires usually stay relatively close to tradition. A trial will be placed where the council shall decide their fate. If you want me to be really honest with you, they will kill Peter. They will assume he is something called an illegal since he won't be in their files. What they don't know is that Peter is not an illegal. What do you mean by that? Fex said that a vampire that wasn't created by one of the 13 leaders, or at least didn't have their permission, would be considered an illegal, correct? Yes, but don't you remember when you created your own family? Peter is part of the cursed family. Do you also remember when I told you to keep this a secret from other vampires no matter what? Well, I suppose it's time it told you the truth. Quinn, when you created that family, you became one of the 13 leaders. Your family name has taken over the missing 10th seat. The system explained. Wait, does that mean if I tell them who I am, about the family, then Peter will live and Fex won't get in trouble? Quinn asked. No. The system replied instantly. Think about it, why do you think the 10th family seat was empty in the first place? I can't stop your destined fate in the future, Quinn, but I can delay it. You inform them of who you are now, and you will become a target of them in an instant. Then, explain to me. Explain what happened. Quinn shouted in his mind. Could you explain to me who you are? And explain to me what happened to the 10th family. And don't give me this crap that you can't tell me. Quinn already had some ideas and guesses of his own who the system was, as slowly everything was starting to be revealed. However, there was no point in overthinking it until he could confirm his guesses. I'm afraid I cannot tell. You're useless, Quinn said as he continued to storm off back to his hotel room. Inside the Military Base 1 hotel. On one of the top floors, an urgent knock was heard at one of the Big Four's doors. Sir, please answer immediately. We have a report from Duke. A man said, desperately trying to get into the room. Jack immediately answered the door after hearing Duke's name. If it was something in the middle of the night, it couldn't have been good news. What is it? Jack asked. It's about the student, Peter. He's missing. Inside an elegant large room with a modern-looking design, Jack was sitting there, patiently tapping away at a desk in the corner. Standing by his side were two reasonably large guards. He always had someone by his side, no matter what, due to his unique situation. He wasn't like the other Big Four family members, for they believed in their own strength. He knew the others looked down on him because of this, but he didn't care. The two guards who stood by his side weren't the same pair as the time when he had visited the military base. After their mistakes, he decided to give them another role and had replaced them. Jack's way was the only, and very rarely did he give people second chances. If one was to mess up, he could always take their power away before giving it to another. The tapping continued, and the guards were now looking at Jack out of the corner of their eye as it seemed to be getting louder and louder. Damn it! He shouted as he slammed his fist on the desk. It has to be pure once again. They got the upper hand and managed to get rid of him somehow. And there isn't even much I can do, Jack said. For this one, Jack was on his own. He hadn't informed Oscar or any of the other military personnel about Peter, how he was most likely a suspect of Pure. This was because he wanted to do everything himself. The only person who had been helping him along the way was General Duke. Duke was always the one who assigned two guards to be kept on Peter, and decided who he would go up against and the ref while the others knew nothing. He couldn't ask for their help, and he couldn't start turning this place upside down, trying to look for an insider. Otherwise, they would find out. They would then question Jack's motives and put all the blame on him. Although he was in the position where it wouldn't be too much of a problem, he still just didn't want to deal with it. The others didn't like him in the first place. He knew that the other three regretted ever inviting him into the Big Four. The only reason why he was able to stay in his position of power was due to his great relationship with the military and Oscar. There was a good chance what he had tried to do would sour that relationship, and the others would use this opportunity to break it. The worst part about this whole mess was that now he had to make sure the others and military wouldn't find out about it. He was the one that now needed to cover up his own tracks. IT was decided. A report was sent out to Duke with further instructions. Peter would no longer be taking part in the tournament due to an emergency matter. What emergency matter he would let him decide. When they returned to the military base, he would let Duke handle the rest. The disappearance of one student shouldn't be too hard to do in his position. An attempted runaway, a suicide. There were many different options they could put Peter's disappearance as. Pure. I promise if I ever find out where your base is, I'll send my whole army after you and crush you, he said, squeezing his fist tightly. The next day had arrived, and it was now morning. The events were not set for some time yet, and the main events even later. That's why Quinn found it very odd when he had a knock bright early in the morning. Before even opening the door, though, he knew who it was. He paused for a second and then braced himself before opening it. Vorden, why are you here so early? The events don't start later, Quinn said, trying to make things seem familiar between them, but it was clear that it wasn't. Am I allowed in? Vorden asked. Come on, don't be like that, please. The more you act differently, the more you will remind me of the crap you pulled, Quinn said. Once inside the room, Vorden carried on walking and headed for the outside window. The bright light shined on his golden hair and handsome face. When looking at him now, the sadness in his eyes made him look like an abandoned prince. I wanted to tell you about yesterday before you go asking. You're right. It's not fair that I keep all my secrets while I know all of yours. Quinn himself was now feeling a little guilty as he hadn't told the others everything. But it wasn't like it was a big deal to explain to them how his powers worked. How it was a game like a system, even if he did tell them it wouldn't have changed anything. How much do you remember before you were knocked out? Vorden asked. You mean when you were screaming that your name wasn't Vorden and you were Syl? Or when you nearly roasted me like a chicken before then zapping me? Quinn replied. Well, it looks like you remember everything then, said Vorden. Like I said yesterday, that was me. There was no mind control or anything. Syl and I are the same person. Vorden, you're going to have to be clearer than that. I really can't go into details, but have you ever heard of did? Quinn paused for a second as he thought about it. The strange actions, the fluctuations in voice, it indeed was like he was a different person. Suddenly, a memory came back to him. There was one time he had met Syl before, when he was being questioned. Quinn always wondered how Vorden had gotten away with the lying test back then. He thought he had borrowed a mind swap ability at the time, but what if that wasn't the case at all? You mean you have split personalities? Quinn said, shocked. He had heard of things like this before, but had never seen anything like this in person. He also never realized how separate these personalities were. He always thought if he was to meet someone with did it would be similar to a person who had mood swings. But the way Vorden had acted was almost like two people were living inside one body. I can't go into many details about how or why not yet anyway, but I will tell you one thing. I can copy only one ability. In comparison, the other one can copy 3. That's why I needed to switch with him yesterday when fighting you, Vorden explained. Purposely, Vorden avoided telling Quinn about Ratton. Having to tell someone this was hard enough, and he wasn't able to go into details about the whole thing anyway. So, for now, he would keep it as simple as possible. Vorden, why didn't you tell us this? I told you about me being a vampire, right? If you told me, or even the others, we would have understood. Do you know why I'm telling you this, Quinn? Because I want to regain your trust. You trusted me, and now I'm trusting you. Vorden then held out his hand. When looking at it, it reminded Quinn of the first day the two of them had met. He was the only one that reached out to him. Ever since then, the two of them had been through all out. Then he remembered something else, the three of them had gone through a lot. There was also Peter. I trust you, Vorden, Quinn said, shaking his hand. But that doesn't mean I don't think you make stupid decisions. So, do I get to meet this guy at some point? Maybe we can be friends. Vorden laughed but chose not to say anything back. If Syl had heard this, he would have been running out from his corner and had taken over the seat in an instant. When approaching Quinn back then, when they had first met, he did so because he was a level 1. Often low levels looked at the world differently due to how they were treated. But after Syl had gained an interest, it meant now his life would revolve around Quinn. However, Vorden was happy that Syl had taken an interest in Quinn. He felt like the two of them were no real friends. I also came here for something else as well, said Vorden. I was hoping to come here before they did, and it looks like I beat them. They? Quinn replied, slightly confused. Did you forget? Now that Peter isn't there, that means the substitute will have to take his place. They should be here soon to take you underground, Vorden explained. Oh, I completely forgot about it. I never thought this would even happen. Oh well, he said, shrugging his shoulders. I guess I'll just lose the match. Do you really want to do that, Quinn? What do you mean? I have to. I'm asking you again. Do you want to lose the match? Of course, Quinn didn't. For the longest time, ever since he had gotten his powers, he wanted to show all those people who thought he was weak, all those people that bullied him what he could do. And more than ever, he tried to beat whatever net True Dream had set up for Quinn. All this mess in the first place was because of him and sick ways. We can fight, said Vorden. On the red portal planet, we came up with a plan, remember? If they discover your powers, then I would tell them that my family was backing you. We can use that today. Before Fex had left, he said something. He told us that he and the one who came to get him were the only vampires on the military bases. That there were no others. At the time, I was wondering why he needed to tell us that. It is always better to be careful just in case, right? But I think he knew what was going to happen once Peter was taken. He was telling you to go crazy, not to worry. With Vorden using his original family name, they would no longer be after Quinn for the ability book. They would assume it was with Vorden's family. The other problem was the vampires. Even if they weren't here, there was always the chance they would find out about him, but did that really matter anymore? It was only a matter of time before they found out about Peter, which would eventually lead them back to Quinn. If you're ready, said Vorden. Then I am as well. I don't want to hide anymore, Quinn replied. Before leaving Quinn on his own, Vorden had a few last words to say to him. Hearing these words, he now knew what to do and was confident. Right after Vorden had left, he was on his own in his room. His heart, although beating slowly, was beating loud and strong. New rising energy was felt surging through his whole body. I wonder why I'm so excited? While being left on his own, he had time to reflect on everything and everyone that he had met so far. After finding that book and coming to the military school, he had a crazy journey he had never expected. More than anything, he didn't think there would be others who would join him along the way. A genius hacker, a terrorist or double agent, a vampire and an undead. Then you have the Ice Queen, and finally, the only one who I thought was normal, turns out to have a split personality. Quinn thought, I guess these were the only friends I could make. What they say is true, crazy people attract other crazy people. Yesterday night, while on his walk, Quinn had regained all of his health points. As long as he wasn't hungry and needed blood, his body would naturally regenerate on its own. But if it did, it would make it also so he was hungrier sooner. This made it hard for him to tell how practical the single session of restraining himself was. From the way Fex described it, as long as he wasn't drinking blood daily as he did before, then it shouldn't cause much change. He didn't know how much he managed to wean off the blood addiction. But from now on, he knew he had to be careful. With no blood flask, it would be a while until he could start consuming the blood of students again. Then suddenly a thought came to his head. He quickly opened up the system's shop and continued to scroll through the options. That's it. There it is? Quinn said. The flask had been in the shop all along. At the time he never thought such a thing would have been useful since he had the blood bank and Layla, but now it seemed like a handy item indeed. Then when looking at the ingredients needed, he was quickly disappointed. They were 2 intermediate-level beasts as well as an advanced tier 1. For such a little item it needed quite a few things. The problem was, they weren't items commonly found in the marketplace. Quinn would either have to hunt for it himself, which was near impossible, or hire someone else to get the item for him. However, now that he knew it was possible to make one of his own, he would keep it in mind. Maybe when he earned enough credits in the future, he would be able to start making items from the shop. Knock, knock, knock. Once again, a knock was heard on his door. It was still early morning, but he had been expecting this. Not knowing who the smell was coming from meant it was them. After opening the door, 3 soldiers dressed in the slick black uniform stood there tall and strong. Quinn Talon, correct? Yes, sir. An emergency matter involving Peter Chuck has caused him to drop out of the tournament. Due to this, the substitute of Dell's class, Quinn Talon, must participate. Please follow us. After a quick elevator ride down, they had finally arrived at the underground area. Unlike above, the students here were already awake and were practicing for the events. Still, many of them had nerves as it was only the second day. Before being able to join them, Quinn was further taken to a separate area where there was a desk and what looked like a small office area had been set up. Behind the desk, equipment was there for participants to be used as well as other things such as snacks and beverages. There were also many soldiers standing on guard, keeping an eye on everyone. The tension was high between the participants, and this often caused things to heat up between them. The soldiers didn't mind a bit of back and forth between students, but the second there was fighting they would stop it. Fights were to be displayed in the arena, not down below where nobody would see. The reason for bringing Quinn to the desk was because he needed to be registered. They handed him over a tablet where he was to input his fighting name. Oh crap! I didn't think of this. I can't use my gamer ID as Peter did. Even if I'm using my shadow powers, I won't be using my blood powers. Struggling to come up with a name, finally managed to put one down. The man at the desk looked at the tablet and chuckled, before handing it over to one of the other soldiers. You're free to use the training area as you wish. You will be called later on in the day, and your room number, if you want to rest, is 23, or if you manage to make it through. The man then paused for a second. He looked at Quinn's wristwatch and realized that it said the level 1. He shook his head in disbelief, not understanding what this class was thinking. Sure, the last student was a level 1, but they were clearly a special case, and the others could even see that due to the guards always being around them. Don't worry about it and just do what you want until we call you, the man said as he wafted his hand, suggesting for Quinn to go away. Was my name really that bad? Is that why he was laughing? Quinn thought. Looking around, there really wasn't much for him to do. Since the first round of fights had already been completed, the others knew what powers they had. This meant that the training hall was full of people using their powers. They would still keep moves hidden, but they were able to practice a lot better than before. But for Quinn, he still wanted to keep his powers hidden until the fight. Instead of fighting himself, he decided to lean up against the wall and keep an eye out on all the others. One of these in the room he would be fighting. He had been there for a good 5 minutes, and when leaning up against the wall, another person came to join him. One that was quite wide and large and had a square-looking head. The two said nothing to each other as they looked at all the participants. The person who was also up against the wall was Nate. The whole night, Sam had been excited after finding out that Zombie P would be in the fighting event. It was a shame that the blood evolver didn't turn out to be Larry, but this had at least him up for it. However, as soon as he had entered the room, he looked and looked but couldn't see Peter anywhere. He stood out more than the others, and he wasn't the only one that had noticed this. Peter was now well known to everyone. He was the kid who always had 2 guards beside him, and it also turns out he had an amazing regenerative ability. For him to suddenly disappear, they all could tell straight away. Noticing this, Nate knew that there had to be a replacement. Wanting to get a better look at everyone, he decided to look from the wall and look at all the participants taking part. From the first day, he had kept an eye on everyone as he went about looking for Larry. There were far fewer people today, but still, he couldn't see anyone new practicing. Where's the replacement? Suddenly, a large slash of air came out through. It was hard to see, but one could feel it if their senses were sharp enough. Nate, noticing this, turned to his side as he moved. At the same moment, he saw another student that had been on the wall with him the whole time. "Hey, move!" Nate shouted. But Quinn didn't listen. He too could sense the wind and instead decided to stay still. Knowing that the attack wasn't going to hit him, the attack slammed into the wall, making a small bang as it hit like the end of the whip. However, there was no marking on the walls, for it was made of glathrium. "Oh, sorry. That almost hit you. Are you two okay?" a student said, running over. "Be careful next time," Nate shouted back. "How stupid and bad could you be? This room's massive and you managed to make a stray attack come over here." He was clearly annoyed. The student continued to apologize, but a few others behind him were also looking over. "It was no accident," Quinn mumbled as he finally left the wall and started to walk over towards the student. He had overheard the students speaking the whole time. They could see that Nate and Quinn were just standing there by the wall and wanted to give them a little scare. When the attack came towards Quinn, he knew that they had aimed precisely in the middle of the two of them, and there was no need for him to move. All they wanted to do was scare them. After all, if he or Nate were hurt, the students would have gotten in trouble. When looking over in the student's direction from where the attack had come from, he could also see a bunch of girls off to the side. There and then something clicked in his head. It wasn't an accident. If I know thirsty boys, those guys were trying to impress those girls. Why did Nate this? It was because he would have perhaps tried something similar in his own youth. As Nate saw the curly-haired student walk towards the boy, he was wondering just what was going to happen. Wait, is that the new guy? It has to be. I don't remember seeing him down here. Looking at his wristwatch, he could see the level 1, but something else had worried him even more. He could see the student clenching his fist, ready for a punch. Back on the top platform, the students were starting to gather in front of the screens for the first events to start. The others had left the hotel together and were now peacefully sitting in front of screen 2. Just then, Sam had arrived from his own hotel, as he had agreed to meet up with them yesterday. Hey, where's Quinn? Sam asked, noticing he wasn't sitting down with them. Well, Vorden replied. He's taking part in the fighting tournament. The drink that was held in Sam's hand nearly dropped to the floor, but he quickly tightened his grip and then a small smile appeared on his face. Oh, really? I don't know why fate has decided to put you on the battlefield. All I know is, everyone might be in for one hell of a surprise, Sam thought. While looking at all the students and relaxing up on the wall, Quinn was busy thinking away. The energy from before and his strong heartbeat hadn't settled down. Every second meant the fight he was about to participate in was getting closer and closer. This whole event was starting to remind him of the past. Life before the book. How he was too weak before. He was too weak to help Peter. He was too weak to help himself. How the other students used to beat him every day, and the most he could do was get a hit in here or there. Thinking about how much he hated his life back then every single day. How the school chose to do nothing because he wasn't destined for great things. And again when arriving at the military base, how they started to target those around him as well as him. All these bad memories were making him angrier. At that moment, when walking, the picture of him getting hit and beaten by these losers were playing in his head. Hearing the students behind laughing and what they had said, he already had enough of this. He couldn't do anything back then, but he could now. Seeing Quinn's fist tightening, Nate could tell what was about to happen straight away. Although the kids deserved to get hit, Nate didn't want the new student being punished for it. He would be the aggressor in this situation if his punch landed. However, there was also a second reason Nate wanted to stop a fight. The people he was walking to were level 7s. There weren't many weak people left in the fighting event. If a fight was to happen, he couldn't see Quinn coming out of it unharmed. Hey, is he coming over to us? What does he think he's doing? One of the students from behind said. The student in front was also annoyed. Although he had thrown out the wind strike, he was only trying to have a little fun. He knew the attack wouldn't hit them, so he felt like it was no reason for anyone to get angry. What the hell, you brat? What are you getting so annoyed for when I already said I was sorry? The student complained. I'm in no mood for games. Out of all the days to try to pull this crap, today is not that day. Quinn said. Of course it's my fault, right? It's always the fault of the weak ones for being born this way. The sound of Quinn's voice, he wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but there was certainly some type of undertone when he was speaking. The student looked around to see if his friends behind had heard, or if it was just him. They continued to laugh and joke around and even gave a thumbs up towards him. They didn't hear that. Am I going crazy? The student thought. Out of panic and desperation, he threw a wind slash. Quickly, Quinn moved his body to the side and started walking forward again. To the student in front of him, it looked like the attack had just gone right through his body. Now the student was starting to feel his palms sweat. He threw out another attack, and once again, ever so slightly, Quinn would place his foot, allowing him to just avoid the attack and go back into position. The movement was so small it could hardly be seen. The outsiders who were watching such a thing were confused. All they could see was one student walking forward, while the other was walking backwards in the middle of the room. The student who was throwing out the wind blades was using a unique technique. When wind users used such an attack, usually a thin white line could be seen striking the air. But the wind user's attack was invisible to the eye and could only be felt. What's Josh doing? The student said. Is he pretending to attack? I knew he was too soft. He thinks he can bluff his way out. However, a few moments later, and the large whip-like sound could be heard as the wind attacks reached the end of how far they could go. The loud banging noise was continuously heard, and now the others were in shock. Josh wasn't just moving his hands about, he was actually throwing out attacks. The loud noise had managed to catch the attention of the small pop-up office from earlier. "What is going on over there?" the man at the desk said, scratching his head. As he looked over, he could see the new student. "I thought something like this might have happened. These damn kids always like to go after the weak ones. Stop this before it gets out of hand," the man ordered. A soldier from the post was immediately on his way. Seeing the soldier coming over, Nate breathed a sigh of relief. He was hesitating himself whether to get involved or not, but was afraid he could have been hurt by the wind users. It wasn't easy to sense those attacks. Nate believed that the student had thrown out those attacks and had missed on purpose, trying to scare the student away. The two were now close enough, and Quinn dashed forward. Josh lifted his hand ready to throw another wind strike right at the student. The soldier who was on his way could see this. If that attack hits, the other might be seriously hurt. The soldier thought, and he too had dashed forward. What they didn't expect was for what Quinn had done next. He lifted his leg fast up towards his head and then slammed it down, performing an axe kick right on the student's wrist. Josh's hand slammed down and was pinned against the floor. Josh tried to move, but even using his whole strength, he couldn't budge. If he tried any harder, he was afraid his wrist would break if it wasn't already broken. After the axe kick had been performed, Quinn threw out his fist. There was no hammer strike, there was no blood spray, it was just an ordinary punch, but it did contain his full strength behind it. As the punch went forward, a man stood in the way and braced himself, holding both his arms in a cross shape. "Ha, that's it. Just a little weak punch." The student around started to laugh. The blow had hit the man, but he remained there solid and still not having moved an inch, and the expression on his face hadn't changed at all. "Come on, Josh. You could have taken the punch and just hit him back." The students continued to mock their friend. "Stop this at once," the man said. "Fighting is reserved for the arena and not underground. If you continue, then you shall be punished." When Quinn had looked at who he had hit, he noticed it was one of the soldiers. He then peeked around the soldier to see the student behind him. Grabbing his wrist, it looked like it was starting to swell. "It's okay. I think he's learned his lesson," Quinn said as he walked off. "Wait," the soldier shouted. "Young boy, who's your teacher?" "You mean Dell?" Quinn replied. "No, not your homeroom teacher. That kick, you're in the beast weapons class, yes." "My teacher is Sergeant Leo," Quinn replied as he walked off. The soldier said no more and allowed Quinn to walk off just like that. "Wait, you're going to let him go?" Josh cried. "Look at my wrist. I think he broke it." "Stop your complaining. Something like this can easily be fixed by the doctors before your event. And don't think I didn't see where you had planned to use your own strike. In my eyes, this was a simple act of self-defense." The soldier's decision was final, and Josh could see that. There was no more use complaining, and he wouldn't try bothering Quinn again. After the fight had been broken up, Quinn had gone back to the wall to relax once again. Nate came rushing over with a glow in his eyes, for he had seen something quite impressive. "Hey, that kick was impressive. You must have practiced a lot to get it that smooth and fast." Nate was a junkie for martial arts. Even before learning what type of ability he had, he preferred the pure skill people would use in hand-to-hand combat. The fact that it also helped him out with his ability was only a bonus. "If you want, maybe we can spar sometime?" Nate asked, then looked down at his watch, which made his add a few last words. "Without abilities, of course." Quinn could see that the student was a nice person. He didn't look threatening at all, even if he did seem to be a bit annoying. "Sure, it sounds fun." Back at the pop-up office, the soldier had returned to make a report of the events that had occurred. "Anything to report?" the man at the desk asked. "A broken wrist, nothing else. They won't fight again. I'm sure of it." The man at the desk paused for a second as he looked at the soldier before speaking again. "Go back to your duties, you're dismissed. Oh, and before you go, make sure to see a doctor about the broken arm of yours." "Yes, sir," the soldier said as he rushed off. "This is an announcement. Will all students get into their designated groups? The main events will begin shortly. The students were told to prepare themselves for the event. They started to pick their best beast gear and left whatever they didn't need behind. They then were organized by the soldiers into their new groups. Once again, it seemed like even on the second day all the first years were placed in the same group. This was to continue making the fights fairer and enjoyable. Even if a first year was stronger, fear was the key difference between them and the second years, which was using a soul weapon. As the students finished getting into their groups, several heads twisted and turned, and mumbling between the participants seemed to be going around quickly. They all realized that the infamous Zombie P was no longer there. Looking over at all the groups, Nate noticed that he wasn't with his newly found friend he had just made, since he was a second year, but it also seemed like everyone was turning to know to look at him. "So, you're Zombie P's replacement?" a student in the group said. "I wonder what happened to him?" Rather than being interested in Quinn himself, they were far more concerned about where or why Zombie P wouldn't be taking part in this fight. Seeing his ability, he couldn't have possibly been injured. This was the usual reason for one dropping out of the tournament. If it was an injury that wouldn't have been able to be healed on time before the next match. "All right, everyone. It's time to make your way up to the stage. Group A, please follow me." It was time for Quinn and the others to make their way to the arena. As Quinn was about to pass through the entrance, the soldier from before stopped him, for he had a newfound interest in him. "Wait, aren't you going to take any beast gear with you into the fight? If you don't have any, the rules state we can at least lend you some basic protection equipment." It wasn't beast gear, as that would be unfair to the others, but the man worried about him. He needed at least some thick leather. "It's okay," Quinn replied. "I have everything I need." Inside the booth, the 4 leaders, including the Supreme Commander Oscar, arrived in their seats. They were free to do what they wanted during regular events, but wanted to have the best seats in the house for the main 3 events. They had just finished watching the ranged event and crafting event. The big 4 families would often teach the same ability, but the ability varied in strength depending on the person. However, when watching, they still kept a close eye. There were many factions and other families that were under the banner of the Big 4. If they were to see a student who really interested them, they could invite them over to join a family under them, in turn growing the power of their own. Finally, it was time for the fighting event. "The first years will be fighting first, correct?" Mona asked. "Is there anyone you have your eyes on?" Hearing this reminded both Bernie and Owen of their encounter with the Blade Child. He was in his first year. After hearing no news of anything happening yesterday, they assumed he might have just wanted to practice with their powers. Anyway, whatever the child wanted to do, it was none of their business. "That child named Zombie P interests me," said Owen. His regeneration speed was remarkable, and yet somehow, even without any beast gear, he was able to deliver a knockout punch. Perhaps he is skilled in the martial arts. He wouldn't be the first person to perform superhuman feats beyond the norms of a human body. Mona replied. "What was his name?" "I believe he finally decided to become a teacher." "You are talking about Sergeant Leo," Oscar replied. "And unfortunately, we won't be seeing Zombie P perform in today's match. I got a report this morning from the doctor. He can't move. His whole body's frozen. They think it's possibly a drawback from whatever powers he displayed yesterday." Hearing this, Jack was pleased. It seemed like Duke had really pulled through for him again. "Of course, a healing power that's strong would have its own drawbacks," Bernie said with his arms crossed as he snorted hot air from his large nostrils once again. "Then, that means we will see a new person?" Mona asked. "This won't be fun at all. The substitute is a substitute for a reason, simply because they weren't good enough to be picked in the first place. If it happened in the first round, sure, it might have been entertaining. But the students that are left are quite strong. I almost feel sorry for the student." Although Jack didn't feel sorry for the student, he thought it would be an incredibly quick match. After the surprise turn of events of yesterday, Jack didn't want the same thing happening twice. Out of all the first-year students participating in the event this year, he made it so the Duke would allow him to fight the strongest one. At least the strongest one he could get. There were a couple of first-year students that were part of the Big 4 families. Those he didn't want to get involved in too much, so he picked the next best choice. He wanted to humiliate Peter while also drawing out Pure. But with Pure already succeeding in their task, the opponent he had prepared would now be going against the substitute. The platforms had been prepared and spread out across the arena floor. This time the platforms were at least 2 times the size as the previous ones. This was because there would now be displaying only 5 fights at the same time. It also allowed for more large-scale fighting and fewer defeats via the knockout from falling off. It was boring seeing participants just falling to the ground. The audience would much rather watch a display of great skills. Please, everyone, welcome your first round of participants. The crowd cheered loudly as it was the last event of the day. They always did save the best until last, which was why no one had left, and it seemed like not a single seat was empty in the arena. The participants slowly walked onto the stage, and just like everyone else, they too soon realized that one of their favorites from the first round wasn't there. The crowd wasn't too bothered, but the students in particular were surprised. Where is Zombie P? I can't see him. Does this mean he won't be fighting? Yeah, look, there's someone I haven't seen before. Something must have happened, and now the substitute has to fight. The camera on screen focused on all the participants one by one as they made their way to the platform, and the crowd could see their big faces appear. That's when Owen noticed the boy who had taken Zombie P's place. Now, this is interesting, he thought as his eyes widened. He quickly took out the mask from his waist and opened it outward, covering his mouth. He didn't want the others to see the smile. That was the boy who was with the Blade family child. Wasn't he only a level 1, if I remember seeing correctly? I see it now, Owen thought. Like a jigsaw puzzle, things were coming into place for him. It would be stupid to put just any level 1 ability user in there. And he remembered the boy saying something strange. He remembered he stated he had beaten the game at level 5 yet didn't go any higher than that. Based on their reaction and him being in the tournament now, it had to be him in the video. Coming to this realization, he did everything he could to hold in his laughter, but failed as his shoulders began to move up and down. What's so funny? Jack asked, seeing his slanted eyes that were shaped like 2 crescent moons peak just above the shaking fan. I just think we will be in for a surprise today, Owen said. The names of each of the participants were announced as they then rose onto the large pillar-like platform. Finally, they had gotten to Quinn and his opponent. First, we have the student who dominated their last round and gave us an amazing show. Please welcome the multiplier. Oh, he was a good one. He is one of the ones I had my eye on, Mona said excitedly. Wait, isn't he going against the substitute? What a shame. I thought this time we might see more of his skills. What is the substitute's ability, Oscar? Owen asked out of interest. Oscar then sighed as he heard this. I honestly don't know what they were thinking, but they managed to convince management, saying he is one of the students currently with the highest amount of points in their base. It turns out he has no ability at all. Oscar replied. Rats, I can't believe they're wasting our time with this. You should have stepped in and done something. I thought you were in charge of this place, Bernie complained. Sadly, I only got the report just before entering this room. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much, Owen interjected. I think we all will be more surprised than you think. The others chose to ignore Owen's words. To them, it seemed like the youngster who just wanted a different option compared to everyone else, like a child who would say the opposite answer compared to the whole class just to get attention. And his opponent, unfortunately, Zombie P has had to exit from the tournament due to medical emergencies, which means today we have a replacement. Please welcome to the stage the cursed child. From above, Vorden and the others all shook their head and slapped it in disappointment. What's with his naming sense? Vorden thought. Couldn't he think of something a little less cringy? Layla started to giggle a little. I kinda like it. Better than his other name anyway. The reason for choosing this name was because of how he felt at the time, and felt similar to when he had created his vampire family. He also didn't want to choose a name that gave away his abilities, and on top of that, he wasn't able to use his old favorite name, the Blood Evolver. Beep beep beep. The 3 beeps indicated it was time for the event to start, and as soon as it did, Shadow equip. Shadows surrounded Quinn's body, legs, and arms, and a few seconds later, they had dispersed, revealing all of his equipment. The soldier watching from below smiled while looking at the screen. You really did have everything you need. But one who was even more shocked and more excited was Nate. He has gauntlets? Another Year 1 student who uses gauntlets as a weapon. A strange level 1 user just like the zombie P. Now that I think about it, that kick as well. Skillful in martial arts. Can't be, is he the blood evolver? Other than the people that were there to support Quinn, Nate, and the soldier. Not many others were looking at his match. They simply thought it was a done deal when they had heard the word substitute. No one could really blame them for feeling that way. In the years before, when a substitute had come onto the stage, the match was usually over fairly quickly. This was the same for inside the booth as well, as they decided to look at other potential fights that maybe they weren't able to catch last time. Even Jack's gaze had wandered off into the direction of others. The only person who had seen the quick shadows forming and disappearing was Owen. You are surprising me even more. Turns out you do have an ability. How did you manage to hide that from the military for so long? Owen said. More importantly, why would you? When the others' attention had returned back to the platform Quinn was fighting on, they were surprised to see him wearing beast gear that he wasn't wearing before. Did I miss something? Bernie said, confused. Are you talking about Arena 5? Mona replied. I was sure he didn't have beast gear on as well either. Owen then started to giggle away in the corner like a little girl, knowing he was the only one who had seen what had happened. How about we have a little wager on the fight going on in Arena 5? Owen said, waving his fan on his head. The wind was moving his long curly hair that somehow wasn't going all over his face. Greylash, Oscar said. You know that's against the rules. Don't be silly, Owen replied. Fine, if you really want to be such a sour grape, then we don't have to bet anything. What's the point? Mona interjected. There is a clear winner unless you know something we don't? Owen didn't really know much, but it was as if the signs were telling him this boy was special. There were a few things that he did know compared to them. He was friends with the powerful Blade family, he was able to beat the block game past level 5, and finally he had an ability that was hidden from the military. All of these were why Owen was confident that the one named Cursed Child would win. Do you all agree with what Miss Bree said? Owen asked. All of the people in the room remained silent. Common sense just told them that it wasn't possible, and again, they just felt like the Greylash was trying to cause drama. Then I will take your silence as a yes. All of you against me. If the Cursed Child is to win the fight, then I get first pick when sending out invitation letters to the students. If I lose, then I will have to pick up what's left. Deal, Bernie said with cheer in his voice. It seemed like a foolish offer to him, and it was also a chance for him to get one up on the arrogant new young master. I can shove it in his face. Although the others didn't believe anything special would happen, what the bet had done was made sure that everyone's eyes in the booth were now following Quinn's fight and not the others. Just at the slight chance that perhaps Greylash could see something. Looking carefully at his opponent in front of him, Quinn was able to see that the student was a level 8. Thankfully he was also a Year 1 student, which meant he didn't have to worry about him having a soul weapon. The student's most likely an original then. I didn't get to see the first batch of fights because I was too busy dealing with CIA at the time. I need to be careful until I find out what his ability is. This was Quinn's debut fight, his stage, and he wasn't going to act so rashly. Perhaps he would have performed differently, but the fight previously with Vorden had shown him his place. There were still powers and abilities out there that were far stronger than his current shadow. It wouldn't always protect him from everything. Analyzing the multiplier closer, he could see a high level of beast equipment as well. Using the inspect skill allowed him to break it down even further. From head to toe he was covered in intermediate armor, and in his hand a pair of daggers at the advanced level. There was also by his side small little blades across his belt. Trying to get the upper hand, Quinn tried to use the inspect skill on him as well, hoping to find out his ability. However, it had only come up with question marks. His inspect skill was still only able to tell him basic abilities and not originals. Seeing his opponent was still on the other end of the platform, he was thinking of what to do. With no blood spray, the impact of his punches would have lessened, and with no blood swipe and crescent kick his range was limited. For the first time, he was starting to see how handy the combination of his blood powers and shadow powers were, for he was limited on attacking options. The shadow acted more as a shield and a support attack for his blood powers. But here where he couldn't use them, he was limited. The two students stood looking at each other, and eventually, Quinn grew tired of waiting. If he's not going to show his powers, then I don't need to show mine. Wind walk. The skill on his boots was activated, and he dashed forward with all his strength. It looked like he managed to cover the area of the arena in an instant. The boots, when activated, glowed slightly red, showing they were in use. He's moving that fast. How good is the equipment he's wearing? A student asked. But it wasn't just the equipment alone, it was also Quinn's natural speed that had made him travel so fast. Multiplier looked like he was shocked as he braced himself for the attack. Quinn threw out a fist as quick as he could, wanting to get the fist hit. The punch landed right in his opponent's face. Is this really a level 8? Quinn thought as he saw his attack hit his opponent clean. As the man's face moved to the side, Quinn had double-checked to see if he was seeing things. For behind the multiplier was another person who looked exactly the same as him. The first one that had been hit, and he puffed into a cloud of black air. The second, who was behind him, swung his dagger from below towards Quinn's face. But his reactions were fast, and using the gauntlets, Quinn was able to block the first attack with his forearm. A large dent was made across from his elbow upward as the attack was deflected. It was clear the daggers were better quality than his gauntlets. Durability 80 out of 100. Wanting to attack again, Quinn threw out his leg, preforming a roundhouse kick to his waist. Suddenly, something from underneath came sweeping across the floor, hitting his other leg that was on the floor, causing him to fall to the floor. Now looking up from the floor, Quinn could see the clear blue sky, but at the same time another two multipliers. They both came rushing down, trying to stab Quinn with Tier 4 daggers. What they didn't expect was for Quinn to be too fast. Moving his hands at a speed that couldn't be seen, he pulled both of Thier's legs. Thier's bodies fell to the floor. Once he got up, he performed an axe kick, kicking one of them in the stomach. The same thing as last time had occurred. The person had puffed into black smoke. Quickly turning around, he kicked the other, and it was the same result. Looking around the arena, Quinn finally understood. I should have known. His name was a dead giveaway, Quinn said. Standing in the center, Quinn had been surrounded by 6 students who looked exactly the same. A cloning ability? Layla asked. It's a bit more than that, Vorden replied. The user is able to produce clones in an instant, as long as he has enough MC cells to do so. Judging by the number of clones he's already created and how freely he is producing them, he has a lot. Oh, so that's why when Quinn hits them they keep bursting into smoke? She asked. The clones can usually take a fair bit of damage before puffing into smoke. My guess is Quinn's attack is a lot stronger than it looks to everyone else. The problem is, although Thier just clones, Thier weapons and everything about them are very real. The attacks will hurt just as much as if it was done from the original. So if he defeats the original, he can beat them all then, right? Technically yes, but there's another problem. Judging by his MC level being a level 8 and him being in this tournament, he's most likely also learned his family's body swap skill. It allows the user to switch the real body with one of the clones whenever they wish. You explained everything perfectly, Vorden, Logan said as he was typing away on a small little computer. It had been constructed via his little spiders. I looked up information on the multiplier's family. They are an original and everything you described is accurate. Sam had decided to keep quiet, but he too thought it was amazing that a normal student knew so much information without looking it up, especially about an original family. The 6 multipliers all surrounding Quinn reached for the small blades around Thier's waist. There was nowhere to hide, and they were guaranteed a hit. He could block the ones from the front, but it would be near impossible to block them from the back. Well, Burns said inside the booth. Looks like we were right. It seems the Greylash was just trying to cause drama for no reason. All you did was manage to waste our time. I have to admit, Mona said. I got a little excited when I saw him dashing forward at such a fast speed. But that speed seems to be useless now. Owen remained silent. He thought the others were silly. Could they not see the same thing he was seeing? When looking at Quinn, was that the look of someone who looked like they were about to lose? The multiplier at the same time from each of his clones threw out 2 daggers each towards the center. They came out fast and powerful. Tsh. Boring, Jack said, but soon he started to think differently. For some reason, a smirk had appeared on the cursed child's face. Shadow control. From the bottom of his feet, a thin veil of purple shadow had appeared and had stopped all of the little blades in Theor tracks midair. They hovered in place and were unable to move forward. What power is that? Nate said, looking at the screen. Inside the arena, 2 of the 5 fights had come to an end, and only 3 of the fights remained. The camera had decided to focus on Quinn's match at this very moment. They could see that the multiplier was trapped and thought another contestant would soon be eliminated from the competition. When the daggers were thrown, everybody waited in anticipation of what the multiplier would do to follow up this attack and how he would dismantle his opponent as he had done previously. What they didn't expect was for the sudden reveal of a strange power that no one had ever seen before. The sheet of purple shadow rose from Quinn's feet surrounding him. It was moving ever so slightly, and the small blades seemed to have stopped just as they touched it. Hey, do you know what ability that is? Person from the crowd asked. No, I've never seen anyone with it before. I wonder what it does or how it works. Wait, what is Quinn doing? Layla shouted. Why is he showing his powers? And worst of all, right now in front of everyone. Sam looked carefully at the strange power. He had expected Quinn to be hiding something. He even thought he was 100% sure that he was the Blood Evolver. But he had never seen the Blood Evolver do this before. Even if they had learned a new skill, there was a clear difference between what he was seeing right now. The Blood Evolver's powers produced a red aura. While this was purple and dark, it felt different. I assume you have something to do with this? Logan said, looking at Vorden since he seemed to be the only one who hadn't acted so surprised at the outcome. He's sick and tired of hiding, Vorden replied. I can feel it, and I think you guys can too. The whole situation was just frustrating him more and more as the days went by. Sooner or later this was going to happen, so might as well do it now. But won't people come after him after they learn about his background? Layla asked. He was an orphan and the military knew he had no ability before. The others will try to ask for the ability book, or try to find out how he learned this. Don't worry, after this, I told him he could say my family is looking after him, and he gave the ability book to them for safekeeping. And what original family do you come from? Sam asked. If Vorden was confident to use his family's name to protect a rare ability, they had to be strong. If they weren't, then others would still try to attack or pressure them in some way to obtain the ability book. My family is the Blade family, Vorden responded. Sam started to think hard if he had ever heard such a name before, but he tried and tried. He was quite knowledgeable and even knew some medium-sized factions and families, but the Blades just didn't seem to ring a bell. However, since his family was an original family and managed to stay that way, it meant it would still give Quinn some protection. When abilities started to become more well-known around the world and families began to reveal themselves, some of the original families were broken up and had their abilities learned and stolen, eventually making them known to the public. They then were no longer known as originals. Only the more potent abilities, or the ones under the big 3 at the time, were able to keep their abilities and powers to themselves. If Vorden's family was still considered an original, they had to have some influence, right? Opening up a part of the shadow from the front, the small blades moved again, and Quinn had blocked them with his gauntlets. He then moved out from where the shadow was originally placed and allowed for the shadow to return to him. As soon as he did this, the blades continued to move forward, wholly missing and falling off the arena. 94 out of 100 MC cells. The small blades were only at the basic tier level. This was why Quinn knew he could block it with only a thin layer of the shadow. At the same time, the damage it had done was small. Shadow Cloak skill activated. Then, in front of everyone's eyes on the stage and from the booth, Quinn had disappeared entirely. The stronger ones could still sense where Quinn was, as this was only a visual effect, an illusion almost, but to the crowd, they now couldn't see anything. Multiplier himself had quite keen senses and could tell Quinn was still here, but found it hard to pinpoint his exact location. The problem was Quinn was just too fast. When attacking, the Shadow Cloak was disabled, and a fist seemed to come flying out of nowhere, delivering a punch to the head. The puff of black smoke appeared once more. Not that one. Seeing another one not too far away, he decided to use the flash step, moving himself right in the position of the next person. Without hesitation, an uppercut was delivered, and with it, another cloud of smoke appeared. From behind, his sensitive ears had picked up the sound of footsteps running up to him. Quickly spinning his body and lifting his leg, he performed a spinning back kick, hitting Multiplier through the air and off the arena ground. All the fights around them were now being ignored. Each puff of black smoke appearing, the crowd cheered in response. It was as if they were watching a skilled traveler take on several men at once. While one person came towards Quinn at the front, another was behind him. The two daggers came toward both his body and his head. Using both of his hands, Quinn was able to grab him by the wrist, but that didn't stop the second person coming from behind. Is he done for? The crowd thought. But Quinn knew all along what was happening. From underneath his feet, the shadow rose once again, stopping the attack. 80 out of 100 MC. The attack had been blocked, but this time it had taken a lot more of his MC points to deal with it. This was due to the weapon being an advanced tier 1. Throwing out a kick towards his opponent's stomach finished the first one off, and then a spin with the back of his fist hitting the one behind him. The two opponents had been finished off. Looking around him and at the arena, he could still see the 6 of the same person, even though he had already defeated multiple clones. Damn, which one is the real one? They all smell exactly the same. What Quinn didn't know was the Multiplier was able to switch his real body with any of the clones he created at any time. The Multiplier not once had even gotten close to Quinn. How he wished he was able to use his blood abilities right now. Using Blood Swipe, he could attack far away or with the Crescent Kick, and if there were multiple enemies, he could use the Blood Spray. There was another problem: sooner or later, his MC points would run out. The weapon the Multiplier used was strong, and it could only block so many more attacks. Quinn was careful not to get hit, and if he did and the fight got rough, there was a good chance his blood bank would automatically activate. His healing wasn't as impressive as Peter's, but it was still to the point where one would think he had a healing ability. This, in turn, would cause so many questions to be asked. Well, it looks like this match certainly has gotten interesting, Owen said, giggling away. I knew you wouldn't play fair, Bernie replied. You knew he actually had an ability, didn't you? I knew no such thing. How would I know information that not even Oscar knew? Owen replied. Bernie was now looking at Oscar for an answer. If anyone should have known about his powers, it should have been him. Oscar was starting to wonder how Owen knew or came to know of this as well. I think this makes the whole thing a lot more interesting, Mona added. It would have been boring otherwise. Besides, a bet is a bet. Even if you did know he had an ability, the Multiplier is one of the strongest people in this tournament, and that fact still doesn't change. Besides, we all know how the Multiplier likes to toy with his opponents from the last fight, and he still hasn't shown everything he's got. Although, with the Cursed Child, I do wonder what level his ability is at. It is a hard one to judge, Owen replied. The ability itself doesn't seem to have many attacking opportunities. If the user himself wasn't so skilled in hand-to-hand combat, then this fight might have been long over. However, it also seems the ability itself is versatile. It cloaked him, making him almost invisible, and also it can be moved around at will like an elemental power. I have a feeling we haven't seen everything yet. Back on the platform, Quinn slowly made his way back into the center. The others found this quite the amateur move, as it allowed him to be surrounded. If he stood near the outer edge, he was able to face opponents coming from one direction. Yes, there was a higher chance one would be knocked off from the stage. but it still gave him better options. Still, Quinn knew if he weren't the aggressor, he would eventually lose this fight. Once in the center, all the clones threw their small blades again, and Quinn repeated with the same action, lifting the shadow and blocking the attacks. "I can do this all day. Come on," Quinn shouted, hoping that the multiplier would try something new. All of them switched and pulled out their daggers. "Oh, do you think you've won?" The multiplier spoke. When speaking, each of his clones spoke simultaneously, and the voice sounded louder together like an odd choir. "You do know I've been playing around with you this whole time. You see, I like to toy with my opponents, sometimes make them feel like they are winning. Some matches I start with 2, for others I begin with 4. After seeing how easily you dealt with my clones, I decided on 6. But I guess that wasn't enough." From behind the 6 people that surrounded the arena, another 6 people were seen behind them as they moved to the side to make 12. It was the first time in the tournament the multiplier had ever used 12 people to fight so far. "Let's see how you deal with this," the multiplier said, as all 12 clones decided to charge in towards the center at the same time. "Perfect," Quinn said. "Shadow Void." A thick purple shadow spread out from his feet across the floor in all directions from where Quinn stood. Once it reached a particular area, it started to rise, eventually creating a small dome shape. The dome encased both Quinn and all of the clones with him. From the outside, the public suddenly couldn't see anything but a purple dome of moving shadows. "What's going on?" the crowd said. "Are they still fighting in there? This had to be that cursed child's ability, right? Are you starting to feel nervous about our little bet?" Owen asked. "Although I don't know what this strange dome thing does. I cannot believe one person could take on 12. I didn't even know the multiplier could copy himself that many times. If I have him in one of my families, it would be like having a little squad. He would be able to go out on solo missions on his own." As time went by and nothing was happening, even Bernie was starting to get nervous. It shouldn't have taken this long for someone to beat one person. Finally, the shadows around started to fade away slowly. They began to disappear from the top of the dome to the bottom and eventually returned to the original user's 2 feet, where one person could be seen standing, while the other was beaten entirely and knocked out on the floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner, the cursed child." A huge upset had occurred in the arena. It was something the others hadn't expected. One of the favorites from the first years had been defeated, and what was worst, the others weren't even able to see how it was done. "That's impossible," Bernie said, standing up from his seat. At the same time, he banged the side of his armchair. It briefly went up in flames before the whole side of the thing burnt to a crisp. It was amazing how quick it was disappeared as to not affect the whole chair. "Calm down," Oscar demanded. Bernie was always a hot-headed fool, and he knew this bet was a bad idea. However, even Oscar didn't think this would be the final outcome, so he allowed for it to continue. "Can't you see?" said Bernie. "That kid, he didn't just win, but there isn't even a single scratch on him." The others had, of course, noticed this as well. For this to have happened, the fight inside the dome couldn't have been a close one. The dome-shaped shadow was either very powerful or it was there to conceal the boy's real strength from the eyes of everyone else. Jack's whole body was shaking, but not because he was upset. It was out of joy, a mysterious power that was able to rival top original families, yet didn't belong to any of the big 4. This was the perfect opportunity for him. Whatever he did, he needed to get this power for himself. However, there was a small problem, something he never thought would get in the way, and that was the bet. Jack was one of the ones that hadn't spoken up when the deal was made, meaning Owen was able to get the first choice when inviting students to their families. There was no way a student would turn down such an offer from one of the big 4. Perhaps there was some way he could persuade him. Once the event was over, he would contact the others at his tower to find out everything they could about the boy named Cursed Child. "Well, I must say I think I've got a pretty bright future ahead of me," Owen said, laughing. Oscar looked at the student one more time standing in the arena. "Looks like I need to speak to the people at the second base. How they were this tardy to not notice something like this is beyond my comprehension. Anyway, Quinn Talon, I shall be keeping an eye on you. The cheering in the arena had continued for a lot longer than usual. People always seemed to love the unexpected. It was exciting to think about what this new power and surprise could do. While standing in the center, Quinn looked down at the multiplier and started to recall what happened when the shadow void had been cast. Even with the void covering the view of the others, Quinn couldn't use his blood abilities. There was a high chance that the influence skill wouldn't work on him. He would then reveal to everyone what had happened after the fight. It was a risk he still couldn't take. However, what the multiplier also didn't realize was he wasn't the only one who had been holding back the whole fight. As the multiple clones came towards him, for a brief second Quinn closed his eyes and started to think back to the block game. The slightest sound, the slightest movement, he was able to see the attacks just as they moved. The multiplier was doing near enough the same thing, using his clones to attack him from multiple directions, and even though there was 12 of them, there was only so much space that could be used to attack. The 12 had come towards him. He could see a slight twitch in the first one's shoulder. He attacked as soon as he saw the slightest movement and the first one was down. Using all of his limbs, his legs, his arms, Quinn blocked, dodged, and allowed for even the clones to hit each other. Everything was done at a speed that hadn't been used in the match before. Fex was a lot more versatile when I fought him with his strings, he said as he hit one clone. Vorden's ability was a lot stronger than this, as he kicked another. And the King Tier Beast was a hell of a lot faster, he said as he punched the last clone in the stomach. All 12 of the clones had been defeated. Only one remained away in the distance towards the edge. I need to make more, Multiplier said, but his energy was starting to drain. There wasn't enough time to recover as Quinn's strength was strong enough to deal with the clones with a single blow. It was something the Multiplier had never dealt with before. As he started the cloning process, something weird was felt wrapping around his legs and arms. When he looked, he could see multiple purple, dark hands grabbing his limbs. What is this? Why isn't my cloning working? He said, shocked. Quinn had half expected this. His shadow had the ability to slow down time of whatever it was touching, and due to how the multiplier's ability worked right now, it was taking an incredibly long time to even clone himself. With this, the multiplier started to panic. He had always relied on his skills to move from one clone to other. In his haste, he hadn't realized if he had just concentrated in using all of his strength to break free from the shadow, he would have been able to break free. Instead, he repeatedly attempted to clone himself, but it just didn't seem to work. Finally, though, he was able to detach his right arm, as he calmed down a little and started to think straight. 20/100 MC. But it was useless, as more arms instantly came toward him, grabbing him and putting him in place up against the wall of the shadow void again. I better finish this in one blow, Quinn said, seeing how low his MC points were. Standing in front of the original multiplier, he was able to finally use a skill that wouldn't be wasted. Stomping his foot onto the ground and allowing the energy to rise up, he pulled back one hand and snapped explosively with the other. Hammer strike. The regular hammer strike was preformed and the fist sunk into the chest piece right in the center. In nearly an instant, his eyelids started to close, and the multiplier had been knocked out. I guess you never really been hit like that before, have you? Quinn thought, realizing he had been beaten with a single punch. The void skill was cancelled, and the victor's name had been called. Can you believe it? Is that really Quinn from our class? Wasn't he always a weakling? The students in Dell's class were amazed. However, some started to worry. Hey! Didn't you used to pick on him and Peter? You better apologize, man. What? You think he'll remember that? They had just witnessed someone defeat a level 8. Most of the students who were in Dell's class weren't even past the level 5, and suddenly all those that once shunned or talked badly about him were afraid. Perhaps he isn't the blood evolver after all, Nate said, noticing that not a single red aura skill was displayed. But there were some signs that were confusing. He had seen kicks and punches as well as the flash step. These were all skills the blood evolver preformed. Still, you're just another person for me to get excited over. Once the matches were over, the students were taken off the platforms and rushed to the side to get emergency care from the standby doctors. After a few minutes, the multiplier had woken up. It turned out his injuries weren't too bad, and his armor had absorbed most of the impact of the punch. Although there were still some internal injuries, he would need to be treated for later. He really had never been struck so hard before, and with the fear of everything happening, he had passed out. Before the next set of events were to start, they would have interviews with the participants in between. They interviewed each one until they finally went to the two people who they were looking forward to most, the participants of Match 5. The first to be interviewed was the unexpected loser of the match, Multiplier. They sat by the side of the arena by a bench where all the doctors and other participants were seen being treated in the background. The female reporter was there ready with her microphone. At the same time, her drone companion was there filming everything for everyone to see on the big screen. First, I would have to say you put on quite a show for everyone today, and it came as quite a surprise to us with the result today. Many people here expected you to win. It seemed like everything was going your way until one point. Once that void was created, can you tell us what happened in there? Or if you remember anything at all? The reporter asked. Recalling the memories of the dark place was not a pleasant thought, and the shock of a loss was still hitting him quite hard, so he was slow to answer. Yes. I remember what happened in there. Hands. Hands? The reporter said with a confused look on her face. There were hands everywhere. They grabbed me. All over the place, and I couldn't move. Black shadowy like hands, and that's when he delivered the final blow. Hearing this from up in the booth, Jack's eyes looked as if they were about to jump out of his sockets. What did he say? Dark shadowy hands. The words that had been spoken had brought up a memory for him. When he had visited the second military base. These were memories he would never forget. He was embarrassed and humiliated as the two students were saved by Pure. There were two people who had interfered and had gotten in his way. After the events, he had his two guards file a report. Kenny talked about how a strange user, who seemed to control a shadow, had fought him. Not only that, there was also the mention of hands as one of the skills along with other things. Now that he thought about it more, the description matched near perfectly enough with the report his guard Kenny had given him. The powers used back then and the powers used now were the same. This brought him to one conclusion about Quinn. He works for Pure. After finding out about this revelation, Jack couldn't believe it. Slowly, it was starting to make sense of how they knew his every move and how they could plan against him. Of course, Pure would have put a student spy into the school system. Just how they rescued Peter before, they most likely used him to do the same here as well. You were always one step ahead of me, and now I know why, but now I'm one step ahead of you. Jack said with a smile as he got up from his seat. Where are you going, Jack? Oscar asked. Are you not going to watch the rest of the fighting events? There are some important business matters I need to look into. Don't worry. I shall be back soon. Jack left the room and started walking at a fast pace out of the booth to head back to his room. There were still a few things he needed to think about before he could make his next move. Even if Quinn was a part of Pure, that didn't change the fact that he had a rare ability that no one had seen before. Suddenly, claiming the student was part of Pure might make it harder for him to obtain the boy's powers. He wanted both Pure and the shadow power for himself. Quinn was the key to that. Once Jack had returned to the room, he had contacted his headquarters back at Dreamland City. A digital display on his wall connecting a video call. Immediately he had called for his old guard Kenny, who had made the report about the shadow powers before. That's right, sir. Everything you said matches up with exactly what I saw that day, Kenny replied. Just then, another message had appeared on screen, which was from Sergeant Duke. The information about the student I requested. Quickly he started to read through the report. Quinn Talon, only child, orphan, the perfect backstory for an agent of Pure. No surprise there. While Jack was busy talking about his team and doing research on Quinn, over at the arena the reporter had just finished talking with Multiplier. She was now moving on to the star of the show, Quinn. First, I have to congratulate you on your upset victory. Of course, we all saw your impressive martial arts skill when fighting the clones, but what we really want to know about is your ability. My research says that you're not from an original family. Still, I don't think any of us here have ever seen an ability like that before. So what we want to know is just how and what ability is that? The reporter asked. Quinn looked at the big screen, and he could see his own face maximized for everyone to see. Everyone in the crowd was waiting for his answer. He then thought back to what Vorden had said, and he was ready to reply. As you said, I am not from an original family. I grew up as an orphan. The detail of how I learned the ability is a story and a half, so bear with me. An incident happened at school a while back, where I was transported to a red portal planet. The whole place seemed abandoned. While I was there, I came across an ability book I had never seen before. I currently didn't have an ability, and I thought my luck had finally changed. The school eventually found me and returned me safely, but I chose to keep the fact I had found the book a secret. This event had happened a few months back. Due to it being a high-level ability book, it took me a long time to learn. Even after learning it with no teacher or reference on how to use the ability, it took a while to come up with my own skills. I wasn't ready and chose to hide this from everybody. As an orphan and no family or factions to protect me, this felt like the right thing to do. However, today a good friend of mine had offered in return for giving them the ability book, I would become a member of their faction and family. As for the ability itself and which family that is, I think you will all understand why I won't go into further details about that now, as it's not fair to the original family who took me in. Before I end this interview, I have one last thing to say. Once again, Quinn looked up above the arena, where his friends and Vorden would be standing. If you chose to still go after me, then the chains that have been locked away for centuries shall be broken by the blades. There were many questions the reporter had wanted to ask, but Quinn had already started walking away after saying those few words. After hearing Quinn's story, the people in the crowd could understand the reasoning of what had happened so far and why the student had chosen to do what he had done. However, the families and factions in the crowds felt like what the student had just done was outright silly. Even if he didn't reveal the family's name that was protecting the book, they would find out soon. Declaring that this family had the ability book was putting a target on their back, and unless they were one of the big four, there was unlikely anything that would stop them from trying to take it from this family. However, the reaction in the booth was a completely different one. The last words had sent a shiver down each of the big three in the room's spine. Goosebumps were felt all over the place. Damn! Owen shouted in his head. For the first time, he wasn't so giggly cheery like his usual self. Instead, he was biting his fingernails. I knew this was a possibility after I saw the two of them were friends. But who would have thought? Now no one can touch him. Those last lines, Mona thought, they were quite clearly a code that only we would know. Oscar had noticed a slight change in the room. Usually, they were quite a rowdy bunch, especially with Bernie and Owen always bickering at each other. But now there was complete silence. Was it something the boy said? He thought. But he was concerned with a different matter. If what the student was saying was true, the red portal he had access to must have come from the military base they were at, which meant it was a planet the military had explored. Why was there such an ability book on a planet like that? Oscar wished to delve further once this whole event was over. Perhaps he would find clues about the ability book and what had happened on the red portal planet. It might even lead him to the original owners of the ability book. The rest of the event continued as usual, and Jack had eventually returned with a smile on his face. The event had now been going on for a while, and during it not a word was spoken. They hadn't really focused on the matches at all. Each one of them's minds was filled with other matters, and finally, the event had come to an end. The Big Four returned to their rooms, and so did the Supreme Commander. As Jack went back, he started to think of a plan he could put in place. If he was only to inform the military of the matter without the others knowing, then maybe they would allow him to take the boy's ability. It would also make sure the power didn't fall into the other three's hands, and he knew they would like that. Still, it was a little risky. The best time to do anything would be when the boy returned to his military base. Pure still didn't know he knew about him. He had close connections with Duke and could use this to catch Quinn and take his powers before anyone could interfere. Going to his desk, he grabbed a bottle of whiskey that was out on display and poured himself a clean, Nice shot with no ice. I deserve this for everything I've done today, Jack said as he lifted the glass in the air. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. A frustrated Jack placed the glass back on the table and answered it. "What is it?" he said with anger, but when he looked at who it was, he was surprised to see that it was Mona Bree. "I'm here to tell you about an emergency meeting between the Big Four. It will be regarding what happened today. You have to come now." Walking down the hallway, Jack was stomping away his feet hard on the ground as he plodded along. He was just about to call it a night after successfully plotting his plan. What could be so important to call a meeting at this time, and why does it have to be now? He thought, frustrated. It wasn't just any meeting between the leaders, though. Mona had specifically told him that this was a meeting for only the Big Four families, which meant it didn't include the head generals or the supreme commander. As if it was something they didn't want them to know about. This was a rare matter, and the only time Jack had been called into a meeting like this before was when they decided to invite him to join the leaders' table, making the Big Three into the Big Four. Eventually, Mona had led him down the hallway, and they stopped just outside the Sundhild family room. When she pushed the heavy door open, the other two could already be seen sitting there waiting. The rooms they stayed in were quite grand and large, and there were several separate rooms. Each one was designed slightly different to suit their own style. Jack looked around the room. Even though it was the same layout, it looked completely different when comparing it to his own. Most of the decor used looked like it was from an older era. There were also several paintings of large beasts on the wall with a single man taking it down. Useless junk, as Jack would have called it, was scattered on top of desks and drawers. Nonetheless, Jack needed to comply, so he sat down at the large rounded table that looked like it was designed for 20. But only the 4 of them were present. This, of course, meant they were sitting quite far away from each other. But Jack liked this anyway. "As the elder of the group, I shall be the one to start the meeting," Mona said, although she didn't look old at all. Bernie looked to be in his 50s, and Jack was just reaching his 30s. Jack had always thought Mona was around the same age as him, but now she had suddenly declared that she was older. He was wondering what type of witchcraft she had to use to look so young. Now that he thought about, she certainly dressed like a witch as well. Even now in the middle of the night, she was dressed in all black, with a pointy hat and a veil covering her face. "Does the mad women sleep in that?" She stood up from her seat as she talked to the others. "I'm sure you all know why I thought it was necessary to call this meeting. But I did so just to make sure we're all on the same page." They know what this is about already. Have they been doing things without me behind my back? Jack thought. We are here to talk about the Blade family. Them again. This is just a waste of time. We need to be dealing with Pure. Oh well, maybe I will learn something about them. We need to make sure that all our families and fractions, including the subfamilies, receive this message. They are prohibited no matter what, to either go after the student known as Quintalon or try to research which family he has given the ability book to. "What did you say?" Jack shouted as he shot up from his seat. "I guess you weren't here for that part," Owen replied. "I seem to remember you left the room at that time. The boy who won the match against the multiplier. Turns out he and his unique ability is under the protection of the Blade family." "Yes," Bernie said, nodding his head up and down with his arms crossed on top of his large belly. "We all heard it. The chains that have been locked away for centuries shall be broken by the Blades. And we all understand what he meant by that." The other 3 all nodded their head. But Jack didn't have a clue. He didn't have a grand history of ability users from the beginning of time. His family and his power were only discovered after the Dalki era. He knew nothing of what this damned code meant, and he was starting to get increasingly frustrated that no one was informing him. What he did understand was what that made clear. They were ordering nearly every person they could to not touch Quintalon. All of this was due to his connection with the Blade family. And he wasn't an exception to this rule, most likely. My plans, they've been ruined. He needed to do something, if he wanted to get that mysterious ability. Now the others would have people keeping a careful eye on him in the military base whenever they could. It would be impossible for him, even with his connections, to do much without them finding out. He didn't want to do it, but this was the only thing he could do. "Quinn can't be related to the Blades," Jack said, "because I'm sure he's with Pure." There was a brief moment of silence between the other three until they all started laughing together shortly after. "That's impossible. Pure and the Blades are black and white. They would never see eye to eye in the current world," Mona replied. "But I'm telling you the truth. If you don't believe me, I'll bring Quinn here right now and force a confession out of him." "Enough," Bernie said as he slammed his fist on the table. "Did you not hear what we just said? No one is to go after the boy, and that includes you, Jack." "We don't agree on a lot of things, Jack." "You can say that again," Owen mumbled. Hearing this, Bernie looked over at Owen out of the corner of his eyes, before shaking his head and continuing. "But we all agree on this. If you try to lay a finger on that boy, we will do everything in our power to stop you." Who were these Blades to be able to cause such fear and unity between these three powerful forces, yet at the same time seemed to have no power when it came to the things like the military? It just didn't make any sense. "Fine," Jack said, sitting back down in his seat. With that, the meeting was quickly over, although they didn't finish it before reminding Jack once again that the military was to know nothing about this and to warn him about not going after the boy. His hands were tied. If it was just one of the big families telling him to not go after the boy, then he would risk a confrontation, but all three together? His family wasn't strong enough and would never come out alive. Jack was confident in his family's strength. Over time he had gathered strong abilities and men by his side, and the unique thing about his family, their abilities were all versatile, while the others only had a single powerful ability. In a way, in his own head, Jack had deemed his own family as the strongest power force currently, even ahead of the military, but it wasn't enough to start a fight over, especially with the Dalki watching their moves. However, thinking about his family's strength made him think about something else. They were all clearly scared of the Blades. They repeatedly told him not to go after Quinn. What that didn't stop him from doing was going after the Blades. If he got rid of them, he would naturally take their seat of power. The others were clearly afraid of something that happened in the past, but they didn't know Jack's full strength either. He would much rather fight one family than three strong ones, and he would also get whatever power the Blades have as well as the shadow power. It was the one plus side of Jack's ability. Whatever family he would defeat, essentially their powers would be added to his even if they refused to join, because he could take it from them with force. The Blade family. Let's see how scary you really are. Jack was ready for a war. As soon as Quinn's match had ended, he decided to go straight to his room, avoiding talking with any of the other participants or remaining in the training center. Even with his short walk back when walking by the next participants who would be taking part in the event, he could feel their eyes as if they were piercing the back of his skull. And the gossiping had started. When he finally arrived in his room, he quickly closed the door behind him and leant his back up against it, letting out a big breath. "So I finally did it," he said with a smile. "It feels nice not to be holding on to such a secret anymore." Still, just this was enough for him. One of the huge weights that were always on the back of his mind felt lifted, but he wasn't prepared for all the attention and reactions, so just for tonight he wanted to rest. "I hope Vorden's plan worked." When Vorden whispered in Quinn's ear telling him what to say, he sounded confident and assured him it would stop others from coming after him for his power. However, he did mention it would do nothing for the vampires, so he should still proceed with caution. Lying on his bed, all he wanted to do was shut his eyes. The fight had taken a lot out of him, not only physically but mentally as well. He realized how much harder fighting without relying on his vampire powers was. Looking at his gauntlets, there now was a large scratch mark and several dents on them as well. Inspect. Durability 40/100. Effects of gauntlets will be reduced by 50%. In the fight, he had blocked the multiplier's attacks a few times, and they were now severely damaged. It was a shame because the system shop only had one pair of each item. Even if he got his hand on the materials, he couldn't make another one. What he would have liked to have done is get a better pair altogether, but that would require crystals from advanced tier beasts. With no more expeditions for first-year students, he would either have to wait until he was in his second year or pay to put up a quest asking for certain materials, but his funds weren't exactly the healthiest at the moment either. If they were to break in the next fight without the use of his vampire abilities, it would weaken his attacking power by quite a bit. Still, there was one more thing for Quinn to check out. An exciting surprise that he didn't expect after defeating the multiplier. Congratulations, you are now level 19. 1 free stat point earned. Update to your current quest. Reach level 20 for your next step in your evolution. 19/20. He didn't see the number of EXP points received and when checking his EXP, rather than the extra going over. Currently, it just said 0/51200. This would assume that the reward was something similar to the quest that had been given when he first fought against Leo. An instant level up reward. The free stat point was placed into his charm skill, increasing it now up to 29. After it reached level 30, he could then start to focus on his other skills. Charm was handy in helping Quinn keep his secrets, but soon he would have no secrets to keep, and the ones that would be after him next were the vampires. According to the system AI, the number of points and strength one would have to have in their charm to control another vampire would be enormous. Using the skills themselves, they naturally had some type of resistance to it. So Quinn needed to focus on getting stronger for what was about to come later. What Quinn was looking at most was the updated quest. There was only one more level until he would evolve into the next step. Would this mean a new appearance, a new set of blood skills? Or would it just mean a new set of problems to deal with? With these thoughts in his head, he didn't remember when he had finally closed his eyes and fallen asleep. He was far more tired than he realized. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of urgent knocking at his door. Erg. Why do people love knocking on my door all the time? Quinn thought as he looked at the time on his watch, and he could see that it was already the next day in the early morning. Did I already sleep the whole night? When rubbing his eyes and trying to move his quilt, he happened to spot something small on his left hand where his wristwatch was. A small metallic little spider. This is Logan's spider, right? What's it doing here? Quinn Talon, this is military personnel. Please open your door and let us in. 1 second, please. Let me just put on some clothes. Quinn shouted back. The spider quickly ran up to Quinn's ear and started to play a message. While this was all happening, Quinn promptly got dressed into the standard military uniform. Quinn, this is Logan. I kept this spider near you in case you needed a little help. My guess is the military might want to check the level gauge on your watch. Don't worry. My little friend here has already made the adjustments. The spider lifted 2 of its legs as if it was happy about Logan's words, and started to imitate a little clap. Make sure to keep the spider on you and don't panic. Let them do what they are here for, and everything will be okay. After listening to the message, the spider hopped down and went just underneath the cuff of his sleeve where his wrist was and stayed put. Putting his trust into Logan, and not really knowing what was going on, he opened the door to find Haley outside and what looked like one of the soldiers standing by her side. It's been a long time, Haley said, as she entered the room and placed a suitcase out on the table. This isn't usually my thing, but they asked me to do this. But before that, congratulations. When I saw you, I knew you were impressive, and don't worry. With all the injuries I see it happen at the school, I think you did nothing wrong, hiding your powers. She sat down in the seat by the desk, and the soldier carefully led Quinn over to her, keeping an eye on everything he was doing, watching in case Quinn tried to pull anything. Haley proceeded to open the metal case, and inside it was what looked like a brand new military watch. Now I have to ask you not to touch anything, Haley explained. I will take off the old watch and also place the new one on. Quinn nodded in response and went along with it. Even if Logan had said not to worry, right now Quinn was worrying. When they had put the watch on, what would happen when it didn't record his MC cells? Would they find out he wasn't human? Or would they then take him in for further questioning? The watch had been taken off and placed on the table. At the same time, she picked up the new one from the suitcase and wrapped it around Quinn's wrist. The watch seemed to be turning on slowly, and at the same time, while underneath his wrist, the little spider started to get to work. Haley remained silent, and so did Quinn, as they both carefully waited for a result. After a few moments, the watch finished booting up, and the display had changed. It went from level 1 to a level 6. Well, that makes a lot of sense, she said with a smile on her face. I was a little worried it would say 1 there for a second. Do you know why the watch didn't display the correct level even after learning the ability? No, I just decided to go with it since I thought it was better this way, Quinn replied. Not a problem, Haley said with a smile as she put the broken watch in the suitcase and left with the guard. Before closing the door, she had one last word to say. Good luck on the tournament. I'm rooting for you, cursed child, she said as she giggled and shut the door. His face had gone bright red with embarrassment. After hearing a pretty lady like that say his stage name, he now realized how lame it sounded, and he just wanted to make a hole and put his head in it. However, thanks to Logan again, it seemed like he could relax. His vision to look and plan ahead for things had saved him many times. Not wanting the attention of the others outside. Instead of training like everyone else was doing, he decided to wait in his room until he was called for the next event. Unlike Peter, Quinn wasn't treated like a criminal and was able to stay in contact with the others above using the wristwatch and other methods. They told him what was going on with the events and such, but not much else had happened. The time had come, and an announcement had been made, stating that the participants of the fighting tournament would now be placed in their groups. Leaving the room, everything was different this time when he entered the practice hall. It was the 3rd day of the event, and there were even fewer people now than before. Not only that, every single person there seemed to be looking at him, and this included the second years. Ignoring everything, Quinn decided to stay at the back of the whole group where the students had gathered, as the organizers called out their names. This way, he knew no one would be able to look at him from behind. However, he quickly realized how useless this was, as now everyone seemed to be turning their heads slightly to the side, trying to look back at Quinn. Okay, and for Group C we have Ben Richard, Steve Gillian, Jason Wong, Susie Filibuster, Maze Kilbert, Nate Snell and Quinn Talon. Yes, Nate shouted as his name was called out. The others looked at him wondering what he was so excited for, but only he knew. For days he had been hoping to face a half-decent opponent, but so far he had only been disappointed. After seeing the cursed child be put in the same group as him, he was sure his luck had now changed for good. He knew the next fight, the two of them would be facing off against each other. While the names from Group C were being called out, the others in the group had gathered and started to look at each other as they noticed something odd. Nate looked at his own group, then looked at the group around them again, trying to figure out what was wrong. Why does our group look different? He asked. It's because there's 7 of us, Quinn replied. Suddenly, Nate's heart started to beat. There was an odd amount of people. This often happened due to the number of participants taking part in the tournament. However, more often than not, a few people would drop out or even a double knockout in cases this would eventually even up the numbers. If they had enough people, they wouldn't even bother calling up the substitute since it would just complicate matters. Right now, in the fighting tournament, there must have been an odd amount of people, and when this happens, it means only one thing. All right, the soldier said, holding something behind his back the others couldn't quite see. As you can see, Group C is filled with 7 people rather than 6 or 8, which means one of you won't be fighting today, and will be able to move on to the next round. Lucky you. Damn it, Nate said, stomping the floor. Damn it, why this group, why? He cried. To the others, this would be a blessing, but to Nate, it seemed like another obstacle trying to get in his way. The soldier waited until Nate calmed down until proceeding further. He then revealed what he was hiding behind his back, and it was 7 small sticks held in his hand with the bottom part covered up. One of these sticks' bottom half is dyed red. Whoever chooses this one shall be free from this round. Let's see, he said as he scanned the room. You, the soldier said, pointing at Quinn. You're first. Quinn casually walked up to the front. There was no use trying to figure out which one was the red one, so he just picked the one closest to him. The stick was completely clear when pulling out, and there wasn't a red marking at all. Yes, Nate shouted out loud again. Now Quinn was starting to realize how much Nate wanted to fight him. However, this wasn't like the others who tried to fight him because he was weak or to try to show off their own skills. It was because Nate thought he was strong. Thinking about this made him feel a little warm inside. It was a change and a feeling he had never had before. No one hated his guts for being weak, and no one wanted to bully him. The other participants were called, and they all pulled out clear sticks until, eventually, only the last 2 participants were left. You're up, the soldier said, pointing at Nate. He was happy about this. It meant his fate was going to be in his hands, not of another's. There were now only 2 sticks left. If he chose the wrong one, then it just wasn't meant to be. He looked left, he looked right, his eyes darting backwards and forwards between the 2 sticks. Just pick one already, the soldier said, getting agitated that time was being wasted. Closing his eyes and turning his head away, Nate finally picked a stick. Well, it looks like you won't be taking part in this round then. Hearing those words made his heart sink. A lump was felt in his throat. What? Nate said as he opened his eyes and turned his head, only to see that the soldier was no longer standing in front of him and was standing next to the other student instead. When looking at his stick, he noticed it was completely clear. There was no marking at all. There wasn't time to celebrate for Nate, as the soldier was already leading them all onto the arena floor. I knew the world wanted me and you to fight, Nate thought. This was just another sign that nothing was going to get in our way. As they exited from the underground tunnel and onto the floor, the cheers were there as usual, and the others were watching above on the large screen. Oh, this will be interesting, said Sam, seeing the screen. What do you mean by that? Vorden asked. Well, the reason I've been keeping a close eye on the event so far is that my close friend is in it, and it looks like Quinn and he is in the same group, Sam replied. Friend, judging by how you were hanging around us all the time, I would have assumed you had no friends, Logan replied. That comment had stung Sam in the heart a bit, but he couldn't deny the fact that if others did know he was hanging around with a bunch of first-years from another base, it really would look like he had no friends. Is your friend strong? Vorden asked. You better believe it, said Sam. Although he's only a level 7 in terms of ability power, you can tell how strong he is based on how he was able to make it this far. I look forward to seeing him fight then, Vorden said. Well, let's just hope your friend and Quinn don't get put together. Otherwise, it would be pretty awkward, said Layla. Yeah, I would feel bad supporting my friend right next to you guys, but as far as I know about Nate, he would be begging to be put up against Quinn. And that was exactly what Nate was doing. The whole way as he walked, he had his hands held together and his eyes closed. He would only rely on his hearing to follow the footsteps in front of him. Then finally they came to a halt. All right, Quinn Talon Stage 3 and Nate Snell, the soldier said. He couldn't believe it. His prayers were answered, and he was finally going to fight someone worthwhile. The two got into position and waited for the announcers to call all of the names. This time there were only 3 platforms, and once again they had increased in size. And finally, on the 3rd platform, we have the unexpected winner from last round, the Cursed Child, and his opponent for today who always seems to manage to pull a win out of the bag, Hard Steely. The Earth user raised the 2 onto the platform, but Quinn was struck with something after hearing the name. It was about the stage name that had been used. He had instantly recognized it because it was the first friend he had ever added on the Power Fighters VR game. These 2 are the same person. Quinn was very thankful to Nate. He had given him advice before the Portal Planet and also taught him a great lesson when it came to fighting. If he ever met this person in real life, Quinn wanted to thank him for his help. He never thought he would be meeting a person he met through a game this way right now. When the 2 walked onto the large fighting area, the happiness on Nate's face could be seen a mile away, and the camera right now was focused on him. What's wrong with him? Is he not all there? The comments about him weren't nice as always, but he didn't care. If he was happy, he would show it. If he was sad, he would show it. Unlike the others, he wouldn't be fake and would just be himself. What was the point of pretending to be something you weren't? Let's get this fight started. Show me that purple shadow of yours, Nate said, punching his fist into his other hand. Each time this was done, a loud clanging sound was heard as if metal was clashing against metal. Quinn smiled at Nate and then raised his hand. I forfeit from the fight. The referee, who was slightly off the side and just outside the arena, was surprised at this. He looked at Quinn for confirmation only to hear him repeat it. "I forfeit from the fight. He is your winner." Quinn repeated. "No," Nate said. "Why are you doing this to me? Why are you refusing to fight me? Is it because you don't think I'm strong enough? Come on. I'll show you right now," he shouted. However, Quinn couldn't tell Nate the real reason. Quinn knew he was plenty strong, perhaps one of the strongest people he had met before. When the fight had started, he had received a quest. A strong opponent has appeared. Defeat the opponent in front of you to receive an instant level up. This was the reason why Quinn decided not to continue the fight. Whether he would win or not only using his shadow abilities was another story, but what he didn't want to do was evolve in front of everybody. If he were to win the fight, the process would start immediately, and not knowing its result was too much of a risk. He could have always fought and then allowed Nate to win at the end, but judging from how they fought before, Nate wouldn't have liked that. "No, I refuse. I don't care. I'm fighting, you know? And you better start throwing back," Nate said as he walked his way across the arena and towards Quinn. But the referee had come in between the two of them, stopping Nate midway. "The contestant has already forfeited. This match is over." The audience watching was all confused at what was happening as they were unable to hear the conversation going on. Then the announcement was made. Hardsteely has been declared the victor due to forfeit. The crowd was stunned by what had just happened, and so were the others in the booth. But they couldn't be for long, as two more interesting fights were happening by the side, and their attention quickly focused on them instead. They could worry about why the other chose to drop out later. "Please," Nate said, "just tell me why you won't fight me." "I never said I wouldn't fight you," Quinn replied. "We don't have to fight here. If you really want to fight me, we can do it when this event is over through the game Power Fighters." Nate had never thought about this before. He didn't care where they thought. All he wanted to do was have a good fight. "Wait, what's your ID name?" Nate asked. Quinn smiled at him once again. "Don't worry, we're already friends." With Quinn having forfeited from the fighting event, he was now free to return to the hotel with the others for the night and have rest for the remaining week. It had been a roller coaster ride of events, but still not everything was over. It seemed like each time he would make progress somewhere, he would be taking 2 steps back somewhere else. When the other matches had ended, the reporter wanted to interview him, asking him why he had decided to forfeit his match. However, by the time the other fights were finished, they quickly realized that instead of staying to watch the other fights, Quinn had left to return to his room. Most of the audience understood and started to theorize their own reasons for his forfeit. Either too much power was used in the fight yesterday, and there hadn't been enough time to recover, or there was still more to his ability that the student didn't want to show. After all, it was practically a new ability in the world. The more he fought in front of thousands and thousands of people, the higher the chance the people around could figure it out. Of course, the Big Four didn't have any questions, and Oscar was far more interested in the planet that Quinn had gotten the power from in the first place. While in his room on his own, he still couldn't stop thinking about Peter. It felt cruel in a way that he was just taken. They would never find out his fate or if he was okay. Yet somehow he was meant to just accept the result. But there was truly nothing he could do about it. The AI system had no clue where the current vampires lived. With no way to get there, it was pointless to think of a way to save him. "Wait a minute?" Suddenly, Quinn stood up from his bed as a spark had hit him in the head. The teleportation device, the one in Logan's room. Didn't Fex tell me it leads to the vampires? A return portal. The only problem was Logan still hadn't managed to crack the code. Past even that, though, what could Quinn even do when he got there? He was still weak. Fex was considered a young vampire, and there were bound to be even more powerful vampires there. Again, there was no use thinking about it, but maybe by the time Logan had cracked the code on the device, Quinn would be strong enough to help Peter. The next day, Quinn had joined up with his friends to watch the event. There were only 2 days left now before everything would come to an end. Meeting up with everyone, the group seemed smaller than before. With Fex and Peter gone, it felt kind of quiet since they were the most talkative bunch in the group. Well, Fex made up for 2 people's absence. With Sam there joining them to watch the events, the group decided they would support Nate. Quinn was secretly rooting for him, but something seemed to be off during his match, as if his mind was somewhere else. We're already friends? Nate thought. What did he mean by that? He had been thinking about it all night, and even in his fight right now when he should have been fighting, his mind wasn't focused at all. However, this was the semifinals, the second last day. His opponent wasn't taking it easy and instantly revealed his soul weapon. The first-year students watching were now keeping a close eye. For some of them, it was their first time seeing such a thing. With that, the match was over as Nate was eliminated via knockout from falling off the ring. But he wasn't upset, for he had finally figured it out. Does he mean he's already on my friend list? So that means I've met him before in the game. But he had no recollection of anyone using those types of powers. Nevertheless, he was happy that he would be able to fight the cursed child. Who knows, it might have been someone he fought a long time ago, but his skills were weak at the time. The final day of the event had arrived, and when Sam had met up with the group, he had brought along a little friend with him. Nate. You know this guy, Sam? Nate said, pointing at the cursed child. Ha ha, it's a long story. Why don't we just sit down, and I'll tell you all about it. They watched the final day of events and continued to talk, laugh, and tell stories to each other. Nate and Sam seemed to have even known each other before coming to military school, which was a little rare since the organizers tried to purposely split people who did know each other. But because of this, they had plenty of embarrassing stories to tell. When they were done speaking about theirs, they asked about the others, starting with Quinn. He explained how his parents died in the war and the mood suddenly had gotten somber. Moving on to Vorden, it seemed he kept avoiding the question completely, and so did Layla. The atmosphere suddenly got a little awkward. It felt as if Nate and Sam were very open about everything, while the others were still hiding. Still, they decided to ignore it since everyone was having a good time before this. So what about you, Logan? Sam asked. What did you do before coming here? Not much. I didn't talk to people at my last school as I like to stay alone. Started a few gaming projects, and was the same at this school. That is until I met Quinn. Ever since my life seems to have been busier than ever, but not in a bad way. Come on, Layla said. He's not giving himself enough credit. Those few projects he started in school turned out to be a big deal. What do you mean? Sam asked. Those projects are still ongoing today, although you guys might know them as the game Power Fighters. Logan answered. What? Nate said, suddenly interested. The two of them were enthusiasts for the game, and right now they were sitting with the inventor. They weren't even aware that a kid created it since his family's name who owned the company was attached to it. Wait, said Nate. That means you must know about the Blood Evolver, right? Do you know who he is? Is he really hacking the system? Of course, I know who he is, Logan replied with honesty. But for privacy reasons, I cannot reveal that to you. However, I can tell you that he has not hacked the site. The ability being used is a strange one. The conversation between the group continued, mostly with Nate trying to figure out some way for Logan to tell him who the Blood Evolver was, and soon the last event of the whole week was announced. The grand finale of the fighting event. The group wanted to pay attention to the fight, and so did Quinn. These were the strongest two students out of all 7 of the military bases. Due to them being second years, they would be leaving after the end of this year. So there was a good chance Quinn would never see them again. Still, that might not be the case once they left the military. Outside it was a free world, and there was a chance they could run into anybody again. The second reason was due to the soul weapons that would be used. Quinn had a high interest in soul weapons as they seemed to increase one's power significantly. It is said that when one is born, the soul weapon already starts to form based on their traits and personality. Eventually, it will get slightly altered when learning their first ability and will continue to grow from there. Finally, when they are ready, they would be able to manifest one. The thing was, Quinn was unsure if vampires even had soul weapons. Fex didn't seem to have one. Otherwise, he would have used it against the king-tier beast. Maybe unlike humans, vampires, when born, didn't have a soul weapon inside? But what about him? Quinn was born a human and only later turned into a vampire. And if he did have one, Quinn was starting to wonder what it would be. The final fight was set to start. The rules were the same as previous rounds with slight changes here and there. The platform they would be fighting in was the largest yet and nearly covered the whole arena floor. From this match, there would be no loss if a participant was knocked out off the stage. In this match, there were also a total of 4 refs. However, most of their jobs consisted of staying by the outer ring of the arena. If the students looked like they were about to fall, they would quickly build a wall stopping them. The 2 in the finals were second-year students from other military schools. So Quinn hadn't seen them before apart from the matches from the event. The first he had seen a little bit off was when the level 8 Earth user had defeated Sam in one of the previous rounds. As for the other one, he had also seen a few matches of his, and he seemed to be a student from the Greylash family, the power of lightning. "This is the strongest student I've seen the military raise," Mona said, complimenting Oscar on his hard work. "Of course, we saw the potential in him right away and gave him all the resources he needed," Oscar replied. "He nearly knows every skill we have available. I see a bright future for him. Who knows, he may even eventually become Supreme Commander one day." "Is no one going to compliment my family's student?" Owen said, twirling his hair. "If he's as hard-working as your lazy arse, then we already have a winner," Bernie replied. "Well, I actually don't know how strong he is. He is from a generation I did not teach," said Owen. "As you know, I only recently became the new head. I don't even have a pupil or descendant of my own yet." The fight had started, and the bickering between the 2 had stopped. The action started almost immediately, with both revealing their trump cards instantly. There was no use trying to hide it or find out how the other would fight. They had ample time to research the fights before the event. The Greylash student lifted his hand in the air, and from the palm of his hand, a blue lightning bolt struck through the air. A few moments later, and the lighting seemed to strike back down, hitting the student directly. A large flash of light was seen, causing most of the audience members to close their eyes. When they opened them again, they could see the student's appearance had changed. His hair was now standing upright. His clothes even seemed to be pulled slightly upward, and this blue aura could be seen surrounding his entire body. At the same time, the Earth user had released his soul weapon. He brought his hands close together and closed his eyes. Suddenly from his fingertips, a white glowing light started to appear and began to form a shape. It had a long handle and a stone head on top. The appearance was that of a hammer. "For some reason, when I look at these 2, I feel like the lighting guy should be using the hammer," Vorden said. On display were 2 different types of soul weapons. The Earth user's weapon was a physical one and was most likely going to be used more than just an ordinary hammer. The Greylash family student had a unique trait, an energy that powered his body. Wasting no time, the Earth user used the ground to propel him towards the student. It looked as if he was surfing on top of an ocean of mud. When he finally got close enough, he jumped off the mound of mud and raised his hammer. Suddenly, it looked as if it was growing in size. A giant hammer, the size of a house, was created and was slammed down onto the ground. When lifting the hammer, it shrunk back down to its normal size. The audience was expecting to see a splatter of blood, perhaps, like when one would slap a mosquito, but instead, there was nothing. "Cool hammer," the student said as he suddenly appeared behind the Earth user. Using both hands, he started to create a continuous stream of lighting, connecting both him and the user. The Earth user's body started to shudder in pain, but eventually, he managed to stomp his foot on the ground, building a wall, stopping the electric flow. With the first confrontation over between the 2, the crowd cheered louder than ever, hoping to see more impressive displays of power. The fight continued between the 2 students, going back and forth, and they both showed great power and were able to use their soul weapons to their full advantage. But eventually, there was a person who had edged out, and that was the Earth user. Although the lightning user was strong and seemed to be dominating a lot of the fight, the lightning aura surrounding him seemed to fade. His speed began to slow, and eventually he was hit by the hammer. The attacks from the Greylacy student were strong, but the armor he was wearing protected him well, and eventually, all of the Greylash family students' soul weapon energy had run out. A winner had been declared the Earth user. Inside the booth, Bernie couldn't contain his happiness. He seemed to be even more pleased than Oscar that the Earth user had won. "Oh," Owen said, hearing the loud laughter. "And what happened to the contestants from the Sunshield family? I believe they were all knocked out before even this stage." "PFT, laugh all you want. Just because this generation of my family is weak doesn't mean our family is weak as a whole," Bernie replied. "At any point in time, feel free to request a duel between our top students, and I will be happy to comply." Owen truly wasn't too bothered by the loss. His ability was powerful, but he also knew it was less effective against the Earth users at a higher level. Their attacks just didn't hurt them as much compared to others. With that, the event had come to an end. There was a closing ceremony that thanked all the students who had taken part in. They then rallied up the points of each student to declare a single base a winner. In the end, Base 4 was declared the overall victors. They were also the ones who had the Earth user that won the fighting tournament. It was clear that the three main events carried the most points compared to all the other events. Otherwise, based on what everyone else was watching, there was no way Base 4 would have been declared the winner. The students were to return to their hotel and pack their things. Once they had finished, they lined up inside the hotel lobby to do a head count. "All right, it looks like everyone is here," General Mike said. "Strange," said Logan. "Have they not realized Fex has gone missing? He was a part of our military base as well. This might prove that although humans don't know the existence of vampires, they have more pulling power and influence in our world than we think. And I would like to say one more thing," Mike added. "Sorry about doing this to you again." As he finished, the shutters of the hotel lobby started to come down. Metal doors blocked the entranceway, and soon every small little hole was now closed. Looking around, all the soldiers and school staff were now wearing their gas masks, and slowly the room started to fill with gas again. "Oh well, time to fake it again," said Quinn, knowing that the gas would not affect him. Once all the students had been knocked out, the shutters were lifted, and a portal from outside was brought in. While awake, though, Quinn could hear a strange conversation going on. "What do I owe the pleasure of such a humble visit from you for?" Mike said as he walked over to the entrance of the hotel. Inside, walking into the lobby, were all members of the Big Four. "Don't worry about us," Bernie said. "We are here just to see that all the students are transported back safely." It was a little strange. Right now, every hotel was doing the same thing with their set of students. So what had made the Big Four come over to this hotel specifically? Mike thought. The reason for their visit was Quinn. They were here to make sure nobody tried to do anything to him during the transportation process, and they had even dragged Jack to come with them. These guys, they were dead serious when they said they didn't want anybody touching him, Jack thought. Jack could now see they truly would do anything to protect Quinn, which meant he would be able to do nothing while he was at the second military base. Once all the students were safely transported, everyone was free to go back to their own dorms and do as they wished, and that included Jack. Using a portable teleporter of his own, he was safely able to arrive in his own city. The location of the teleporter was also directly to his own tower, a base that he had built under it. When arriving, there were around 100 people lined up to greet him. "We welcome you home, Master True Dream," they all shouted as he came out of the teleporter. Just then, Kevin stood out from the line to deliver a report. "Sir, I have some important news. It's about the Blade family you told me to research. We've found their base," said Kevin. "Excellent," Jack said with a smile as he walked off. Everyone had safely made it back to military school in one piece. On the night of their arrival, there wasn't much to do. The event had ended on a Friday evening, so by the time they had woken up again from the special gas, it was near enough already the end of the day. The students were told to head back to their rooms and unpack their belongings. There wasn't much that they took with them, so it wouldn't take long to sort themselves out. When returning to his room, Quinn had a sense or an unexpected feeling of being home. He never really had a place to call his. Since he was a kid, he would often move from place to place every time he went to a new school. With no one to go back to or at a permanent base, there was never that home sweet home feeling. For the first time, he had it when he entered his room with Vorden. It was a quick night for the boys. As soon as they finished unpacking, they had gone to sleep. But Layla had a lot of work to do. From the event, she had been informed that CIA was an agent of Pure. This most likely meant that CIA also had a variety of tools that had been given to her that were hidden in the room. If they weren't in the room, then there would be somewhere else. Thankfully, it seemed like CIA was still being looked after by the doctors for a few days before allowing her to return to her room. This would give Layla a head start of clearing everything she could find. Upon returning to her room, she searched and searched, this time looking harder than before. When she first arrived, she had done a quick sweep, looking for cameras and microphones but found none. But she had never suspected her classmates to also be spying on her. After a deep search and going through CIA's belongings, there were several things found, including a communication ball. The same as Layla had. It was continually flashing blue, showing that there were messages left behind. "Should I just destroy it and forget about everything?" she said, looking at it. She lifted her hand and placed it just a little over the ball, ready to use her powers to rip it apart, but then placed it down by her side again. "No, I can't destroy it, not yet. There's one more person I need to get out of there, Aaron." Although Layla had now cut ties with Pure, she had sent her closest friend at the time over to their side. Perhaps at some point the communication device would come in handy. She no longer had hers and destroyed it in haste. At the time she acted on emotion rather than thinking things through, but now she had the time to think. It would be best to keep it for now. "Aaron, I promise I will come to get you one day." It was now the weekend. Students were exempt from lessons for the next 2 days and would start their schedule as normal for the final term. After that, there would be a short summer break for the students where they were able to go home and see their family. Although Quinn didn't know what he would do during that time, it was still a little far ahead for him to be thinking about it. "So, you got anything special planned for these 2 days?" Vorden asked as he laid down in his bed. "Not really. I think I might just check up on everyone to see how they're doing, then head to the VR center later on," Quinn replied. "Wait, you were serious about facing Nate in a power fighter match? How are you going to explain to him about the red aura and the shadow ability?" "I won't," said Quinn. "More than anything, he just wants a fight. Even if he knows who I am, it will be impossible to prove, and it doesn't make any sense. The only person it would make sense to is him. Besides, I have Logan. Say worst comes to worst and an investigation does take place. Logan can just say I'm not the blood evolver and state that he's at another base. Not that I think it will come to that anyway." "You really depend on Logan a little too much," Vorden said. "Hey, don't forget about what you all did. I think you guys owe me at least this much after going behind my back. Are you trying to blackmail us?" "Not cool, man, not cool." The two of them started to laugh as they knew they were just having a jab at each other. And with that, Quinn decided to head off to Logan's room. However, he hadn't been completely truthful to Vorden. He didn't want to check up on the others, but more specifically he wanted to just check up on Logan. A single knock was placed on the door. "Come in," Logan said, and Quinn entered the room. The place this time looked a little different compared to before. The research he had done about the school's underground dungeons had moved to this room instead. "Hey, do you still think that information is useful?" Quinn asked. "You know, now that Peter not there anymore, it's always handy to keep data," Logan explained. "You never know when we could use it for future events. Perhaps one day you, me, or the others will be placed there. I hope if I get trapped there, you could use the information to try to break me free as well. So what brings you here?" While Logan was giving his reply, Quinn continued to look around the room, but the last question had caught him slightly off guard. "Who said I wasn't here just to see if you were okay?" Quinn replied. "Look, I've known you for a while now and there seems to be a pattern. If you come to me in the afternoon, as long as there's not an urgent problem, then you are usually there to check up on me and see how I'm doing," Logan explained. "But if you come in the early morning, usually it's because you have a question or a task for me to do." Quinn felt a little awkward and guilty now. It was fine when checking up on someone to then ask for a favor or snoop around, but now it felt like the only reason he had come here was to ask Logan for something. Even worse, it was true and he realized it. Actually, I don't have anything to ask this time, or not a favor at least. I wanted to see how you were doing with that strange square device from before, Quinn asked. Logan, using his two small legs, pushed his feet and rolled across the room with his chair to the other side. On this side of the room, one of the computers out of the many was attached up with wires leading to the strange device. On the screen, different combinations continued to appear, and each time it would flash red it would move on to the next one. It's taking a little longer than I thought, Logan said. But the good thing is it will definitely unlock eventually. I just have no clue when. Is there any way of finding out where it goes once it's unlocked? Not really, other than going through ourselves, but who knows if we can come back. We would have to take a portable portal device with us just in case. Logan said. Wait, you're really going to go through there? Quinn asked, worried for Logan. Well, if you can please, let me know when the machine unlocks. I don't want you to go there by yourself. Bring me along. You can think of me as your bodyguard. I'm not a kid. I can do these things by myself, Logan replied, seeming to be annoyed at Quinn's suggestion. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that, just I'm really interested just like you. My system was the one that told me it was made by Richard Eno, and there might be a chance this leads to his base or something. If so, maybe he would be able to help us in finding out what this system is. Placing his hand on his chin, Logan started to think about it. It was true that with the help of Eno it might be a lot easier, but Logan wanted to discover things about Quinn's system on his own. However, there was one possibility. Logan never ruled it out in the first place. Eno was a person who always seemed to be ahead of everyone else when it came to technological advances. There could even be a chance he had something to do with creating the system. All right, I'll let you know when it gets unlocked. With all formalities said and done, Logan got back to working on more gadgets. After the fight with the King Tier and feeling a little weak, he wanted to create some new items for himself. There was always the chance more trouble could be on the way. The next stop for Quinn was to head to the VR room. He had promised Nate he would do battle with him, and he wanted to keep his word. Even if Nate wasn't online yet, Quinn had the chance to play a couple more games. When walking through the hallway, there was a familiar face that he didn't expect to meet. Oh, Quinn. It's been a while since me and you were able to talk, Leo said. Do you mind meeting me in the martial arts hall? I have some important news to tell you. There was no rush for Quinn to play the game. After all, there was no confirmed time or set time the two would meet. If the two happened to be online, he would send an invite. So Nate could wait for now. Sure. Why don't we head there together? During the walk to the martial arts hall, it was quite silent between the two. Quinn always found it hard to read Leo, but at the same time he trusted him. It was a good thing he did as well, for he had helped out big time during the events with Peter. It was because of people like him that Quinn hadn't completely given up on hope for humanity. The problem was at the moment, there seemed to be two bad people for every one good person he would meet. They had eventually arrived in the marital hall, and it felt large and empty without any of the students inside. The weapons were still on the wall, and it reminded Quinn of his first day here. Leo headed to the back of the room and sat up against the back wall, crossing his legs. Quinn then followed and did the same, sitting opposite him. Quinn, I wanted to tell you something. It was a decision I have been going backwards and forth but was always going to do at one point. I will no longer be a teacher here. I'm leaving for good, Leo said. A metallic fist pounded onto the poor student's face, and at the same time, the winner appeared written in big, bold letters, now floated above his head. This is starting to get a little boring, Nate said. He opened up the game screen and started to scroll down through his friends' list. There weren't many on the list, as he would often only send out a request to those he had found interesting. Damn it. Who is he? Nate said in anger. I sent everyone who was online on my friends' list a fighting request, and it turns out he's not a single one of them. Even worse, I can't even remember why I added half these people in the first place. Being with Nate and having watched his last few matches, it looked like Nate had gotten stronger again, very strong. It was a shame if this fight was to happen, only he would be able to see it. Calm down, Sam said. Maybe he's not like us. Not everyone plays the game this much. Even if he said he would send you an invite, he didn't say when. At this point, Sam had actually put nearly everything together and had made a guess at who the cursed child was. Although their powers weren't the same, it was the only thing he could think of, hearing what he had said at the end of the match. He had only come up with this theory after finding out that Logan was the creator of the game. Perhaps when Quinn had made that shadow dome, he started to display powers that would have been similar to what he used in the game. With Logan, he could always ask him to program it, so his powers looked different when performing it in the game. This way, his ability would still be kept secret from the world. But Sam didn't want to tell Nate this. First of all, it was only a theory, and he wasn't 100% sure this was right. The second thing was, he wanted to see the joy on Nate's face when he found out the cursed child and Blood Evolver were the same person. Inside the martial arts hall, two people were sitting opposite each other quietly. Quinn couldn't believe what he had just heard. Of course, people weren't able to just leave the military freely when they wanted, especially for a teacher still in the middle of their term. But what Quinn didn't know was Leo had multiple conditions set when he had agreed to join, one of them allowing him to leave whenever he wished. This wasn't normal for teachers or military to have, but it was one of the things that allowed them to sway him over to Thea's side. This news had made Quinn upset. Leo was the first adult who treated him normally even at a low power level, and even after finding out he was a vampire. There weren't many people out there like him. "Can I ask why?" Quinn asked. "Of course, it's why I wanted to speak to you," Leo replied. "I started to realize it after what happened during the event. I know you, Peter, and the boy Fex were the same types of people. The student Fex hasn't returned, and we were told he transferred to another base due to complications. But when trying to find out more about what happened to him, I couldn't. Not only that, but during the event itself, I met another that was like you." "Is he talking about a vampire?" The others said someone had come to collect Fex. "Is it possible that it's who he's talking about?" Quinn thought. "My guess was that she was there to save Peter, and now that Peter is no longer here, I believe they succeeded. But during that time, the two of us fought." Hearing this was shocking to Quinn. Seeing that Leo was fine even during the event must have meant he could go toe-to-toe with an adult vampire. Leo was indeed powerful. At the same time, Quinn wished he was there at the time to see the fight. He could have learnt a lot of things watching two skilled participants. If the two of us fought at full strength, I honestly don't know which of us would win. Our confrontation was short, but it was enough for me to realize that being here has made me a little soft. After the war, I thought it might have been my time to rest and teach a new generation. However, I didn't realize how corrupt the current system is. Not only that, but it's now too risky for me to be here. I don't regret my involvement in helping you kids. It brings joy to my heart. But if the military were to find out, I don't know what would happen. There seem to be greater forces at play here that we cannot see. Quinn, let me tell you, there's a war coming. Whether it will be against each other, humans, against the Dalki, or an unknown force, I do not know. But I want to be there to protect my friends and family when I can. To do that, I need to train once again, and I cannot do that here." The feeling that Quinn had was the same as Leo. He thought others wouldn't have this feeling of worry over their shoulder. That the current life they're living now could be taken away at any second. And the last person he thought would feel they would need to get stronger was Leo. He was already plenty strong. Yet, he still felt like the need to get stronger to protect those around him. "Thank you for telling me. I understand, but why did you feel the need to tell me? After all, I'm different," Quinn replied. Leo then smiled at Quinn. "Because although we may be different in one way, I feel like we are nearly precisely the same in another. Both of us want to get strong to protect those around us. When we first met, I felt it. As a leaving gift, there are two things I want to give you." Leo then reached around behind him and pulled out what looked like 3 beast crystals, each one with its outer layer transparent in color. "Are these beast crystals?" Quinn said as he looked closely at them. "What level are they at?" "They're so clear. These crystals are at the advanced level. They are specially chosen to be used to be made into a gauntlet-type weapon. I wish I could have given you one of my own weapons, but there is a particular reason why I can't. But this is the next best thing, Leo said as he tried to place the crystals into Quinn's hand. But almost immediately, Quinn pushed the crystals back towards Leo. I can't. I didn't earn these myself. It doesn't feel right, said Quinn. Now is not the time to be so foolish. When you are fighting an enemy, do you think they care how you got these crystals? When you need to protect those close to you, does it matter where you got that power from? Or would you rather see those close to you die because of some silly pride? Leo was quite stern and straight when he said this, but he needed to be. Quinn was only 16 years old, but soon he would turn into an adult and leave, and who knows when the war would start again. After hearing Leo's wise words, Quinn took the crystal and placed them in his lap for now. The second thing I wanted to give you is not a gift, but something that can only be taught. First of all, tell me what tier do you think my weapon is at? Leo asked as he pulled his sword out and placed it down for Quinn to look at. He had seen Leo defeat a Dalki with a single strike, and he knew he was powerful. To be able to be so strong, it had to be at a great tier. Is it a legendary tier weapon? Quinn asked. Well, you would be more surprised then when I tell you it is only at the king tier level, Leo replied. In the past, before beast tier weapons even existed, there was a small group of people who would be able to cut giant stones with their swords, lift buildings 10 times their weight and slow down the aging process. Yet, not a single one of them had what we know today as abilities, but they certainly had powers beyond that of a normal human. Hearing this, Quinn thought these humans sounded like vampires with the things they could do, but it was clear Leo wasn't going in that direction. Even though he knew Quinn was different, not once had he called him a vampire. I am a descendant of these types of people. This isn't an ability, and in truth, every human out there is capable of achieving such results. Some even achieve it without realizing it. It's what saved me during the war. This thing is inside our bodies, and it's known as chi. I want to teach you this special technique, and hopefully you will be able to use it wisely. But before even that, I will need to explain to you how I came to learn of it and how I also became known as the hero, the blind swordsman. Chi, the word was foreign to Quinn. He had never heard of it before or even heard someone mention it. From the way Leo spoke about it, it sounded like some mystic energy that perhaps people used to harness a long time ago. Thinking back, Quinn started to remember something Vorden had told him a while ago. At one point Vorden had managed to copy Leo's powers. When looking at Leo, he could see the same thing he could, yet Vorden's could feel his own energy at the time was far weaker than Leo's. This might have had something to do with chi as well. Vorden was only able to copy the amount of MC cells someone had. Could the large energy that Vorden was seeing at the time be chi? Whatever it was, Quinn wanted to learn about it. He was ready to listen to Leo's story. For back then during the war, he had been classified as a hero, and he had even seen the power firsthand. Any strength added to his own would be a plus. I was born blind, it wasn't one half T later on in life. And it wasn't during the war like many people suspect. I never had eyesight to begin with. I have never seen the color of the sky, nor the grass. Even before the introductions of abilities, the world was a cruel place. Discrimination existed back then just like it does now, but in different forms. As for me, I was abandoned and left outside a temple by my parents. My only guess is they couldn't deal with the idea of raising a blind baby. Although to this day I don't really blame them. From what I had learned later on, the country I grew up in was a poor one, and the place even worse. People had children in hopes that they would be able to better their lives in the future. Work on the farm, help put in the village. But a blind person would be disadvantaged when it came to these things, and I would only be another mouth to feed. In the end, I think my parents loved me enough to make sure I arrived at a place they could trust, rather than just abandoning me, and for that reason, I can't say I hate them. Quinn had also heard some stories of parents who had given up on their kids, after learning their MC cells had a low limit. It seemed rather than getting better, things had only gotten worse since the past. Luckily for me, it wasn't an ordinary temple they had dropped me at. Noticing I was blind, they knew it would be pointless to bring me to an orphanage. If people had the choice out of a baby that was perfect or one that couldn't see, it would be a long time until a soul gentle enough would take me in. However, he also felt like he could greatly help me, for he was a master of chi. He ran a dojo and taught many students, and at first he decided to teach me, not because he wanted me to learn how to fight, but he thought it would greatly help me grow and navigate my way around. You see, chi lets you feel the energy of living things around you. In a way, my master felt like if he taught me this, he would be giving me a vision I never had. After years of learning and growing up by my master's side, a strange thing happened. When I mastered how to use chi, at the same time I had unlocked my ability. At the time I didn't know this, and abilities weren't widespread and were still kept secret. When I explained what I could see, my master told me not to tell anyone about it, but for the first time, I felt like I could see and join in with my fellow brothers and sisters with their training. My ability helped me progress faster than those around me, as I was able to see the flow of energy that my master would often talk about easier. When sparring with my fellow brothers, it would give me an advantage. Every human has chi, but a lot don't know how to grow or use it properly. When one would attack, I would see the chi move before them. Fast forward several years and the war with the Dalki had started. The use of weapons clearly didn't work, and it looked like the human race would soon die. I was young and hot-headed back then, but continually argued with my master, asking why hadn't we gone to join the fight. We were a small group of only 30 students, but I knew with our unique talents we would be able to help some people at least. However, my master said our home was here, and it wasn't our place. The temple oversaw a small town full of life. It was away from the war and all the fighting. We were up relatively high, and it seemed like nobody had found us yet. But every day I would watch news of what was going on. That's when people with abilities started to come forward. They began to turn the tide of the war. They were hailed as heroes and continued to be cheered and supported around the whole world. That could have been me, I thought. I was envious, jealous of these ability users. We could have helped and also been a part of those groups. Yet even with our power, we did nothing. Later on, the discovery of the portals were made soon after, and that led to beast weapons. The war was still ongoing, and now the world was into heavy recruitment. People didn't have a choice. If you were old enough, you were told to fight. Quinn remembered this time period well, for this was also when his mother and father were placed in the war. Knowing this piece of information, I did something I wish I had never done. The small town on top of the mountain was unregistered with any country. Nobody knew of our existence. I didn't want to miss out again. What was the point of having all this power and skill and never being able to use it? Shouldn't we have used it to help the fight? One week, I went down to the nearest city and reviled that there was a whole town of people to the World Alliance. They immediately sent in their soldiers and told everyone to relocate. They moved us all to another planet, an orange portal planet at the time. Our job was to defeat the beasts and obtain the crystals, delivering them to the army. They had given us guns that worked against the basic tier beats, but after that their armor or hide would be too tough. However, they didn't know about our talents, and even without the weapons, we were able to complete our tasks better than they had expected. In return, they finally gave us beast weapons, and we even formed a special unit. The planet had become a peaceful place, and we had managed to make a settlement similar on the planet to what we had back on Earth. But then the Dalki came and attacked. The bulk of us, including my master and me, was out on a hunt for beats. When our group returned, the whole village had already nearly been destroyed. When we arrived, we could see a single Dalki ship, which usually contained a unit of 12. We fought with them till the bitter end, and the only ones that had survived the fight were my master and me. All of our pupils and everyone in the village had died. It was because of me the whole town had been relocated to the planet. There was a good chance we could have continued living peacefully on Earth. Not only that, but me and my master never spoke again. When telling the story, Quinn could feel the sadness and guilt in his words. "But I don't think it is your fault," Quinn replied. "There was no guarantee they would have never found you on that mountain in the first place. You might have even survived longer moving to the planet, and also if you do have the power, I don't see why it's wrong to try fight back. And this is why I wish to tell you my story, so you don't end up making the same mistake I did," Leo replied. You see, now at my age, I realized a few things I could have done differently. Why did I have to get the whole town involved in my mess? And my fellow brothers. If I wanted to fight, I could have done it on my own. But no, I was scared. Worse than that, they had things to lose. My master's whole family was in that village, his wife, his kids, and the same for the others. Where I had nothing, I had no family, no one to worry about, and just had my power and skills. Or that's what I thought. When I lost everything, I realized I did have a family, but it was a little too late. From that event, my master and I had gotten quite famous. For it was the first time a planet or group were able to fend off and kill all the invading Dalkies. I used this as an opportunity. With this huge burden and regret on my back, I decided to take vengeance against the Dalki. I showed the military my powers, something my master told me to never do, and went on the front lines. I fought well and was hailed a hero. I became one of the heroes I had heard about on TV. But when I reached that point, I didn't feel any better about myself, and the praise wasn't as great as I imagined. All I wanted to do was turn back time. I still don't understand everything there is to understand about Qi. When the other students died, it seemed like a part of them was transferred into the beast equipment they were using at the time, or at least their Qi. It's stronger than your standard equipment, but will only work with the use of your own Qi. That is why I cannot give you any of my own weapons yet. My master is still out there somewhere. Although he might be dead, who knows? Still, if he is dead, then I will be the only one alive who knows how to use this power, and that's why I have decided to teach you. Leo stood up from his seat and walked over to Quinn's side. The pressure coming off his body could be felt all over and was causing Quinn to sweat. It also became difficult to breathe. Is this Qi? Even if he wanted to move, it felt like he couldn't, as if an invisible force was surrounding him. Let me pass on my knowledge to you, Leo said as he placed his hand on top of Quinn's head. The second Leo placed his hand on top of Quinn's head, he started to try and transfer a part of his own Qi into his body. But unlike how he thought it would go, it proved to be a bit of struggle. It feels like something is trying to block the process. The strange purple energy is cutting off my own energy, Leo thought. Leo had never tried this before, so he was unsure if this was the standard procedure or was it because Quinn wasn't exactly human. He attempted again, only this time being a bit more forceful. Even with humans, some bodies were more willing to accept outside forces of power than others. At the same time this was happening, a message had appeared in front of Quinn. An unknown energy is attempting to enter your body. Allowing this to enter your body could have unknown consequences. Allow the energy to enter your body. Yes. No. System, I need to ask you, do you think it will be a problem if I accept this Qi? Quinn asked. I honestly don't know either, the system replied. Just like you, I have never heard of this before. The things that he described humans being capable of doing, a strong vampire would have been able to do them anyway. Our bodies would naturally start to get stronger as we progressed our skills. So we mainly focused on those aspects. This doesn't mean we can't learn Qi, but I guess that there was never a need for it in the first place. Quinn was struggling with what to do. If he could learn something that even the vampires didn't know, then wouldn't this allow him to gain a slight edge? At the same time, the system itself seemed always to want to help him, unlike the system AI who chose to keep secrets. However, judging by the fact that the system had named Qi an unknown substance, would most likely also mean that whoever created the system didn't know of Qi either. So, is the system just trying to be extra safe? If it were me, I would do it, the system said. I don't see a huge downside, and I can't imagine this teacher of yours wanting to hurt you. Besides, it would be quite an interesting experiment to see, don't you think? Yeah, with me as the lab rat who's the one going to take the fall for it if anything went wrong, Quinn replied. After thinking about it for a while, he eventually decided to take the plunge. Yes. If Leo can give this strange power to me, then if anything went wrong he should be able to take it back as well. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have done so many times already. And this is his leaving gift. Too many people have already left, and I have nothing to remember them by, Quinn thought. The energy that Leo was trying to share suddenly started to go through. There was nothing different on his end, apart from being more forceful. He didn't quite understand what was happening but went along with it anyway. The only frame of reference he had was what his master had done to him. As this energy passes through, I want you to remember this feeling. In a moment my chi will join with yours. I have put in a small amount that shouldn't be able to take or damage yours in any way. I have only done this to guide it around your body. With his eyes closed, Quinn started to imagine it. He could feel a glowing feeling traveling from down his head into his body like a little ball of bright light. It carried on moving through his body until it eventually reached his belly. That's when the size of the energy started to grow. The two energies appear to have attached, said Quinn. Good. Good, you're a fast learner like I was. Still attached to Quinn's head, Leo started to move the energy around so Quinn could get the hang of the feeling. He moved it from his hand to the edge of his fingertips all the way to his toes and continued to move it around his body. When you learn to control this feeling yourself, you can start to implement it into things you touch, including weapons. Not only will you be able to activate beast gear as others do, but you will be able to do a second unlocking. Now, this doesn't work on all equipment and usually only high-level equipment. This second unlocking is basically what we currently call a weapon skill. Have you ever thought why when forgers create a weapon, even if they both use the same material, one weapon can have a skill attached to it and one cannot? It's because without realizing it, they have learnt how to harness chi into their forging techniques to create this second unlocking. It had been a long time since the two had been doing this and Quinn hadn't even realized. He had been so calm and focused on the feeling. It was as if he had entered a peaceful state. He couldn't tell what was going on outside and only focused on the energy. Okay, the session is over. I will now move the energy out of your body. This can feel a little weird, so bear with me, and you may also feel a little weak after. Leo explained. The force that was in his stomach suddenly split from the larger force. It felt as if someone had reached down into his throat and pulled something from Quinn's stomach. It surely was an uncomfortable feeling for him. The energy traveled upward and eventually stopped at the top of his head, where Leo's hand was placed. Once again, Leo could feel his energy stuck there. The purple aura that surrounds Quinn's body started to gather around the top half of Quinn's upper body as if it didn't like what Leo was trying to do. The unknown energy is trying to leave your body. Do you want to allow the energy to leave your body? Yes. No. The same type of message had appeared when Leo tried to take out the chi. But before Quinn could reply and while he was reading the message, Leo continued to try to take the energy out from Quinn forcefully. Last time, I struggled a bit as well. Maybe I just need to be a little more forceful? At worst, I will only take some of the boy's energy that he will reign over time. Okay, I'm just gonna pull a little harder. It shouldn't hurt, but that strange feeling, you might feel it again, Leo explained. No, wait, Quinn shouted, but it was too late. The energy had been forcefully pulled from Quinn, and the message had disappeared. Quickly opening his eyes, he could see Leo standing back with his arm held out as if it was on fire, but Quinn was unable to see what he could see. When forcefully pulling the energy out, he had not only pulled out his and Quinn's chi into his body, but the strange purple aura surrounding it. He could see the force entering his body from his arm, and it was quickly taking over and spreading. Are you okay? Quinn asked worriedly. It's not your fault, boy. I was too rash. I should have known you were different, so your body may have reacted differently. Just don't say another word while I concentrate, Leo said as he sat down on the floor and closed his eyes. He tried his best to combat the strange purple energy that was now inside him with his own, moving his chi to combat it, but it was a force he was unfamiliar with. System, what's going on? As Quinn asked that question, his dull brown eyes started to light up red, and a connection was starting to be felt between his energy and the one flowing through Leo's body as well. Blood ritual skill activated. No, what have I done? Cancel. Cancel. Quinn shouted out loud, not caring if Leo heard or not. This was something he never expected. This wasn't what he wanted to happen. It wasn't his decision to turn someone like this. No matter how much Leo tried to get rid of the strange purple energy, the only thing he could do was slow it down. Eventually, he realized that the purple energy would take over his entire body. I'm sorry, Quinn said as his knees hit the floor and he knelt down in front of Leo. Leo opened his eyes even if he couldn't see out of them. It was a natural reaction for him when talking to someone. His eyes looked different to before. They too had started to glow red. He could hear the sniffles and sobs coming from Quinn. It gave him an idea of what was happening to him. For the boy known as Peter once had regular human energy flowing through him. That one day changed to purple as well. This is not your fault, boy. This is partially my fault as well. We, as humans, all make mistakes. That's how we learn. Whatever is about to happen, I'm ready. He no longer fought back the purple energy, and now it was able to spread across his whole body freely. But Leo didn't feel weak as such. He felt stronger and more alive than ever. Blood ritual was a success. The human has successfully been blooded 2/3. Even though I tried to stop it, I still couldn't. What have I done? Quinn thought as he looked at the message that appeared in front of him. Blood ritual was a success. The human has successfully been blooded 2/3. A new member of the cursed family has been created. Leo Suyen is now a vampire. Additional information available when using Inspect. There was a tiny bit of relief when Quinn had seen that Leo had transformed into a vampire rather than one of the available subclasses. It was one less problem for him to deal with. This was perhaps due to how much strength he already had. But then again, he could only make guesses because he didn't really know how the whole thing seemed to work. But still, there was no way he could be happy about this. He had just turned someone who was unwilling. It wasn't like Peter where the only option was to save his life. And it wasn't like Layla who had requested him to. Inspect. Leo Suyen. Ability. None. Class. Vampire. Unable to evolve. A vampire's senses and overall stats are improved. The user will be stronger and faster. When in sunlight, their strength will weaken. They will now be able to perform blood abilities. Blood abilities being used will cause the user's health to deteriorate quicker and their hunger to grow faster. The user must consume blood when needed. Further class evolutions available. Vampire Noble, Vampire Knight, Error. The vampire is unable to evolve at this point in time. The vampire cannot surpass its leader in rank. That's a little strange. The AI said, reading the message along with Quinn. Usually vampires are able to evolve as long as they are strong enough. There are no such restrictions. Although I guess this really is a unique situation, as Thier has never been a vampire leader before who is only at the evolution stage of a vampire. I guess that does complicate things a little. However, Quinn didn't care about that for now. He was far too worried about how Leo would react. Not only had he turned him into a vampire, he had also made him lose his ability. Something Leo relied on for his eyesight. Leo, how do you feel? Quinn asked, carefully, ready for him to possibly lash out in anger. I feel great. Leo responded in a surprisingly upbeat tone. What he was saying was the truth, and it wasn't just to make Quinn feel better. He had felt like he had obtained a whole new body. His hearing was already sensitive before, but now it was even better as, for his eyesight, there was no improvement in that department. He was still unable to see anything. And your ability? Quinn asked. Leo then closed his eyes and tried to activate his ability. But there was nothing. The aura he could see before and the wireframe, everything he viewed, objects, the walls, they could no longer be seen. Still, he did not panic. He took a deep breath and thought back to when he was at the temple. He started to focus his chi around his body. Eventually, he targeted the location of his eyes, the exact thing he did when he was a child, and Thier was a result. Looks like you do know what's happened to me then. My ability seems to have weakened greatly. It's as if it returned to when I had first discovered it. Shocked by Leo's answer, Quinn quickly used the inspect skill again, and this time, he could see that the section by ability was no longer empty. The ability was also compatible with vampires. The only downside was, his MC cells had been refreshed and had reverted back to when he had first discovered his ability. It would take some time until it went back to normal, but Leo wasn't worried about this. As an original, there were no books he needed to learn from. He was the one who was able to grow his ability's power alone. He could silently practice whenever needed to. Even though his ability had weakened, he did not feel more disadvantaged than before. He felt like, with his other senses having improved, they had more than lacked up for his ability power decreasing. Well then, I never thought I would ask you this question, as quite honestly, I didn't think I would get this deeply involved in your troubles, but it seems like I have done. So what am I? Or maybe I should ask, what are we? Leo asked. This was something Quinn was never prepared for. He had envisioned telling people one day what he was, but not right now. Revealing the truth to his friends compared to his teacher was a lot harder for some reason. He wasn't ready, but he had to make sure Leo would be prepared for everything that would be coming towards him. It's a long one, and I'll explain as much as I can, Quinn said. The two of them sat down once again opposite each other. When looking at Leo, a smile could still be seen on his face, as he was happy with his newfound body. It made things a little easier for Quinn when speaking. Quinn started by explaining that he was a vampire. Leo didn't interrupt and allowed him to thoroughly explain everything. Quinn started off with his own experience, stating how his body was stronger, faster, and his sight was even better than before. Although they quickly went over the sight part since it had nothing to do with Leo. Then the hard parts had come, the downsides of being a vampire. Leo would now be affected by sunlight and suddenly feel weaker during the day, and he would have to consume blood to fill his hunger. After finishing explaining everything about vampires, Quinn then also went to explain about what had happened so far, and Leo was starting to paint a picture of why people kept turning up and also the relation effects. He felt like this part also needed to be explained, as there was a possibility, just like how the others came after Peter, they could now come after Leo as well. After everything was said and done, Quinn looked downward at the floor waiting for Leo's response. He couldn't even look at him right now. Leo was busy thinking, the women he had met at the event who tried stopping him, and the flask filled with blood. Everything was starting to make sense. And it seemed like even the vampires had their own set of rules to follow. You kids have had a lot on your shoulders this whole time. No wonder you had so many mistakes and mishaps along the way. This is too much for anyone. Never mind someone your age. Leo responded. Wait, you're not mad? Quinn asked. What's the point of getting mad? What's done is done. There is nothing I can do to change it, and if I was to get mad, would it fix anything? Leo then stood up from where he was standing. He wished to test out his new body and skills. Without saying anything, he walked to the center of the martial arts hall, and Quinn watched carefully. He swung his blade as fast as he could in all sorts of directions. The speed was amazing that even Quinn, who had better eyesight than most, was struggling to keep up with it. Not just that, but the sound, he could tell from the sound alone those strikes would cause serious damage to anyone. While continuously swinging the blade, Leo could feel something strange. A new energy. It wasn't like the chi he typically used, but something was bubbling and boiling up inside of him. He continued to swing his blade until eventually, he released this energy out of his sword with a strike. With the swing of the sword, shortly after, a large line of red aura went out following it. The attack continued going forward until it had just disappeared before hitting the wall. Blood swipe, Quinn said. Oh, so I guess this is a skill from the vampires then. It seems powerful. Leo replied. But this wasn't just any blood swipe. From looks alone, Quinn could tell it was larger, faster, and more powerful than any blood swipe he had ever produced. With Leo being plenty strong before, and now with his vampire body and powers on top of it, he truly might have just created a monster. What are you going to do now? If you want, I can help you. If you need blood, I have friends that can help, and if you have any questions you want to ask, I can help, Quinn said, still feeling guilty about the whole thing. Quinn, I still haven't changed my decision to leave this place. I think now that this has happened, it's given me more reason to do so than ever before. I hope you understand, said Leo. You know, if you wanted to, you could order him to stay, the system said. He would have to comply since he is under you. I know, but it's his life. Then before you go, please take this. Quinn removed the ring from his finger and threw it over to where Leo was. For a brief second, Quinn forgot he was blind and was afraid the ring would just hit the floor. But like a bat, based on the ting sound, he was able to locate roughly where it would be, then the short range of his ability would do the rest. He grabbed it and felt around before realizing what it was. I'm guessing this isn't a normal ring? Leo asked as he could see the red aura surrounding it. That ring will allow you to walk freely in the daylight. It will make you still feel human, and don't worry, I can make another one. You gave me 2 gifts, so at least let me give you this, Quinn said before he could refuse. If Leo was to be traveling on his own, unlike Quinn, he didn't have the system to help him. Any questions he had about the changes that were happening in his body, he would have to learn how to deal with it on his own. The ring would help him greatly. Quinn still had other ways to combat the sun, such as his shadow void and the suit. He also could always make another ring, but perhaps not one as good as the one he had obtained. Leo started to walk back towards Quinn and stood in front of him. Remember what I taught you, that feeling you need to practice it every day if you can. It will take a year or so until you get the hang of it, and when you do, come find me again. Then I will teach you the next step. And before I go, Leo then got down on one knee in front of Quinn. What are you doing? Quinn said. You said I now belong to your family, right? I don't know how this vampire stuff really works, but I don't want to make the same mistake I made with my last master. I can tell already the connection between us two is now strong. If you are ever in trouble and I feel you are in danger, I, Leo Suyen, will come and protect you. With that, Leo got up from the floor and walked away. I can tell you no, the system said. He has the makings of a great vampire knight. But Quinn didn't care about that for now, for there was only one thought on his mind. You were the best damn teacher I ever had, Quinn said. I know we will meet again. You are being affected by direct sunlight. All stats will be reduced by 70%. It had been a while since Quinn had seen these messages, and he didn't miss it one bit. As soon as he stepped out into the sun from the martial arts hall, his whole body began to feel weak. The energy felt as if it was being drained from him. Although it wasn't as bad as he remembered, as he was still able to walk freely and didn't feel sick like before. This was due to him gaining a large amount of stats from since the last time. Right now, he could move about like an average human in the sun. However, it still seemed to give him a headache, as he stayed out after 5 minutes. It was a shame that Leo had left, but Quinn had done his best to inform him of all the troubles he had gone through, hoping that he might be able to deal with it better. He had more information when Quinn first turned and also had the ring to help him out. For some reason, he felt Leo would be okay. Even if he did come across another vampire, based on what he saw in the martial arts hall, he would be worrying about them rather than Leo. In turn, Leo had also given Quinn a training routine to practice his chi every day. For now, it would be pretty much useless in a fight, Leo explained, but at a certain point in time, everything would start to click. The crystals that had been given to him were able to be stored in the system. When checking out the shop, Quinn was hoping it would unlock a type of weapon for him, but there was no success. If he wanted a new pair of gauntlets, he would have to find someone to make it for him. Not just anyone, but a talented forger who would be able to also do a second unlocking. Otherwise, it would only be a waste. With the sun starting to set, it meant the day was soon to end. With this, Quinn decided that he would head off to the VR room. It was his long-awaited promise with Nate. On the way there, he started to notice something different walking through the halls. Casually, people would look at him. There were still many students surprised that Quinn was as strong as he was that day. But that wasn't what felt strange or different. Even as a level 1, there would be those that stared at him or would treat him as if he was invisible. Looking down at his watch, he could see the number 6 on display. What felt different was the fact that no students were calling him names, no one purposely barged into him, and no one was trying to start a fight. So this is what it feels like, huh? But then, as soon as Quinn turned around the corridor to enter the VR center, he saw 3 boys pinning a student up against the wall. On his wristwatch was a level 2 power level. Why didn't you do what we asked? We told you that we needed that project by tonight, the student yelled as he slammed the level 2 student up against the wall again. Stop that! A voice from behind was heard. What do you want? The kid said as he turned around and immediately recognized who it was. Oh, you! The kid said nervously. Just let the guy go. You wouldn't be doing this if he was the same level as you, would you? Said Quinn. Shut up. I bet you think you're hot crap now, don't you, Quinn? Another student said by his side. But we ain't weak. And there's 3 of us. I bet we could still kick your arse. 3? Didn't these guys see me fight 12 with the multiplier? I guess maths isn't their strong point. Well, how about we make it a 3-on-3? Another student said as they appeared from behind Quinn. As soon as they saw who this was, the students immediately stormed off without saying another word. The student who was pinned up against the wall thanked them both before running off as well, and when Quinn turned around, he could finally see who had come to his aid. It was a student with bright red spiky hair. He had seen him once before in the interrogation room. Berg Sunshield, one of the students from the Big Four. You know, it won't change anything. They'll just start doing it in secret instead, Berg said. At least that will lessen the bullying somewhat, Quinn replied as he walked off into the room. Quinn disliked the Big Four. Even though they wielded so much power, even as students they did nothing to change the situation. It was as if they liked the way things were set up. So he decided to shrug Berg off and continue with his business. Arg, Berg said in frustration. Why the hell did our leader tell us to look over that guy? Inside the VR center, Quinn paid for his booth and entered the game as usual. Welcome Blood Evolver. Checking his friends list, he was surprised and at the same time not to see that both Nate and Sam were online. It had only been a few moments, but almost immediately, he had received an invite to a fight. Quinn had decided to decline the invite. What? So I can't find the cursed child, and now the Blood Evolver won't even speak to me, Nate said in anger. What kind of day is this? That's it, I give up. It's time to call it a day and log off. But just as Nate was about to, he had received an invite from the Blood Evolver to have a match. What is this crap? Is he playing tricks with me? What happened? Sam asked after coming back from training inside the white gaming room. I invited the Blood Evolver to a game. He then declines and invites me back. Sam suddenly realized that his guess was spot on, and started to laugh at the fact that Nate hadn't understood yet. He had decided to invite him, in a way to reveal who he was to Nate. During the tournament he said he promised to fight with him. It was his way of telling him he was the Blood Evolver. Just accept, Sam said. The match was accepted, and as Sam was following Nate as a spectator, he too was transported to the same room as the two. When Nate arrived, he was ready to give the Blood Evolver an earful, but Quinn was the first to speak out of the two. So like I promised, I will fight you if you wish, Quinn said. For a second Nate paused. The cogwheels in his brain were starting to spin. The words spoken sounded familiar, but it was like he had no frame of reference. It was nearly there, as the pieces began to turn and then finally, it had clicked. Wait, no, Nate said as he pointed his finger at the avatar in front of him, shaking. You're saying you're the cursed child? He quickly opened up his system to confirm that he was indeed in a match with the Blood Evolver. Then his head started to hurt even more. But how? Your abilities. They're not the same. Nate, right? Quinn said, which was the final nail in the coffin. Only Quinn, the cursed child, knew his real name instead of his in-game name. It's a little complicated, but as the shadow power isn't a publicly owned power, I can't use it in the system. Nate stood there still for a while, as he started to process everything. His whole world had been turned upside down in an instant. Now thinking about it, the set of moves used in the event, the flash steps, the fancy kicks. It was something he should have figured out sooner. But the belief that a person could only have one ability was what was stopping him from believing that. But he didn't care about what secrets he had. If he was in the same position, he probably wouldn't tell anyone what was going on either. He only had one thing to ask. Are you able to fight at full strength in the game? Quinn shook his head. I can't, he replied. Then this is not our stage to fight. If you can't use your shadow powers here, then even if I defeat you, it won't feel like a victory. I already beat you before, but I want to fight the real you. Quinn smiled as he expected this, although he was looking forward to a fight. He too wanted to fight Nate at full strength and while in the game. Even Nate would be disadvantaged in the game as it wasn't able to emulate a soul weapon, as well as the fact that Quinn was able to use his blood attacks freely with no consequences. I wish to fight you at full strength as well one day, Quinn replied. The two had a strange relationship. Even though they wished to fight each other, it wasn't as enemies, but it was just out of display for pure skill. I'm in my second year now, which means I won't be in the military next year. But if you wish to find me, we will always be able to connect and contact each other through this game. Keep in touch, Nate said as he logged off the game in a hurry. Wait, what? What the hell is happening? Tell me. Sam cried from the arena seats as he too quickly logged off after Nate. Once Nate had exited from the pod, his knees were shaking so much he nearly fell to the floor. He tried his best to walk forward, then soon realized his whole body was shaking. The cursed child, the blood evolver, they're both the same person. Who the hell are you, Quinn Talon? Nate thought. Once Quinn had exited out of the pod, it was time to call it a day. Even though tomorrow was still the weekend, he still had a tough day ahead of him. Not only did he need to explain to the others what had happened to Leo, but there was still one more promise he needed to keep, and he wanted to deal with it sooner than later. A ghoul to a white and Leo a vampire. I wonder what Layla will turn into. After finishing searching the whole room and hiding the black ball, Layla had finished getting rid of every trace of Pure there was in her room. That included her own things as well. Pure didn't have many agents or students who could infiltrate the base while it was still the school term, so she was safe for now, but it still made her worry. Although she was safe now, what would she do once the summer holidays arrived? The original plan was to head back to the Pure base, but that was no longer an option. Pure didn't know what happened to her, and if she didn't have a good excuse for not responding, perhaps she would have been thrown out of the 100 ranks and banned from coming back to the school. I wonder if Mum is even worried? She started to think as she laid in her bed, completely worn out from the search. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. Layla, is it okay if we come in? It's the doctor and CIA is with me as well, Haley said. Yeah, sure, Layla shouted. As the door slid open, CIA came in with the doctor behind her, but Layla was amazed when she saw CIA. She looked like an almost entirely, utterly different person. One of her hands was rubbing the other up and down, and she was nervously looking around the room. She looked like a piece of glass that was on the verge of shattering any second. Now you take your time in here, okay? While I go talk to your roommate. Don't worry. Layla is one of the kindest girls I know, and you two used to get along, Haley said, unsure if that was true or not, but just wanted to do everything she could to comfort her. Haley, the school doctor, and Layla had left the room to have a small talk with each other. I don't know if you already know this, but CIA seems to have forgotten everything that happened. We don't really know why, and since she was found in the hotel lobby, we can't link it to anything either. It's been a few days since this has happened, and there have been no signs of recovery. What we want to do is slowly adjust her back to her old routine. Hopefully, it might spark something back in her. You know the doctor's office is always busy, and she can't stay there forever. I would have liked her to stay for a bit longer, but I can't, which is why I'm asking if you can look after her. If you notice anything strange or out of the blue, please come to me straight away. Is that okay? Hearing all this, Layla felt obliged to say yes. After all, it was partly her fault that all her memories had been removed in the first place. Yeah, that's fine. I will look after CIA. Can I just ask, have the school tried contacting her parents about this at all? Layla asked. Yes, we wanted to inform them immediately, but with the details that are registered, we aren't able to get in touch. If we do, I'll let you know straight away. Haley replied and left as soon as she finished since she had a hectic schedule ahead of her. Entering back in the room, she could see CIA had opened her wardrobe and was looking at her clothes and items as if they were all foreign to her. After that, she pulled out her bag from underneath the bed, and with the things inside, she picked them up one by one. But still, she could not remember anything. Did you know me well? CIA asked with her voice shaky as if it was about to crack. Layla came over and sat on her own bed, which was not too far from CIA's, while looking at her. No one at the school knows each other that well since we all came from different schools before, but we were roommates since day one, and you and I used to be on the same team. Through her words, she could see that CIA was trying to remember, trying to think back if there was anything, but there was nothing. After realizing this, CIA started to break down in tears again. She was crying with her hands covering her face and sobbing away. Layla quickly came over, and out of instinct gave her a big hug to her side. It's okay, CIA. Even if you don't remember everything, it doesn't matter. You can make new memories, right? Who knows? Maybe your life before was a bad one. But CIA continued to cry. It didn't matter if it was a bad one to her. She just wanted to remember who her parents were, how she grew up as a kid. She couldn't even remember the person who was comforting her right now, and it all was a terrifying thought. Will she be like this forever? Layla started to think. Perhaps removing all her memories was too cruel in the end. I should ask Quinn tomorrow if there's anything we can do. That night, the two girls decided to sleep in the same bed together. It was the only thing that made CIA feel safe now, having someone who knew her next to her. The next day, when Layla had woken up, she looked at her wristwatch to notice it blinking away. CIA's face by her side was a little puffy from all the crying. She quickly got out of bed and listened to the message quietly. Layla, if you still want to do this, let's all meet in the park forest where we trained with Peter at 10 a.m. Everyone in the group will be there. The message had been sent by Quinn. Looking at the watch, she realized it was 9 a.m. now, so she quickly got dressed and did her best to get ready as soon as possible. The sound of opening and closing of wardrobes had eventually woken CIA up, as she rubbed her swollen red eyes to see Layla in a rush to go somewhere. Why are you up so early? CIA asked. I have to go for my usual morning run, Layla replied. Can I come with you? CIA asked. Hearing these words caused pain in Layla's heart. She could tell she was afraid to be left alone still, but she had no choice. You get some rest. I really need to leave now, but I promise when I'm done and come back, we can spend all the time you want together, she replied as she rushed off and left the room. Yesterday, when returning to his room, Quinn opted to act normal about everything that had happened so far. He planned to meet everyone the next day anyway, so it would have been best to explain everything in one go. So he had yet to tell Vorden about what happened to Leo. All the boys were in the park woods. They were quite deep and away from the actual park, and no one would travel in here unless they were up to no good or just wanted to go for a walk through the woods. Logan had spread out his little spiders in all directions in a large circular manner. That way, if someone had decided to come into the woods, they would know. So, anything interesting happened to you guys yesterday? Vorden asked, trying to break the boredom while waiting. He hated to admit it, but everything had been kind of normal so far, and due to all the excitement that had happened, things felt boring. The usual. Just worked on tinkering with my gadgets. I could go into detail of what I managed to accomplish yesterday if you are really bored. Logan replied. No thanks, Vorden said, knowing he would be bored out of his mind listening to Logan. Well, I certainly have some interesting news for you all, but we will wait until Layla gets here. The sound of footsteps and rustling leaves could be heard stomping on the ground. No one was worried as Logan didn't cause any alarm, and shortly after, they could see Layla arriving all huffing and panting. I'm sorry I woke up a little late, Layla said. Oof. And on your big day as well, huh? Said Vorden. The groups were standing in a circle in the forest, and Quinn walked into the center to speak to them all. First, before we do this, I have something important to tell you all. It is about Leo. Quinn proceeded to tell the others what had happened yesterday. He didn't go into details about Chi, as it seemed to be something that was meant to be kept secret and passed down to those they chose. Still, he explained how Leo had been accidentally turned while trying to help Quinn get stronger, also informing them how he had chosen to leave the school. Everyone was shocked by this. They couldn't even believe what they had just heard. It was as if one surprise had come after another as Quinn explained the details. Wait, so you're saying Leo's a vampire now just like you? Then is he okay for blood? Is everything going to be okay? Vorden said in a panic. He clearly seemed to think this was a huge problem, while Quinn remained calm. I think he will be okay. It seems like he already left yesterday night, Quinn said, placing his fist on his chest. The connection between the two was now gone, meaning he was no longer close by. I explained everything to him, and you, Vorden, should know the most how powerful he is. Vorden started to think back about when he had copied Leo's power. Even for him and the multiple different powers he had wielded before, Leo's was surely special and different. Since we're all involved in this, I thought you guys should know. Especially since right now, we're about to dive in even deeper. It seems like being a human is quickly going out of fashion, Logan commented. Now everyone was looking at Logan strangely. Was that supposed to be a joke? Layla thought. Right now they didn't know what was more shocking. The fact that Leo, their teacher, had turned into a vampire or that Logan had tried to make a joke. Ignoring the small comments, Quinn wanted to get down to business and turned to look at Layla. Now, we don't know what's going to happen to you. You could turn into a ghoul like Peter, but this time we have Logan helping us, so we shouldn't have the same complications as before, or you could turn into a vampire like Leo. We have Vorden's blood for that. Ah, geez. Now I'm going to be your little snack bar for you too, Vorden commented. Or you could become something that we haven't seen before. Are you sure you want to go through with this because there's no turning back? Quinn asked. As long as it will make me stronger, then yes. I'm sick and tired of being useless to you guys, and before you say I'm not, you need to start to look at the people who are coming after us. As we make more enemies and go higher up, they keep getting stronger and stronger, and I want to rescue Erin from Pure. At the time, I did what I thought was right to save her, and I know she will be safe, but the longer she stays there. Layla didn't finish her last sentence. But after learning of their strange tactics, and the death pill that CIA had, Quinn knew the place wasn't the best. I understand. Blood ritual activated. Just like before, when performing the blood ritual on Peter, they decided to lay Layla down on a pile of leaves. This should make it feel a little better, Quinn said proudly of himself as he had spent quite a bit of time sorting out the leaves to form a bed shape. Logan stood on one side while Vorden stood on the other. After helping Quinn prepare everything, both of them took a step back away. Hey, you don't have to be scared of me, Layla said. Come on. It's me. You know, it's just to be safe. We don't want a chunk of our arms or legs to go missing, Vorden said jokingly, remembering what they had to go through last time. Logan nodded while taking another step even further back. It's always best to be careful. Especially when we don't know the probabilities. I'm sure you understand. The boys were just making Layla feel even worse. It seemed unlikely that she would be turned into something that the others should be truly scared of, but the words of the others had gotten to her. When Quinn was about to begin the next steps, she grabbed him by the wrist. Not that I'm having second thoughts or anything, but do you know what I could possibly turn into? She asked. Quinn himself didn't really know the answer to this, so instead, he reverted the question to his system. That is quite a hard question to answer, the system said. You see, I'm not sure even now, as back then, you must have heard many tales about creatures or demons. They were around during my time, so I would assume they are still spread today as folklore. The truth is all those tales had definitely originated from somewhere and had some type of truth to them, most of them being subclasses of vampires. You have the classes that are closely related to the vampires. With these types, I would place them in something called Category A. They are similar to your standard vampire, but perhaps a little unique when comparing them with slight differences. Some of these can evolve into vampires later on some branch of slightly. A few examples include a halfling, you should know this one quite well, a fledgling, thrall, and damper. These classes tend to be well balanced in terms of skill. They have good magic and melee abilities, with each one having their own specialties when they later evolve. The next category is Category B. I call this one the undead category. This is where Peter, the ghoul, White, Wendigo, and a few others fit into. These have next to no magical power, but most of them make up for it with their melee attack strength. And finally you have Category C. I call these the others. I know it's lame, but truthfully it's because they don't really have much in common with each other, or at least not as much as the others. They usually tend to be strong in magical power while weak in the speed and strength department many vampires are known for. Examples are Succubus, Blood Fairy, and the Banshee. The upside about this category is they usually don't have a huge negative to them like the others. Category A all need some form of blood, Category B need flesh, whereas C, although different depending on what they turn into, don't need something as difficult as the first two. Of course, there are more than the examples I have given you, but if you wanted me to list them all, we would be here all day. Back in the day, I did quite a bit of research on this, so you have come to ask the right person. But even as great as I am with my vast amount of knowledge cannot pinpoint the exact reason or thing that will determine what one will change into. Besides, just because you know what she can turn into won't influence what she will turn into at the end of the day. After hearing those answers, Quinn started to have second thoughts. But a promise was a promise. Whatever you turn into, I promise we will deal with it. With that said, Quinn continued the ritual as Layla closed her eyes. Using the tip of his fingernail, he caused a small cut in the palm of his hand. He then placed it above Layla's mouth and, as with it wide open, allowed it the blood to drip inside slowly. A vampire's blood alone wouldn't be enough to turn someone's. One would have to activate the blood ritual skill first, which he had already done. The blood continued to drip and go down her throat, and then when it reached her stomach, the process had begun. Her eyes suddenly opened wide and were glowing red, and Quinn's were beginning to glow red as well. Just like with Peter, as the energy went through her body, it started to shake violently. There was no pain, though, and eventually, as the blood quickly took over her body and radically transformed it, the connection had stopped, and her body had stopped shaking. "Is it done?" Vorden asked. "So what is she?" Layla's eyes had started to open slowly. Her vision was a little blurry as she seemed to be adjusting to things and eventually lifted herself off from the ground. A few leaves stuck to her, and she quickly brushed them off her clothes before looking up at the boys, who seemed to be now all staring at her. What's wrong?" "Oh no, is it my face?" she said, worried about what she might have turned into. "My teeth. My feet." She looked down at her body and felt her teeth but could feel or see nothing, but the boys continued to stare at her until Vorden eventually pointed to the top of her head. "No, you have little." Vorden was speaking so slowly. It was beginning to annoy her. As she felt the top of her head, she felt two little bumps just between where her hair was. "No! They're horns!" she shouted. "Quinn, what the hell is this? What type of vampire has horns?" "Wait. Calm down. Just give me a second." Layla was quite knowledgeable when it came to vampire-type creatures. She had heard of many of them and even heard of what Peter had become. But she couldn't think of a single creature with horns on top of her head. While she was waiting for Quinn's reply, she continually tried feeling them. It seemed like nothing else about her had changed. Still, she was continually playing with the small bumps on top of her head. Thankfully, they didn't stick out too much and really did just look like two little lumps. The blood ritual was a success. 3/3 family members successfully blooded. A new member has been added to the cursed family. You have successfully created a Nominari Hanya. Nominari Hanya. Hanya are emotional beings. Their powers and strength fluctuate based on their emotions, and they are more sensitive than regular beings. They are typically prone to jealousy and negativity. They often feed off the negativity of those around them as well to power up their own powers. Their powers specialize in dark and spiritual magic. This magic can also be used to influence weak-minded women to do their bidding. Current skills. Spiritual partner. A link is formed between two people. Any attack that would hurt one or the other can be passed on to the other person. A spiritual partner can be changed at any point in time but must be in the same zone as the user when being used. Spiritual chains. A ranged attack. A dark black energy ball of negativity is hurled at the target. If successfully hit, it will root the enemy for a certain amount of time. The chain's time and strength depend on what mental state of both the user and opponent are at the time. Evolutions available. Chunari Hanya, Hanari Hanya. Based on what the system had explained before, it looked as if Layla had turned into the Type C category. A user strong in magic but didn't get a regular vampire's normal buffs, such as strength, speed, and agility. Most of what Quinn read didn't seem to be too bad, and the magic skills would come in handy. Just like with Peter and the others before, the MC cells would have been reset, meaning Layla no longer had her telekinesis ability. If she wanted to, this was a chance to change her ability if she felt the need to. The only thing that did worry him was the first few lines. Suddenly, he could hear the sound of crying coming from Layla's direction. "I'm so ugly, aren't I? These horns. Who's going to date me now?" she said as she continued to sob. "Layla, you're not ugly," Vorden said, trying to calm her down. "Shut up," she shouted back. "I think they're, kind of cute," Vorden said with a blush on his face. At that point, both Logan and Quinn turned to look at Vorden. They didn't know if he was just trying to cheer her up, or if he really did have strange taste. "Come on," Quinn said. "Let's go for a walk," he said, shaking his head, realizing this would be a different kind of trouble that they weren't used to. With a single click, from the computer, a hologram displayed all the information about the subclass known as Hanya to the group. They were all currently inside Logan's room. When asked what Layla was, Quinn found it hard to answer without making himself seem suspicious. He didn't know a lot about vampires in the first place, and all his knowledge before could be said that it came from Fex. The only person that knew about the system and some of the system skills was Logan. The suggestion had been made that perhaps they could find something online. So as they planned to head to Logan's room to do some research, Quinn told him beforehand what Layla really was. "Based on the algorithm taken from the photos of Layla's face, it seems like my genius AI system was able to come up with something. The AI cross-references and matches the details with folklore tales related to vampires in one way or another," Logan said as he gave a quick wink to Quinn while nobody was paying attention to him. Layla and the others begin to read the information shown. What was written out was precisely the same as what had been displayed from Quinn's system. "Emotional? Me?" Layla said suddenly, but she realized that she was just letting what the screen said now prove her wrong. So correcting herself, she tried her best to hold everything in. She cleared her throat and started again. "Okay, say I am this Hanya demon thing. The only thing I don't really understand is the feeding off negative emotions part." "If I was to take a guess," Vorden said, "I would say it's one of two things. Just as Quinn gets pleasure from blood, you might be able to feed off the aura of negative or sad people. Or there is the second option, you feed by making people negative." The others didn't say anything, but they felt like Vorden was spot on with his deduction. That line could only be interpreted like that, and they just hoped it wasn't the second one. However, the first part might prove difficult as well. Where were they meant to find negative people? Would they have to go around the school looking for someone who had just broken up? Or perhaps start calling people names? "Don't worry too much about this," the system said to Quinn, seeing his concern. "Remember what I said about Category C? Unlike ghouls or vampires who need blood or flesh to survive, the Hanya don't need negative emotions to live. This is just what powers them and allows them to evolve eventually." That was another thing that Quinn worried about, evolving. He remembered that there was also a chance that Peter could have evolved into the Wendigo. Perhaps what Layla would evolve into wasn't exactly a good thing. "So do you know if they feed on negative emotions or feed by creating negative emotions?" Quinn asked. "Ha ha, this was why I didn't want to butt in, but I felt the need to. I don't remember," the system replied. Useless as always, Quinn thought. "So based on the information, unlike Quinn and Peter, you won't have abnormal strength or speed," Logan explained. "But instead magical abilities, perhaps in a way similar to Quinn's blood abilities." "What about your ability from before? Can you still use that?" Logan asked. She shook her head in response. "No. I already tried on the way over here. It's completely gone. But it was expected," she replied. "Well, have you thought about what ability you do want?" Vorden asked. "Now's the time for a fresh new leaf. We don't know if telekinesis is compatible with vampires or not. But even so, if you really want to, you could choose a completely new ability." Layla continued to fidget and play with the small bumps on top of her head as she thought about it. If she moved her hair to the side of her face, it would slightly cover them up, but a hairband or bandana would be best as well. What would Mom's reaction be if she saw this? Then she started to think about her bow. It was an item gifted and given to her by her mother before she came to the academy. I think it would be best to still have an ability that complements my bow, said Layla. We don't really know how this magic works, but if it's like Quinn's blood abilities, it will have a limit before they can be used again. So it's best to have a backup to use in any case scenario. And a melee weapon doesn't really suit me since I didn't get any stronger in the other departments. But I'm not sure if I want to stick to telekinesis or not. Maybe after using my vampire abilities, there might be something more suited for the bow and them together. I'll have to think about it for now. I think that's the right choice, said Vorden. Well, what are we waiting for? We need to test your powers, right? Let's see what you can do. What? Here now? But I don't even know how or what to do, Layla responded. Logan's room was pretty big due to it being one of the VIP rooms. It was even bigger than Vorden and Quinn's room that was meant to house 3 people inside. So there was plenty of floor space. Still, things were lying all over the floor, and Logan quickly allowed his spiders to get to work clearing everything and putting it to the side. After a few moments, the floor looked almost brand new. Is there anything those spiders can't do? Vorden thought. They weren't going to fight, so the space was enough. They just needed her to use her skills. Layla stood in the middle of the room, and the target of choice for her abilities would be Quinn. This was because he had a healing factor that they could rely on, and technically had the strongest body there. He also felt like it was only right to volunteer himself for something like this, being the person who changed her. So, what do I do? Layla asked. I guess I can explain what I do when I use my blood abilities, Quinn suggested. You should feel this strange energy in your body swirling around. Try grabbing onto it, then when you release that energy you have a clear image inside your head of what you think the skill will look like. It's quite similar to how we learn our usual skills from skill books, only you don't have any reference to go on. This kind of just works for me, Quinn said. Logan, back on his computer, pretended to have taken and found more information about Hanya, when in reality it was just what Quinn had already told him. He described the characteristics of the power they used and what the 2 skills might look like, giving out every bit of detail apart from what the ability did. That thing is extremely detailed to be up online, Vorden commented. Are you sure that vampires didn't write that article? Well, we won't know till we try, will we? I don't think it's accurate, but it allows us to start somewhere, Logan replied. Unless you have any better ideas? Layla closed her eyes, and nearly instantly, she could feel the strange energy that Quinn was talking about. Maybe it was because she no longer had her ability, and there weren't many other changes to her body apart from this one, but she was able to pick it out straight away. However, as she thought and grabbed on to this energy more, memories started to appear in her head, memories of her mother, memories of her time at Pure, and memories of her dear friend Aaron. Without realizing it, her face looked sad on the outside, and tears were flowing down them, dropping onto the floor. She tried her best to ignore them and started to picture one of the skill's spiritual chain. The others could see Layla's face full of tears and wondered what was happening. But because her eyes were still closed, they didn't want to bother her. Then suddenly, spiritual chain, she said as she opened up her eyes. A thick black ball the size of a basketball came shooting out of her hands. It almost looked like a fireball, only black in color. On her very first try, the attack was a success. The spiritual chain had been cast and the bulk fireball came hurling towards Quinn. The speed was fast as well, like a cannonball. Quinn braced himself, but he didn't move and allowed it to hit his body. As soon as it made an impact across his stomach, the ball split up, and chains made of fire started to wrap around him. Not just one but several, around his body, around his arms, and they all then attached themselves to the floor. Everything happened in almost an instant as soon as the ball hit. While a part of the chains were wrapped around Quinn, the other ends were in a circle shape attached to the floor. Quinn tried to use half of his strength at first to move. He thought it would be enough and didn't want to upset Layla if it was weak. But it seemed impossible for him to move. He then tried using his full strength, and this time he could move slightly, but the chains still seemed to hold. A few seconds later and they had disappeared entirely, and he could now move again. Well, Layla said with an excited look on her face. She was happy with her success and how with relative ease, she was able to perform the skill on her first try. It's strong, Quinn replied. Really strong. I used my full strength, and I still couldn't break free. The boys were surprised as well at what Quinn had said. He didn't have his gauntlets on, but his regular strength was still plenty strong. It's a shame about the duration. It seemed to only last a second and a half, Borden said. But still, in a fight between life and death, that's all it can take sometimes. Yes, Logan replied. But remember, the text also said that it would depend on one's mental state at the time as well as the user's mental state. Logan started to think about the tears he had seen before she had performed the skill. Perhaps this had something to do with its power, but decided to remain silent for now. Layla had a huge grin on her face, and suddenly she was pleased. Her first skill was this powerful, and she didn't even have an ability yet. She could definitely be helpful to the others now, and there was room to grow even stronger. Come on, she said in a cheery voice. Let's try the next one. She quickly wiped away the tears from her face and tried to visualize the same thing again. She closed her eyes, but oddly enough, something was wrong. The energy from before that she could feel was no longer there. Is that all the magical ability I have, only enough for one skill? After standing around for a while, the others realized something must have been up as well. I don't understand, she said. I did the same thing as last time. Looking at Layla, Borden seemed to have figured out the one difference compared to before to know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Layla, are you happy right now? Borden asked. At first, Layla didn't understand, so what if she was happy? Shouldn't she be? But then she soon released from reading the text. Her powers were affected by how she was feeling at the time, and positive emotions weren't a part of the description. What is this crap? So are they saying I can only use my powers if I'm upset? She shouted. That's it, Layla. Borden cheered. Come on. Keep getting angry. Quinn, say something to her. I don't think this is a good idea, Quinn replied, stepping back. Maybe her horns will start to grow bigger or something. Quinn. She mumbled with both her hands in fists by her side, and her head down. That really hurt, she whispered, and instead of trying to use her ability again, she quickly stormed out of the room. The three boys just continued to look at each other stunned, until Logan finally broke the silence. Well, I thought what Quinn said was a good one if I do say so myself. Nothing we can do now, we will just have to let her calm down. It's not like she's going to eat someone or suck their blood, Logan said as he pulled the drawer open and grabbed a few things from it. Sandwich, anyone? In anger and sadness, and a mind filled with emotions, Layla continued to walk down the stairs and headed straight back for her room. She knew what the others were trying to do, but it hurt her a little bit too much. Why am I getting so upset? I know they were just trying to help. They didn't mean all that stuff, right? It seemed like what the text about Hanya said was right. She would be more emotional than before, sensitive. If she wanted to learn how to use her powers properly, she would have to learn how to harness and control these emotions, but she couldn't do it instantly. She quickly adjusted her hair to make sure it covered up her small little bumps and continued on. As she stood outside the door, a sweet smell seemed to be coming from inside. Is CIA cooking something? Layla thought. She opened the door, and it looked like her guess was completely wrong. CIA wasn't cooking anything and instead was still wrapped in her quilt sulking. Has she been crying for the whole day? However, Layla soon realized what the sweet smell was, for in her vision around the room, she could see it. A heavy black mist seemed to be covering the room, and it was the same type of energy that she felt inside her. She tried reaching for it, grabbing it, and it looked as if the mist moved and went inside of her own body. Suddenly, she felt a surge in power inside her cells. She could feel something overcome her. Although it felt powerful, at the same time she felt sad, as if these negative feelings from the room were now inside of her. Layla, you're finally back. Yes, Layla replied as she couldn't hide her smile. I'm back, but I'm a bit hungry. In an unknown place underground, where it was pitch black and not a single speck of light could be seen, the sounds of growls could be heard, monstrous roars and clashing, banging of all sorts as they rattled their cells. Thankfully, these creatures had been locked away, pinned behind special black bars, trapped with no way out. To get to such a dark place, one would have to walk hundreds of meters down a spiral staircase and then finally down the many hallways. Walking down one hallway, Silver could hear it all. It was a place she hated to visit, and she never wanted to come back here again, but she needed to. She continued to walk until eventually, she stopped just outside one of the rooms. Behind bars, a dark figure could be seen. "Tell me, why did you do it? Why did you do it, brother?" On a particular planet, when one would look up at the sky, they would discover the fact that they were 3 moons. 2 of the moons shined brightly, allowing a light glow on the surface. While one of the moons had an important role. It created a permanent eclipse blocking out the sun. While the other 2 were naturally made, this one was not. Set up to perfectly move along and shift with the planet's slow rotation to make it so it would always remain in the dark but still would provide enough heat for survival. This was the planet that the vampires had chosen to call home. It wasn't a very large planet, and most of the place was unpopulated. But in one section there were signs of civilization as life could be seen. Buildings created from a black hard substance crafted in a jagged style, but signs of modern technology could also be seen in use. As lights lit up the streets with a lukewarm glow, not too bright. Strangely, carriages would be used as a form of transportation, but there were no horses or animals to man them, as they were powered by a different source of energy. If one could look closer, they could see that everything was being powered by blue crystals. It was a mixture of old and new. The city was surrounded by what looked like a forest that went all around the outside of the buildings, and towards the back of it, a single large mountain. In front of the mountain was a castle that was a quarter of the size of the mountain itself. It was grand in size and had a sleek design. Unlike the other buildings, this one was also made of the black material but had been carefully carved out, creating a perfect castle. Going around the large central castle, either side were 14 smaller castles. They equally looked impressive, each bearing their own crest on a giant cloth at the front. However, 2 of these castles looked a little run down compared to the rest and displayed no such crest. There was also no lights or fires lit, showing no sign of inhabitants in the buildings. One of the castle's family crests displayed a ring with 6 strings attached to it, pulling it from above. This was the Sanguini's family's castle. Inside on the bottom floor in their private training hall, a portal had suddenly appeared floating in the center of the room. 2 guards dressed in black clothing with a gold trim going around it stood outside. They too on Thier's shoulders bore the crest. They turned their heads looking into the room when noises could be heard from behind. "A return portal has been activated," one of them said. "Go inform the Lord of the Night's return." With that, one of them took off down the hallway. First to arrive through the portal was Peter, although he didn't look like his usual self as he was disguised as Quinn. Both of his hands remained tied behind his back, but he was compliant. The one who followed after him was Fex and eventually Silver. The remaining guard immediately entered the room and got down on one knee in front of Silver. "We welcome your return, young master and Knight Silver." "No need to be polite to him," Silver said. "Remember, he is to be punished." "Sorry, a habit, Mississippi." To remind everyone that Fex was indeed a criminal, she used her own red string, mixed with her blood abilities, and wrapped up Fex's arms behind him as well. "Go inform the Lord that we will be meeting him in the main room," Silver commanded. "As you wish," the man said as he lifted himself up and bowed down to Silver before rushing off again. "Gosh, do they always have to be that uptight and formal? Am I right, sis?" Fex said in an upbeat tone. "Shut it, you," Silver replied. "Do you know how much trouble you could have been in? The other families and King are unaware of this situation. We managed to keep it under wraps." "I knew you would," Fex interrupted. Silver immediately glared at him back and decided to use even more string, wrapping it around his mouth, so he could no longer interrupt her. "Much better," she said. "Because of this, the punishment you will receive will be dealt with within the family. There is no need for the council to make a decision. Furthermore, we can use this illegal creator to pin the blame on one of the other families. Your father will be pleased and will lighten your punishment." Fex noticed that Silver had made the extra effort to call him your father. She never did call him father herself and always referred to him as the leader or lord. "I'm glad you bought me the right person," she continued. "The truth was I had already found out who had created the illegal later on. If you were to bring me someone else, I wouldn't know what to do." Fex was glad he knew his sister well. He knew she wouldn't have just stopped to look for the creator after finding out there was an illegal. This was why part of his plan was to make Peter look like Quinn just in case, and it seems like he was right. However, she was too trusting at times as well. Her checks would only go so far, and she wouldn't dream to think Fex would break the rules and lie to her. She had this naive thought that others upheld the rules as much as she did. Bringing in someone who was able to transform never crossed her mind. In most cases, he would never have gone this far for someone, but he had made a promise. A short while later, the three of them were now in the main room. They all knelt down on the red rug that led up to a small staircase where a grand chair was centered. In the chair, the family leader, or vampire lord of the Sanguinis, Lee sat. By his side, a middle-aged man with a small little goatee beard and pointy black hair. His second vampire knight that held the same position as Silver. Silver had stood up to give a full report, explaining why the process had taken longer than she had thought and explained the details clearly. Although she altered some, trying to show her brother in the best light possible, saying how he had planned to come back sooner until discovering the so-called illegal. She went even further, stating he had killed the illegal and brought back the vampire, the root cause of the problem, all on his own, noting she had next to near no involvement in the matter. Hearing all of this just made Fex feel bad. His dear sister was doing this all for him so he could take all the glory while it was her hard work all along. And even worse, he had lied about it. "This is excellent," Lee said with a smile. "I can't believe one of the other families managed to screw up, creating an illegal in a time like this. This will greatly cause disfavor to one of the families. Sin, call the council to have a meeting immediately. We need to find out who this scum belongs to. Don't tell them why, but just say it's an important matter." "Yes, my lord," Sil said as he bowed down and suddenly seemed to disappear in a cloud of smoke. "My son, you have always been a troublemaker, and I have hated you for it. Sometimes I even thought you might not be right for this seat after my time, but you have made this family proud. Fex, I want you to come to the council meeting with me. I shall inform everyone of your great feat." Although his father sounded joyful and happy for this matter, this was making Fex extremely anxious. When returning, he had expected punishment, perhaps for Peter to be dealt with before going to the council. Of course, there was always the chance it would still go to the council, but now his father wanted to praise his actions in front of them. Once they found out the truth, how the vampire that broke the laws is still out there, and Fex had returned with the actual illegal, the whole family would be embarrassed and ashamed. Should I just tell the truth now? Fex thought that way it would save his family from being embarrassed, but he couldn't. If he was to reveal the information now, there was a chance that only his family would continue to keep this under wraps and send out vampires immediately. If the whole council was to find out, then it would at least buy Quinn more time. The council had always been cautious when making decisions involving the human world. Am I not to be punished for my actions? I went to the human world without permission, Fex tried to plead. Nonsense, we can say I sent you there after our team discovered something suspicious, Lee said. But... Silver, who was kneeling beside Fex, tugged on his sleeve. Just take it, brother. I suspected this might happen. Although your actions were wrong, you should accept this. You know what the Lord is like. She whispered. Just then, a smoke of mist reappeared, and by Lee's side, Sin had returned. The council has agreed to your meeting, as you wished, my lord. Excellent, Lee said with a smile, while Fex continued to look down on the ground, hiding the horror showing on his face. When a meeting between the vampire council members would be called, all of the 13 leaders from Thier castles would have to go and travel to the main castle. The main castle was where the current vampire king or queen resided. Inside, near the top floor but not quite at the very top, was the meeting room. Once a month, the leaders would meet up to discuss current matters or affairs. Outside of the regular meetings, an emergency meeting could be called as well. Only if there was something that needed to be reported to everyone would they meet up. On this very day, a meeting had been called. This was the second emergency meeting that had been called within such a short time frame, and the tensions were high. Inside the room, there were 13 chairs equal in size spread across the table. Behind each seat a flame which burnt bright and strong. Currently, all if the chairs were filled with Thier leaders and one of their vampire knights by Thier's side. All of them apart from one. The 10th seat. Most of the room was dominated by men. Most looked old while a couple looked young, but it was impossible to tell the real age of any. 2 of the seats were filled with female leaders as well. Besides these 13 chairs at either end of the table, Thier were 2 larger chairs. One chair slightly bigger than the other. At this moment both of these chairs were empty as well. Sitting at the first chair near the top of the table was the first leader, an older gentleman than the rest. Vampires at the lord level often had great control over Thier bodies. They could choose when to slow down Thier aging process. Most at the table had chosen to keep Thier appearance of that of slightly older middle-aged men. Yet for some reason the first leader preferred an aged look. He was bald up top, but his facial hair was heavy around his face going down to his collarbone, all white in color. Other than these, the forehead that seemed to always be in a prominent V-shape were his most distinctive features. On top of this, the old man would never seem to leave without his trendy black slim walking stick by his side. However, he never used the walking stick to walk, but kept it by his side as if his life depended on it. When the king wasn't present, it was his duty to be in charge. He still only had equal power as the rest of the 13, but in order for things to proceed more smoothly, the first leader was placed with this position. The others didn't mind this, as the first leader was the oldest and seemed to be the most knowledgeable out of the rest. Once everyone was seated, he banged his walking stick 3 times across the floor to signal the meeting would begin, and the room fell silent. I, Bryce Kane, leader of the first seat, will now begin this meeting. This meeting has been called by the 13th seat leader of the Sanguinis family, Lee. The old man said, I hope you all know that the king is still resting and will not be attending this meeting. Unless a matter cannot be agreed upon, there will be no need to call him. Now please, Lee, explain to us why this meeting was called. Rather than explain this matter, I would like to bring them in, if I may, Lee asked, to which Bryce responded with a nod. The doors to the room opened, and in came Silver, Fex and Peter, who was now officially in a black set of handcuffs. They seemed to be made from the same material as the buildings. While they walked into the room, Lee tried to look at the other leaders to see if there was a reaction from one of them. They all have pretty good poker faces. Maybe they don't know what he has committed. With no reaction, Lee had no choice but to continue. Recently I was tipped off from our agents that there was something strange going on at Earth. As you all know, my son Fex is young and was soon to have his ceremony to turn into a vampire noble. I thought this would be a good opportunity to send him out on the field. In case there were any mistakes, Silver was sent out after him as well. When they arrived at Thier location, Fex, my son, seemed to have discovered a white. You should all know where this is going. Other than vampires part of the Part A category, all subclasses are to remain here, which means an illegal was created. My son has successfully captured the illegal, Lee said, pointing at Peter. The others looked at Peter carefully. It was clear he was a vampire and a young one at that. Youngsters, when being turned, would rarely ever turn straight into vampires, for they didn't have the power. So he must have belonged to one of the 12 there, they thought. But when Bryce looked at him closer, he felt strange. Even though this was a serious matter, it was clear that the vampire boy was unafraid. You all know why this is a serious matter. First off, it wasn't reported. Even if a leader created a vampire in our current situation, they should report it immediately. Every family is allowed a maximum of 1,500 members, and last time I checked, every family is at its maximum amount. If this vampire was creating illegals, who knows, they could even be creating more and perhaps planning another uprising. After Lee had said this, the 12 leaders started to mumble amongst themselves. An uprising again. This would be a serious matter indeed. One leader said, the family who has allowed this vampire to be unruly must be punished. Another said, clack, clack, clack. Once again, Bryce banged his walking stick on the ground 3 times, bringing order to the room. "Weed her or not, it's a serious matter is undecided. Do not speak so freely about an uprising. An investigation shall be made into the family that this vampire belongs to. It might just be a stray that has done its own thing, but just to be sure we shall check thoroughly. Now to save us all time, does anyone care to admit who this vampire in the room belongs to? If you have nothing to hide, then only the vampire shall be punished." The leaders started to look up and down the table, waiting for one person to be called out. The leaders didn't remember every vampire member in their family, and they didn't have a connection with all of them. In the families, about 50 of them would be connected to the actual leader in some way, and learn the family's unique ability, while the rest of the vampires would simply work for the families. The reason why Bryce had made the suggestion was from the feeling he was getting. He could tell that the vampire was quite a strong one for being so young. It made him believe that the vampire had to be close to the leaders, and if so, even if they didn't know what he looked like, they would have felt a connection being this close to him right now. "Damn it, you fools," Lee said in anger. "This is a serious matter, and you are only wasting our time." "It is as Lee said." "Very well. There is one way to find out. Bring the boy to me," Bryce said, and Silver brought Peter along with her, directly to the first seat, allowing Peter to stand opposite the old man. Fex watching this knew precisely what the old man planned to do. "It won't work," Fex thought. The old man looked into Peter's eyes, and his started to glow. "Tell us, which family do you belong to?" Everyone in the room was sat at the edge of their seats waiting for an answer, but after a few moments, there was nothing. Peter didn't reply and remained silent. Bryce tried again in case something was wrong. He looked into his eyes and said the same words. "Tell us, it's an order of the council. Which family do you belong to?" he shouted, getting frustrated. But Peter didn't flinch, nor did he reply. "But how is this possible?" one of the leaders said. Mumbling between them all began and started again, and the only one in the room who knew the answer was Fex. What the first leader attempted to do was use his charm skills to force the information out of him. One's power would have to be far greater for this to work, and usually, it would work against a vampire that hadn't even reached the noble level, which was why everyone was so shocked. But Peter wasn't a vampire, he was a white and undead. Mind control, sleeping, paralysis, all these things didn't work on an undead. The only one that would be able to force information out of him was his creator. However, to Bryce this only angered him further. There were a few methods to block this mind control from working, and only another leader would know such a method. In his mind, it was clear that someone was trying to hide this information, and to do this and go this far, they would have had a direct connection with the family. "Fine. Everyone, we shall gather downstairs in one of the training halls. If I can't force the information out of you, then we shall beat it out of you. I'm warning you now, when I find out who this vampire belongs to, they shall be in serious trouble." The council members had done as the first leader asked. They had moved from the meeting room down to one of the training rooms below. When they had entered, a lesson was currently taking place. The hall was enormous but plain inside. There was no equipment apart from the wooden flooring, and the only thing that could be seen was a group of teenage students receiving instructions from a teacher up front. All the students seemed to be dressed in the same type of clothing, black standard uniform with red trim around the rim of the design, while the teacher wore what looked like an overly large overcoat. He too had a different colored trim around his clothes and also the same crest as the first leader wore. As the leaders entered the room, the teacher who was taking the lesson, eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Students, quickly bow down to the leaders," he said urgently. The group of around 50 or so students immediately turned and bowed down when all the leaders entered. It was rare to see all the leaders together unless they were to meet the king, or a meeting was about to take place. He was unaware of such a thing happening. "Oh, that's right. I forgot about the current tour being organized in the main castle," Bryce said to himself. "I hope you don't mind, Phil?" "Not at all, Phil," the teacher said. "It's an honor to even be in your presence." In chorus, all the students repeated what the teacher had said, keeping the exact phrase at the same time. It is an honor to be in your presence. When Peter entered the room with Fex and Silver, he was surprised to see how similar it seemed to the military academy. The only difference was it appeared like they had more respect for the leaders, and everything was a lot more organized. Rather than them being compliant and obedient through fear, Peter could tell even just by looking at the vampires that they were obedient through respect. All students were now sitting on one side of the room. Their teacher was in the front row, while the leaders were all lined up at the other side. The students were nervous just by looking at the leaders. Some were already part of a family due to their close connections, while others, although they might be under the same banner, wanted to prove their worth in order to get a higher position in the family. The vampires who weren't directly linked to a family were referred to as the pool. Once a year, vampires would be able to move between families that they were currently registered in, and the students would be able to select which families they wanted to join. Similar to how seasons worked in sports. Of course, spaces were limited to each family, as there were only a total of 1,500 spaces per family. On a year-to-year basis, this number would increase based on a few factors, such as whether or not the city could handle an increase of vampires that year. If so, then the allocation number would increase. But that time had already passed, and all the current vampires had been registered, setting the number at 1,500 per family. Out of this number, 50 of those in the family would have a direct connection with the leader in some way. An additional 100 of those would know the family's ability, while the rest would just be simple soldiers in the pool. For those that knew or were to learn the family's ability, they would bear the family's crest on their uniform. All of this meant there weren't many students who attended school in the first place, but the vampires always focused on quality rather than quantity. Bryce stood in the center of the training hall with a stick in his hand while Peter was still chained up by his side. "This is your last chance to fess up." When Bryce said this, he was talking to the leaders, but Fex felt as if the words were being directed at him. "Fine, Phil. Select your best student out of this bunch," Bryce said. "That would be Xander, my lord," Phil shouted in confidence. Xander immediately stood up. Most of the vampires there were handsome or beautiful, but even he seemed like a pretty boy compared to the rest, his brown hair curled on both sides and having a body frame of a top athlete. "Come here, boy," Bryce said, noticing that he too had the same crest as his. Seeing the crest meant he was one of the 100 selected to be in the family and thought there must have been a reason for him to be selected. Xander had reached the center and stood on one side, while Peter stood on the opposite. Then by using his hands, Bryce moved both of them to face each other. "Have you learned the family's ability yet?" Bryce asked. "Not yet, sir," Xander replied. "Good. Maybe this match will be a little entertaining. I shall get these two to fight. It will be good for us to see where the current generation are at." "You're going to make me fight with these?" Peter said as he lifted his hands. But suddenly, a loud thud was heard. When looking at what had caused the sound, the black cuffs that were on him had already hit the floor. In the center of them, it looked like they had been cut. "I didn't even see when it happened," Peter thought. "These leaders are strong. Even stronger for Quinn." Bryce was telling the truth when he said he wanted to see the students' current fighting level. There had been reports that they were the worst and weakest generation the vampires had so far, but that wasn't his main reason. His idea was allowing Peter to fight there. There were two chances he could find out which family he belonged to. When people were desperate and felt like their life was in danger, even vampires fought with everything they had, and in doing so, he was hoping the captive would reveal their ability. The second reason was if his life was in danger, the connection between the leader and the vampire would be felt. Bryce's gut was telling him this wasn't just a regular vampire. Fex didn't even know what to say or do at this point. The only thing he could do was let things play out. Bryce went back to join the other leaders, hoping he could get a closer look if one of them were to react. "Begin!" Phil shouted, and Xander immediately charged forward. From the get-go, they could see him spring to action. "No wonder he's the top student," one of the leaders said. "Ah, my Fex is still faster than him." Lee started to brag, but of course that would be the case. Fex had acquired special training, due to him being a son of the leader. He didn't exactly attend normal classes. Even when he did, he never felt like he fitted in anyway. Peter, seeing this, stood still. The others thought Xander was simply moving too fast for him to react. But that wasn't the case at all. As Xander approached him, using all of his strength, he threw his fist right into Peter's face. The blow was hard and blood splattered from his mouth across the floor. However, his body hadn't moved a single step from the powerful blow. As Peter turned his head back to look at Xander, he started to place his hand on his jaw that seemed to be shattered but was already healing. "Well, that hurt a bit," Peter said. This was an unusual feeling for him, but this was because he still had the blood of Quinn running through his body, powering him, causing him to feel alive. Xander was slightly stunned. A blow like that would have knocked most people out or at least sent them back a few feet. Still, he regained his composure and started to punch away at Peter's stomach. The speed was amazing, and punch after punch was being delivered. The power was so strong that Peter had been lifted off his feet. But the punches continued, not allowing him to fall to the floor. They carried on, moving him slightly back towards the edge of the room. "I thought you said we were meant to watch a show of skill, not a beating," one leader shouted out. "I thought the kid had something in him. His eyes said he was different," another replied. "Oh no, the blood!" Vex panicked. The more Peter was getting hit, the more of Quinn's blood was being spilt. The aura and smell surrounding Peter would soon weaken to the point where they would find out who he really was. But Vex wasn't the only one who could tell what was happening. Peter too. The blood flowing through him was not only being spilt, but was also being used to heal his wounds. He felt the power draining from his body fast. Another punch was delivered to his body, and his back was now up against the wall. "You're done," Xander said, throwing out both of his fists at the same time with more power than before. Bryce carefully looked around to try to look and see if any of the leaders had any type of reaction, but there was none. When he turned his head back around again, he was surprised to see the fight wasn't over. "I am not your punching bag," Peter said as he balled his fists. Using all of his strength, he gripped as hard as he could, shattering both of Xander's fists. Pulling him forward and using that moment, he gave a thick boot to his face. A few seconds later, Xander fell to the floor. As soon as Xander's body had hit the floor, Phil, the teacher, stood up from the floor and placed both of his hands over his head. The two kids looked around the same age, and Phil was overly confident that his students would succeed. Yet, somehow, this unknown kid had the strength to overpower his best student with just 2 moves. Usually, a fight between any student vampires would be close even with a skill gap. But this fight was different. It was as if they were watching completely different classes of vampires going against each other. Only a vampire Nobel would be able to do such a thing. "Well, maybe this will be interesting after all," a female leader said with a smile. She quickly licked her lips as if Peter was looking like a delicious piece of meat. However, a few moments later, Xander had stood up from the floor and took another fighting stance. His face was covered in blood that had been gushing from his nose and was now all over his school uniform. "Yes, Xander. Stop messing around and kick him. Bite him. Do whatever you can," Phil screamed as he was starting to get overly excited. If his top student lost here, perhaps his family position as a teacher would be jeopardized. Peter, on the other hand, had found a new will to fight. The more blood he would lose, the quicker he would be discovered. As he got injured too much as well, it was harder for him to control his MC cells, which would eventually lead to his transformation giving in. He would do anything to last a second longer. After seeing how strong just one of the leaders were, Peter wanted to do anything, any minute or second to delay them from going after him. Xander, this time, moved in again, not as fast as before due to him being cautious now. Rather than throwing out his punches in rapid succession, he was carefully placed each one directly. But Peter, for the first time in a long time, was using his hands, legs, and speed to block and avoid each one of the strikes. Usually, Peter's fighting style was not to care if he got hurt, for his body would heal after, but this was different. "He's toying with the poor kid," a leader said. "You're right," Bryce replied. "The other person can't even touch him, but there's no doubt about it. He's a vampire, though, and not a noble one. If one is this strong, he has to be deeply connected to a family." We need someone to push him to the end. Come on, hit me, Xander shouted, getting frustrated that none of his attacks seemed to be working. He now went into desperation mode and started to use some of his blood skills. He performed blood swipes, but if one couldn't hit someone with their fist, it would equally be useless to try to use the blood abilities unless they had a skill that slowed Peter down. Other than that, there seemed to be no way for Xander to win this fight. Peter, however, had decided that he would not strike back, his reason delaying the fight. After a while, the others noticed this too, and eventually, clack, clack, clack. Enough, this match is over, Bryce said. No one can learn anything from this fight anymore. While Xander went back to tend to his injuries, Bryce was thinking about what to do. Of course, he could beat the kid himself, but that would be too simple. Bryce, Lee interrupted. May I suggest if you could let my son be the one to face him? I believe we will all be able to learn something then, and after all, he was the one who brought him in. This would be a great way for the 13th family to show their strength and have a one-up on the first family. However, Bryce couldn't turn down such a reasonable and sensible request in front of the other leaders. That does make sense, fine, I agree. Go ahead, young boy. Even though Fex had been called to the stage, he didn't move from his spot. His father was constantly calling out his name, but his mind was deep in thought. He was trying his best to come up with a solution to get out of this, until his sister gave him a small slap on the back of the head from behind. As he went to turn around to complain, he could hear his name being called out by his father. Fex, what's the matter with you? Said Lee. Go up on to the stage and fight the boy. Everyone is waiting. Ha! Me? Fight him? Fex said, having not heard what the others were talking about before. Get up there now, Lee shouted, and in an instant, Fex was walking to the center. What do I do? What do I do? Should I fight at full strength? The others will know if I try to pull anything, and sooner or later, Peter will be found out anyway, right? There was no more time to think, as the two were now standing opposite each other. With sweat running down his face, Phil shouted, Begin! This time, the first one to react was Peter. He charged in and threw a punch. On reflex, Fex reacted, moving to the side. Peter's body was now wide open for the perfect punch, but Fex didn't take it and instead jumped back. Seems like your boy is a little scaredy cat, the leaders said, trying to anger Lee. Just you watch, Lee said. Charging in again, Peter threw another punch, swinging wide and missing. There was another perfect opportunity for Fex, and knowing the others were watching, he decided to attack. I have to use my full power. Otherwise, the others will know. The punch landed directly on Peter's rib cage, but instead of a face full of pain, a smile appeared on Peter's face as he fell to the floor. I have to. I'm sorry, Peter, Fex said as he charged in again. Clack. Enough, Bryce shouted. Immediately, Fex stopped, confused. What was happening? Why had they stopped the fight? But all of the leaders, even his father and sister, looked horrified. Not enough blood has been spilt, right? So they couldn't have found Peter out yet. Tell me now, are you two working together? Bryce questioned them. Of course we. Think before you answer, Bryce said in a demanding straight tone. Something had obviously happened in the fight that not even Fex had noticed, to make the two of them suspicious. It's clear to all of us here, not just you, but both of you were pulling your power. We can gather an idea of his strength from the last fight, but it was too obvious. The student's demeanor completely changed when fighting you, and even you this whole time seemed to be shocked. Even now, your body is shaking, Bryce said, using his cane to point at Fex's legs. When he looked down, his legs were indeed shaking, and he hadn't even noticed. Have I been like this the whole time? It seemed like Fex really couldn't keep a lie. So are the 13th family behind it after all? But then why would they call the meeting? The other leaders started to come up with crazy theories of what was happening right now, which began to frustrate not only Lee but Silver as well. This is ridiculous. I'll prove to your family that my brother is innocent, Silver said as she walked on to the stage towards Peter. Carefully, Peter kept an eye on Silver. He knew he had no chance against the leaders, but what about her? He still could turn those that he killed into whites as well. There might be a chance he could do something with her later if that were the case. He saw her lifting her foot slightly, and the next thing he knew, his whole body was flying through the air. Just like the leader's attack, he couldn't tell where Silver's attack had come from either. His neck had been twisted as his body laid on the floor, but this wasn't enough to kill a white. Getting up off the ground, his head started to heal and twist back. However, now everyone could see that the face that was previously on him was no more. No, that's the... Silver was about to say something but kept her mouth shut. Still, Bryce already knew. It's a white. Now it makes sense why my skills didn't work earlier. You tricked us. The blood that resides in his body is no longer strong. Now, unlike the others, I don't believe that Lee would have called a meeting if he indeed was in charge of this vampire, and Silver and Fex just now would have been unable to hit him. This means the vampire belongs to another family, but the question is, did Fex really betray us or not? Luckily, there's an easy way to find out. Bryce's eyes started to glow as he took a step forward. Fex knew that he planned to do what he had tried doing to Peter, only it would work on him. Stop, Lee said with his hand out, blocking his Bryce from moving forward. I believe in my son. He would never betray the family, although he is a troublemaker at times. Once he makes a promise, he will keep it. He would never willingly bring harm to the family. If anyone is going to find out the truth, then it will be me. His father started to walk up to Fex, ready to use his influence skill. As the family leader, it would work even better if Bryce was to use it, but the words his father spoke were unexpected. He never knew his father thought of him this way. His whole life, while growing up, he had been called an idiot, a troubled child. Yet, now his father thought so highly of him, he couldn't allow his family to face any further embarrassment. Father, please, I admit it. There is no need. I tried to trick you all, and I admit my wrongs. His father immediately stopped in his footsteps and could no longer look at his son. Anger, sadness, or disappointment. He didn't know what he felt right now. Well, that decides it. Fex Sanguinis shall be brought in for questioning. The other vampire will be kept in captivity until we find out which family he belongs to. And I shouldn't have to add that, but have to remind you that Fex has committed a serious crime. A trial between the leaders shall be conducted, where the decision and fate of Fex shall be decided. Bryce adjourned the meeting. The interrogation process had begun, and there was no need for the vampires to use their influence powers on Fex. Due to Fex's unique position and the strange circumstances, he was first kept in confinement at the castle to be watched over and then would be moved at a later time. This was because the others still did not know that Fex had actually snuck out instead. Instead, they stuck with the story of Fex having been ordered. If they had known the truth, they would have never allowed this as an option. While in confinement, there were several guards, not just of the Sanguini's family, but also of the other families. They would stay just outside of his room at all times, making sure he didn't escape. He had come clean about what he had done, and Silver was there to confirm and fill in the details. The method he had used to trick her and the others, and even Silver got a small scolding from her father for not thoroughly checking. More questions were asked, but ultimately they were only concerned about what family the white had come from. In the end, the only information they could get from him regarding this was that he didn't know what family the vampire that created the white belonged to. Inside the first room, inside his own castle, was the leader Bryce and the second leader Harold. Their rooms had a Victorian decor to them, and on the back wall up against the bed was the family crest. Several paintings were also displayed on the wall of the previous leaders. The two of them were sat opposite each other on a sofa. When looking at them, the second leader, Harold, although sitting towered in size compared to the first. He was a tall man, he was far taller than any of the other vampires, but he was also incredibly thin. His appearance would often remind people of a stick insect or a large tree. He had entered the first room to deliver all the information that had been gathered from Fex. What do you think? The reports say they used the influence skill to get these answers from him, but I don't believe them. Other reports also state that Lee hasn't even been to see his son since they found out. Harold explained. Bryce continually tapped his cane on top of his bald head as he thought until he stopped to give his answer. I think the boy is telling the truth, and the way they are acting confirms that the family had no involvement in the boy's actions. They could be acting, but we have all known Lee for the longest time. He works on pure emotion, and he would never think past being caught. The problem is the white. Its power depends on its creator power, and if they used the blood of the creator, we all were it in that room. For a vampire, he must be strong. When Silver went to kick the white, I looked carefully to see if anyone flinched to try to protect it, but no one did. Of course, it could be something as simple as that the vampire isn't closely connected to the families at all. But I find it hard to believe that one so strong slipped through everyone's fingers during the pool process. What if the vampire wasn't from here? What do you mean, like an Earth agent? We have them all accounted for, and you know they belong to a mix of families. I doubt that if they did know, they all would have kept their mouths shut. Harold replied. Exactly. Do you remember the 10th seat? The fire has been lit, and maybe whoever he passed his powers onto is trying to regrow their powers again. If so, we need to plan our next move carefully. After a few days of confinement, they had eventually made the decision that Fex should be treated like every other criminal that would be in the same situation. He should be placed in the underground dungeon, behind bars with Peter, until his trial was to take place. They explained that they had given special treatment, out of respect for Lee. However, Lee didn't try to object and allowed the decision to move forward. In the underground cellar, not a single person had gone to meet Fex so far. That was until his dear sister had arrived. Why? Why? Did you do it? Why did you do it, brother? Silver eventually managed to say, but it was hard for her to get the words out. Sis, Fex said as he walked towards the bars and looked at his sister's face. Usually, she carried an expressionless look. A look of iron while walking around the castle. But this face he was seeing now, he had only seen a few times when they were younger. Please don't be sad, sis. I'm an idiot, you know I am. I never followed the rules, and this time I just went one too far. Lies, Silver said as she banged her hand against the black bars. You would never hurt the family. You were meant to be the next leader. It was a role that never suited me in the first place. It always suited you, but our family states our leader can never be a woman. I mean, what a load of crap is that? If I was to become the leader, the first thing I would do is get rid of that rule. He realized he was starting to trail off. It was always his way of dealing with things, never confronting the situation at hand. He could see that she was clearly hurt and she deserved to know the reason why. He was done joking around. Did father ask you to come here? Fex asked. No, he hasn't said a word about you to anyone. The only reason I was able to come to see you right now is that the council have a trial where a decision will be made. Fex went back to sit on his bed. He couldn't look at his sister's face any longer, and it was only crushing him more as he looked at her. He then started to think back why he even did everything he had done in the first place. I made a promise to him. At first, when I discovered he was a vampire, I really was going to turn him into you guys when you came to get me. But during the time we were together, he treated me differently. Perhaps differently is not the right word. Even at school here, everyone knew me as the heir to the 13th seat. I got better treatment than everyone else during school. I scored higher on the exams. Sounds great, right? But in reality, it was a really lonely life. I had no friends, our father was always busy, and I only had you to annoy. The only thing that got me through school at the time was our grandfather's stories about the earth. It gave me hope, a dream to work towards and power through everything, knowing it would all be okay. When I got there, I realized it wasn't the items or the landscape that was different, but it was the people. There was a lot that acted and thought a lot like vampires, but there was a group of people who thought differently. They thought their own way, and the vampire who was part of the group treated me the same as everyone else. He saved my life, and in more ways than one. After that, we became blood brothers. My blood with his blood. No matter what, we had a bond, and I would do anything not to give him in. The heavy burden that was on Silver's heart seemed to lift. He didn't betray the family for some petty reason. He had made a deep promise, and his principles made him keep to that. She understood now and didn't hate him for his decision, but being blood brothers was a serious thing to promise. Even if one wasn't part of the family, it meant they would treat them like family. "Who is this vampire?" Silver asked. "And I know you don't know what family he belongs to, but who is he to cause you to go that far?" Fex thought about it for a while before giving an answer. It was a difficult question for him. "He's a person who I truly think will be able to change the vampire world one day," Fex mumbled out, but Silver was able to hear it still. She couldn't help but chuckle. The vampires had stayed the same for thousands of years, and one person was meant to change that who she had never heard or seen before. "I see you're laughing. Let me ask you, have you ever seen a regular vampire defeat a king-tier beast on its own before? And have ever seen a vampire who wasn't at the Nobel-level proform skills beyond? On top of that, all this strength seemed to be obtained in a matter of months." Suddenly, Silver wasn't laughing anymore as she realized what Fex was saying. But it couldn't be possible, right? At the same time, Fex had no reason to lie. "He learnt skills that took me years to perfect in a day, and originally I was far stronger than him, but now I would be scared to even fight him. His growth in strength is at a monstrous level, and I imagine he's only sped it up even more. I can't wait to see what the others will do when they see him," Fex said with a smile on his face. But these last words, Silver worried. Inside the meeting room, the council had just finished their meeting, and a decision had been made. Bryce stood up to give his final announcements to everyone. "So it's decided. The white known as Peter shall be kept in the dungeon until we find out which family he belongs to, since this is our only lead at the moment. As for Fex Sanguinis, he shall be punished for his crimes. We have found that his actions are of his own doing, and has nothing to do with the relation of the 13th family. So they shall not be dragged into this mess, and their name dragged through the mud. His status as a member of one of the 13 shall be stripped, meaning he no longer belongs to any of the 13 families. However, as a non-member of any of the 13 families, he can receive the standard punishment for these types of crimes. The date has been decided, and Fex will be punished by death in an unknown metallic large room, sitting at a table where 4 people. On the back of the seats, each one was numbered, going from 2 to 4. An empty chair with the number 1 was at the table as well. This was a meeting between the founders of Pure, the top-ranked in the whole base. Number 2, a black muscle male with sunglasses covering his eyes, was the meeting organizer today, and was there to inform everyone of some important news. The tip-off to the True Dream family was a success. It seems they are gathering their men and are planning an attack soon. Number 2 said, "Ha! I can't believe he really fell for it. What a rash idiot. Why would he even think about going up against the Blades?" Number 3, another male replied, "Well, it's to be expected." Number 5, an old, middle-aged female said, "True Dream is new when it comes to not only his powers but also the Big Four. As he has close relations with the military, the others probably didn't want to reveal too much information to him. The way I see it is, there are 2 outcomes to this event. Either the True Dream family will no longer exist, or the True Dream family lose the war, with a chunk of the Blade's power taken away. So, you think there is no chance of True Dream winning this war either then?" Number 2 said with a sigh, "We shall be keeping a close eye on this fight. Suppose True Dream manages to cause significant damage to the Blades. It might be our chance to move in. If the True Dreams are eliminated, then the whole landscape of the current system might change." "Isn't that the point, though?" Number 4 replied. She was a female with ponytails. One side of her hair was pink while the other was green, and in her hand a lollipop that she had taken out while speaking. "I mean, the Blades are doing our job for us." "Maybe," Number 2 replied. "But I think it's too soon. We never planned to kill True Dream but use him. He could be our answer to taking everyone's powers away, but with him dead, or the power into the Blade's hand, it might not be for the best of the human race." Clash, whack, whoosh. The sound of swords and weapons rattling against each other was heard throughout the hall. Observing all of them was Agent 15, James. He always had his large rusty sword on his back, where the guard was as wide as his shoulders. Whenever one would look at the weapon, They could only imagine what beast he needed to defeat to obtain such a grand thing. Although his eyes should have been looking at all the sparring sessions going on, he was focused on a particular individual who hadn't been at the base for too long, Erin. Erin carried her long sword with a blue base and hilt, while her opponent, a short-haired male with glasses, used two small dual blades that were slightly curved. The two of them were sweating and had been going at it for a while now. For the last few days, they had sparred with each other without a winner being chosen. Usually, one would spar with their practice partner, and after he dropped their weapon or admitted defeat, they would move on to a new partner. But with these two, there still had been no winner. The session would always end. But James couldn't let the lesson continue with many other things yet to be learned. The amazing thing was Erin's learning speed with the sword. He had shown her a few simple techniques, and it seemed she had been concentrating well in classes. Picking up things at an amazing speed, every sparring session so far, she would implement the things she had been taught, defeating her opponents one by one. At first, she had a few losses and wins, but before meeting this student, she had been on a complete winning streak as if something clicked in her head. Right now, she was against Bart, the second-best pupil, and it hadn't been long. Erin looked carefully and waited for her opponent to strike first. When I first got here, it was a little hard. I didn't realize how much I relied on my ability. If I couldn't make up for it with my swordsmanship, then my ability would be able to cover me. But after learning from James, I can feel I'm getting better and stronger. But the opponent in front of her was strong. The usual things that had been taught to her, he knew too. She couldn't overpower him with strength, and their stamina was at the same level, so she couldn't rely on tiring him out either. Should I try something new? I might lose if it doesn't work out, but it's the only chance I got. Using both hands, she gripped her long sword tightly and moved in. What is she up to? James thought as he watched the fight continue and noticed movements different from before. Rather than rushing straight forward, she started to jump immediately. As one foot would hit the floor, bouncing from side to side. It almost looked like a type of dance. The student carefully observed her with his eyes, waiting for her to strike. It didn't matter how she ran towards him. It would all be the same to him. Then, when Erin was in range, her foot touched the ground. She kicked off using all her strength and spun her body holding the sword. It caused an unusual striking pattern from below, but the student could block it with both of his blades. However, the rotation of the spin and power from jumping off her leg made the attack stronger than usual, and the only thing he could do was deflect the attack barely. His whole body swung to the side from the weight of the attack. As Erin spun upward in the air, like a bird flying, it seemed like she would remain upward forever. She lifted the sword above and swung it down elegantly, stopping just before the student's head. What was that? I didn't teach her that, James said. It looked like a type of dance. Taking her blade away from the student, she clicked her tongue and turned away in disappointment. Still not good enough, it still doesn't feel right. What Erin had just attempted to do was one of the swordsmanship moves that Fex had shown her while she was being used as a puppet. Every day, she continued to practice those motions, hoping to get the same feeling, but it never did happen. It was hard for her to try to replicate such smooth actions, having only experienced it once. Excellent, James said as he started clapping. You two come over here, he said, shouting across the room. Both, Bart with the glasses and Erin, walked over to James off to the side while the rest of the students continued to practice. I just witnessed what you both did and have been watching you both fight for the last few days. Bart, don't be upset. You have remained my best student for the longest time, but there is still room for you to improve, and I think you learned that today. While, Erin, I never knew you had learned swordsmanship before coming here, you always seemed to use the skills I taught so far. Do you have a teacher? James asked. Erin started to think back about what to say. At one point, she did have a teacher from her family, but that was a long time ago, and she didn't think he was referring to those skills. It's a family secret, and I hope to keep it with me if that's okay. Erin lied, hoping he wouldn't question her further after her reply. Never mind, I was just curious, said James. The reason why I have called you here is that I want to nominate you two for the agent's exam. You mean, There's been an opening in the top 100? Bart said excitedly. Yes, not just one but two. They have asked all the teachers to select their best two students, which is why I have called both of you here today. James explained, this is a good opportunity for you both. If you are selected as a numbered agent, you will be able to leave the base. We will assign you a mission on one of the planets or even at one of the military bases. Prove your worth and maybe one day, you will be in the same position as I am at. Aaron had learned quite a bit while staying at the base about the ranking system. The agents in the top 100 rarely dropped out of rank. They often switched positions between each other, but this was the first time they were looking for someone from the hundreds to become a numbered. Does this mean two of the agents from the numbered were killed? Aaron asked, looking at Aaron's face and her determined look. James thought she deserved to know the truth. She had earned it after how hard she had been working. I'm not really meant to tell you this, but it's not really a secret either, but since it revolves around you, I think you should know. The truth is we don't really know what's happened to him, but one of them was Agent 100, Layla, the person who recommended you to us. She's no longer responding to our calls. Hearing this news was devastating to Aaron, and she was starting to fear the worst. What happened to you, Layla? It was early morning, and it was finally time for school to start up again. The students would be attending their final term and preparing for the exams ahead before enjoying their summer break. This meant the teachers no longer had much to do, and this included General Nathan, who was in charge of the first-year students. He was in a chirpy mood as he entered the office, with a hop in each step and whistling a tune. Usually, Mondays would be the worst for most people, but it was the start of something new for him. Although, their military base had failed at securing the first position and becoming winners of the base event. They had been praised for at least not coming in last. Not only that, but Oscar, the Supreme Commander, had complimented them for how much improvement they had compared to the previous year. He stated he would be coming over the summer when the students weren't present to congratulate everyone. There were still problems between True Dream and Duke and Paul, but that was something Nathan didn't care to get involved in. The head general could take care of that as it was above his pay grade. Besides, it seemed like True Dream had stopped making requests from the second base as he was busy preparing for something else. Finally, no problems, no drama. I can just relax, Nathan said as he went to sit down at his desk. That's when he noticed something strange. A white envelope. This was rare in this day and age, where anyone could just send someone a message in an instant. Even if they didn't want to, they could always send you a message later. So, he was curious about the contents of the letter. As Nathan quickly opened the letter, he realized there wasn't much on it. Dear Nathan, I am leaving the military base for good. From Leo. Huh, Nathan thought as he must have missed something. He reread the few lines again and again until reality hit him. What? He shouted. He just left like that. It's the middle of the term. Who's going to take over the beast class, and what about a new sergeant? Nathan immediately sat down and started to press his two fingers on his forehead as he could feel a slight headache coming on. Well, we did put that condition that he could leave whenever he wanted. But I thought he would have at least informed us what about common courtesy. However, he couldn't stay mad for long. Leo had helped him in many situations during his short stay here, and it was a person even he looked up to. You were a great man, Leo. Because of you, there were times when the Duke and the others chose to do something different. Wherever you are, I hope you are doing well, Nathan said with a smile, before quickly cursing at him for giving him more work on his relaxing day off. On planet Lantarnia, it was a peaceful day just like any over. The long grass was healthy and green, and the blue river was flowing nicely next to the quiet shelter. After leaving the military base, Leo had gathered all of his things and had made his move here. I'm finally back, Leo said after coming through the portal. The portal used had dropped him in the center of the shelter and all his belongings came through with him, were left at the side. Leaving them there, he set off. While walking through the shelter, people looked at Leo strangely, for they could tell he was blind due to his strange eyes. Yet somehow he was walking fine. The shelter didn't often get visitors, not ones that would stand out as much as Leo. So they all paid quite a bit of attention to him. While walking through the shelter heading for a particular destination, Leo started to think about the changes his body was experiencing. His ability was being restored to what it once was at an incredibly fast rate. He had done it once before, and the second time around was even easier. He noticed and could feel all the changes in his body since that day. When practicing his swordsmanship, it was harder for him to tire out and feel exhausted, and even walking through crowds of people now, he could tell each person was different through their scent like a dog. He was thankful to Quinn. He had given him the ring allowing him to walk in daylight, just to see how it would affect him. Leo had taken the ring off while outside. The effects were instant and it hit like a bomb. It wasn't what he had expected at all. If it wasn't for the ring, he wouldn't have even dared walking out during the night. Being that weak with him being who he was wasn't a good idea. He had also learned to perform a few blood abilities, but he wouldn't use them again after testing them out once. This was because of Quinn's warning, as well as what he could feel through his own body. His hunger and his life force were leaving him. Not only that, but through his ability he could see it as well. It hadn't been long, but he was experiencing small pangs of hunger now and then, but it wasn't to the point where he needed to do something about it. Not yet anyway. This wasn't a huge worry. Obtaining blood may sound difficult at first, but with him being who he was, he didn't think it would be difficult, especially in a shelter with a population of 20 or so thousand people. While thinking about all these things, he had finally reached his destination. He stood outside what looked like a sizable-style dojo. There were 2 giant red doors, and a wall surrounding the whole place. It was sparkly clean, with a white finish, and there weren't many buildings around it at all. As if it was an abandoned place. They managed to rebuild it to my exact specifications as well. It looks nice. Opening the large 2 red giant doors, a man from inside the dojo came rushing out as soon as they heard it. "Hey, get out of here. How many times do I have to tell you? The owner of this place wants no visitors." A young man started yelling while out in his shorts and sunglasses. It was clear he had been enjoying the large building to himself, as behind him just in front of the dojo building was a sunbed. However, as the young man got closer, he lifted his glasses, and he realized his grave mistake. "Sir, you're back. When did you come back? Why didn't you inform me earlier?" The young-looking man looked barely over the age of 20 and was flustered. "I would have made sure to have everything ready for your liking." "Don't worry about that," Leo said. "For now, I just want to rest. How has the shelter been? Have the travelers got paid well? Were there any troubles within the shelter? While you were away, I did everything as you wished. The payments for the factions and travelers have been kept up, although there haven't been many attacks from beasts apart from 1 or 2 once in a while, and as you wished, the payments and donations to the shelter have been kept anonymous." The man replied. For the last couple of years, Leo had been funding the entire shelter himself with his own money. The beast crystals he had obtained, the money from the previous war, and all the money he received from teaching went to this shelter. This place was dear to him because it was the shelter that he and his master and all the other students used to stay at before the Dalki attack. When they came, they had destroyed everything, and no one survived. The government had given up on it, as it would have been more expensive to rebuild than build a new one altogether. This was when Leo stepped in. He rebuilt everything and invited those related to the ones that had died over to the shelter free of charge. Later, the shelter grew on its own, and it became like any of the others, with taxes and so on being paid. But they still needed protection, and as it wasn't one owned by the government or the Big Four, Leo decided to take up that role. There was one other reason for him doing all this as well. "Any news on anyone suspicious entering the city?" Leo asked. "Unfortunately, none that matched your description," the young man replied. The other reason was in rebuilding the shelter, was because of his master. The 2 of them were last seen at the dojo, or at least the ruins of it. He was hoping that there was a chance he would one day come back. But still, it seemed like he hadn't returned. Although there wasn't a man of your description who had entered the shelter, there were reports of 2 individuals, a man with a large sword on his back, and a young girl. "Do you know where they went?" Leo asked. "They traveled up the clifftop, not too far from here near the river. I'll go check it out, prepare my things and bring them in when you can." I left them all by the teleporting station. I'll be staying here. I don't know for how long, but at least a little while. Yes, sir. Walking to the cliff top, Leo had a clue who the young man was talking about. A while ago, when the kids were in trouble, he had lent them a teleporter to use, and that teleporter led them to this place. However, he was unsure about the man. The kids hadn't told him their full plan, so perhaps one of them had connections to this man. Either way, with no clues about where his master was, he needed to start somewhere, even though the chances were slim. Maybe the two mysterious people weren't who he thought they were. Along the way, several flying-type intermediate beasts had come his way. Usually, they would be attacking anything on sight, and this included Leo, but this time they were staying away. Can they sense I've changed? He thought, but as long as they didn't attack him, there was no need to go hunting for beasts. Finally, he had reached the edge of the cliff top. Using his ability, he started to look around to see if there were any more clues, and eventually, he found something on the ground. Picking it up, he noticed that it was a watch, but not just any watch. It was a design he became familiar with not too long ago, a watch from the military. I wonder what this is doing here? The Monday lessons started as usual for Quinn and the others. But with the pending problem of the vampires eventually finding out and coming after Quinn, they couldn't completely relax just yet. In their homeroom lesson, Dell started to explain about what would be coming up on the upcoming final exam test. There were no more physical assessments apart from the 2 portal outings that had already proceeded, so the only tests left were written ones. Normal subjects such as maths, science, English and I.T. continued but were never the main focus. On top of the usual tests, students would also have to perform a general knowledge test. This would test them on knowledge such as how to use such equipment, being able to differentiate between different tier beast crystals, different types of beasts and their weak points, and information on the Dalki and what weapons they would use. Luckily for Quinn, this was nothing for him to worry about. Not having an ability during his school life, the only thing he could do was study, so he was confident about getting a good grade. When thinking about the others in the group, he could only imagine they would do great as well. The only one he would have worried about was Fex, who was now no longer with them. I hope you're doing okay? Quinn thought. As the morning classes ended, it was time for them to go to their designated club class. Quinn started to head off to the weapons class and noticed that his homeroom teacher Dell was going in the same direction as him. Don't tell me. A horrid thought had crossed his mind, and he just hoped his gut feeling wasn't right this time. A few moments later, all right everyone, unfortunately, Leo has left the military base for good, Dell said, annoyed. He had suddenly been told in the morning that he was the one who now had to cover the beast weapons class. Due to Dell's ability of being able to reinforce and allow beast weapons to grow stronger, he had a lot of knowledge about beast weapons, so they thought he would be a good substitute. But to Dell, it was just more work he didn't want to do. So I will now be your teacher. My name is... Dell started to introduce himself and ramble on to the class. Not everyone in the beast's weapons class was part of Dell's homeroom, so some didn't know him well like Quinn and the others. Thinking back to the first day he had met him, Quinn knew this would take a while, as Dell loved to talk about himself. Looking around the room, ignoring what was being said, he spotted Layla at the back of the crowd. Hoping to go over there, he started to shift through the people. I wonder how she's doing with her ability and change. It can be hard to handle. Then when he finally could see her better, there was a little surprise. Standing by her side was CIA. CIA wasn't part of the beast weapons class before, but people were able to freely switch whenever they wanted. A lot of students would do so to be more varied in their skills, while others stayed to specialize in one. As soon as Quinn saw her though, he decided to turn away and head back to the front of the class. He had heard from Layla how upset CIA was and how everything was affecting her. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty for what he had done. But he had no choice. It was that or death. Still, it was too early to face her knowing what had happened. Trying to think about a positive out of this, he managed to see one. Maybe with her losing her memories and knowing nothing about Pure, she could become a good companion. Her skill was extremely useful in the fight against the King-tier beast. Quinn thought. Seeing this, Layla understood Quinn's actions. She was the one who had actually invited CIA along and asked her to change class, and CIA immediately agreed. CIA didn't know why, but lately when she started to feel upset or begin to worry, just being next to Layla made her feel better. It got to the point that when Layla wasn't there, and she started to feel sad, she would outright go searching for her. This was because of Layla's newfound power. She had found to use her abilities. There were two ways. She could channel the negative thoughts within herself, or there was a second alternative. To feed off the negative emotions of those around her. When doing so, it seemed to lighten CIA's mood significantly. Layla felt a little guilty as in reality, she wanted to keep CIA around so she could have a type of leeching effect. If she ever needed to use her powers, she could do so, as long as she was there. And seeing her cheer up a little made her feel less bad about the whole thing. However, Layla was unaware of the addictive effect this was having. Okay, with self-introductions over, what was Leo teaching you guys before the event? Del asked. A student raised their hand slightly and gave an answer. We were focusing on combat skills when we didn't have our beast weapons, sir. PFT. Useless. What's the point of that? Del said. Do you think you're going to be able to tear through a Dalki's skin using your bare hands? The only good thing hand-to-hand combat is used for is fighting against other humans. If you want to practice that stuff, then fine. The students started to nod in agreement. Some of them initially thought it was useless and why they were doing it. Still, there was also the other camp, and these comments angered Quinn a little. It was as if Del was trying to talk down about Leo while he wasn't here. Del had purposely misled them by not telling them the full story. Leo had explained that beast armor at a higher level can enhance the user's natural strength. If one was to lose their weapon or it would break in a fight, knowing such skills could be a matter of life and death. It had also helped Quinn much in learning the crescent blood kick, one of the most powerful skills in his arsenal. I can see you aren't all convinced, Del said, looking at Quinn's scrunched-up face. Why don't one of you come up here and try to use the martial arts you learnt on me? A girl student raised her hand and volunteered. She went up to the stage, and Del told her to remove her beast gear, while he would only use his large shield that covered his whole body. Come attack me, Del said. Let's see how useful your martial arts skills are. The girl came forward and started to perform kicks to the side, from above, and would try to mix in a few feints, but Del blocked them all with his shield. Quinn thought the whole demonstration was pointless. Del was a teacher who should have had more experience and skill in the first place. Not only that, the shield was as big as him. The only thing Del needed to do was shift the shield slightly from one side to the other. If there was more than one opponent, his demonstration would be pointless. After the girl had given up, a few more students started to come on stage, and Del would continually block all fear attacks, punches, and kicks. This continued on for a while, and the students were starting to grow bored. Are we going to do this for the whole lesson? Think, he just wants to show off. What that he can beat a bunch of kids. See, as I said, your martial arts is useless, said Delaware, so we should learn how to use them properly. Leo, first he wasted my time, and now I find out he's been wasting the students' time as well. He even got paid more than me, and he got promoted straight to sergeant. As Del went off on his tangent, all the students could hear him clearly, as he wasn't speaking quietly. It was clear that there was jealousy involved in this, and the students were starting to think that Del was a bit unprofessional. But he was a teacher, and most of the kids did want to learn more about beast weapons themselves rather than the martial arts, so most of them let it go. Apart from one student, hearing Leo's name mentioned again, had finally made him give in. Do you mind if I have a go, sir? Del's rambling had stopped, and when he looked down, he noticed that it was one of his own students, Quinn. Oh, Quinn, I suppose he thinks he's a big shot now after that whole fighting event. His skills were good and he was fast, but that was all because of the beast gear you were wearing. You will be the perfect person to prove my point. Of course you can, Quinn, but do remember, no beast gear allowed. You have to rely on your own martial arts skills. Leo said sarcastically, trying to hammer to point to everyone else. That's fine. I won't use any equipment, Quinn replied, walking onto the stage. Del, I've been wanting to do this to you for a long time, Quinn thought,